Chapter 1 Scary World. On February 19, 2005, a gigantic beast with a height of more than 100 meters and resembling a violent ape appeared in the suburbs of Dongdu, and rushed into the city to wreak havoc. After causing hundreds of thousands of casualties, they were besieged and killed by 3 fleets from the federal base. During the battle, the garrison consumed a total of 1 million equivalent nuclear bomb, 150 cruise missiles, and destroyed 15 fighter planes. In the morning of June 1, 2005, a 3-kilometer-long giant beast resembling a whale appeared in the sky above Hangzhou, causing great panic again. Fortunately, this giant beast is not very aggressive, and it only existed for 15 minutes, without causing too many casualties. During the period, the behemoth disappeared after ignoring various federal missile bombings. On August 3, 2005, a gigantic beast with a length of 1 kilometer, which looked like a giant python in mythology, appeared in the city of Lahr in the Aohiti Sea, and wreaked havoc. The giant beast incident caused millions of casualties, and finally ended with the giant beast leaving with minor injuries. In this incident, the army consumed 3 million equivalent nuclear bombs, 320 other missiles, 5 warships, and countless ammunition. So far, a new era has begun. 2055, evening. In the room, a 16-year-old boy was sitting in front of the computer with a solemn expression, carefully looking at the information about the age of mythology found on the internet. After a long time, Chen Chu rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. What kind of dangerous world is this? Traveling to this world for half a day, Chen Chu discovered that the history, technology, and civilization of this world are very similar to the original world by sorting out the memory of the original owner. But everything turned a corner decades ago when some giant beasts that looked like mythical creatures descended. With the appearance and disappearance of these behemoths, the whole world has changed, and those folk cultivators who disappeared after the appearance of guns rose again. After decades of development, some powerful practitioners can beat missile bombing, sink aircraft carriers with their bodies, and tear apart giant beasts. They are powerful and terrifying. In this case, when various federal countries are researching more advanced technologies and weapons, the wind of cultivation is also prevalent. Of course, these were not enough to cause Chen Chu a headache. Traveling, although it was the first time he had no experience, but with an adult mind, he quickly accepted it, even if the world was a little chaotic. But the problem is. Thinking of this, Chen Chu turned his head and looked at the glass water tank beside him. To be precise, Chen Chu was looking at the white newt lying on the stone inside, 10 centimeters long, with 4 limbs and 6 pink horns. With the development of the economy and the improvement of living standards, the pet market in this world is also becoming more and more prosperous, with a variety of varieties. Needless to say, cats and dogs, raising lizards and pythons has become the norm, and some people even like to raise ants and insects. For example, the original owner has different preferences from others. He raised a hexagonal newt that is half water and half land, and also got a well-arranged crystal glass cabinet. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that at this moment, the feeling of 2 bodies appeared in Chen Chu's mind. One is sitting on a chair as a human being, and the other is the strange touch feeling of lying on all 4s and breathing with gills. It's just that compared to the control of the human body, the young body made him feel a little uncoordinated, and he dared not move around while lying on the rock. Just like the original single-core processor, suddenly it has to deal with dual-core processors, and the computing power can't keep up. Moreover, with the sudden addition of a body, Chen Chu was still a little dazed when he was in a daze. He didn't know what caused this situation. Why did he travel through time? And if the 6-horned dragon dies, will it affect him? Besides that, what is the use of this body smaller than a palm? It's not enough to eat 2 bites. For a while, Chen Chu sat in the chair and thought a lot, but it was useless. At this time, a thick-headed young man pushed open the door and shouted to Chen Chu in front of the computer, "Brother, it's time to eat." "Oh, here we come." Chen Chu stood up. He is currently a high school freshman, 16 years old, has a 13-year-old brother, and his mother is a grassroots manager of a metal smelting company. As for the father, it is said that he died of illness very early. Died of illness without any accident. So there will be no plot where Chen Chu's father accidentally disappeared when he was a child, and after he and his younger brother accidentally learned the truth, they got angry and took revenge. Of course, there is no possibility that his father actually came from a wealthy family, left him when he was young for some special reasons, and came back more than 10 years later to meet him. When Chen Chu came to the restaurant downstairs, his younger brother Chen who had already served the table, and there was a beautiful woman in her 40s with a gentle temperament sitting beside her. Looking at Chen Chu, who was sitting down, Zhang Xiaolan asked with concern, "Ah Chu, how are you feeling now? Can you go to school tomorrow?" "It's all right." Zhang Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said in a gentle voice, "It's fine, you really scared us this time." Different from his younger brother, who is physically strong and loves sports, Chen Chu has been weak and sick since he was a child. If you get a little cold, you will have a fever and catch a cold. If it is more serious, it will be nephritis or pneumonia. Suddenly had a fever in the middle of the night last night. When I was found in the morning, the fever had reached 43 degrees. At that time, Zhang Xiaolan and Chen Hu were taken aback, including the doctor, who almost thought he couldn't make it through, so they rushed him to a big hospital. But the fact is that he really didn't make it through, but no one knew about it except Chen Chu himself. Zhang Xiaolan said with concern, "After dinner, remember to take medicine." "Okay, I know. Also, if you still feel uncomfortable, let's go to the hospital." "Yeah." In order to avoid accidents, Chen Chu was relatively silent at the dinner table. However, the original owner's personality was relatively dull and introverted, so neither Zhang Xiaolan nor Chen Hu noticed anything abnormal. After eating, Chen Chu, who was still sick, was rushed back to her room. Chen Hu went out to play with friends with the basketball in his arms, and Zhang Xiaolan cleaned up in the kitchen alone. When he returned upstairs, Chen Chu was still holding a plate of thawed shrimp in his hand. This was a hexagonal salamander. No, it should be said to be his food. In the fish tank, a 10-centimeter-long white salamander raised its head, and its small black sesame-like eyes looked at the huge clip slowly falling from outside the sky. The salamander's eyesight is very poor, and because of its size, from its perspective, the arm that goes over the glass tank, and the clip more than 20 centimeters long are very huge. The shrimp meat sandwiched on it is half the size of its head. Chen Chu consciously controlled the hexagonal salamander to open its mouth and swallowed the shrimp meat in one gulp. This feeling of feeding himself made him a little uncomfortable, so he couldn't help but subconsciously licked his tongue. Well, it seems to taste good. The salamander's little white head blinked. Despite their small size, salamanders eat a lot. Usually, they have to eat food equivalent to 1/3 of their body before they stop eating. But this time, Chen Chu kept picking up the torn shrimp meat one by one, and the salamanders who were being fed kept opening their mouths to devour them, like a black hole that couldn't get enough to eat, it could only go in and out. In just a short while, the hexagonal salamander ate food equivalent to its own volume. In Chen Chu's perception, after the food entered the body of it, it fell down the throat and into the stomach, and disappeared under the terrible digestive power in the blink of an eye. At the same time, as a large amount of food was swallowed, a warm feeling permeated the whole body of the salamander, centered on the salamander's stomach, followed by itching. "My whole body is itching." The itchy Chen Chu felt a little uncomfortable, and couldn't help opening his mouth. Gah. The sound of a salamander is like a child's cry, but it is very small, so small that it cannot be detected. Immediately under Chen Chu's surprised gaze, the size of the hexagonal salamander grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its length also increased to 11 centimeters. 1 centimeter, that is, 1 centimeter, does not seem like much, but this growth is completed in the blink of an eye. With this digestion ability and growth speed, not only did Chen Chu not feel afraid, but his eyes lit up. If it's just an ordinary hexagonal salamander, the species limit is about 30 centimeters, so even if Chen Chu can control it freely, so what? What is the use? This is a terrifying world where nuclear bombs explode everywhere, and strong practitioners can sink aircraft carriers. But now, he seems to see a light called the future. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chen Chu went to the refrigerator downstairs to take out some shrimp meat to defrost, and continued to feed the salamanders when he felt that the salamanders were still edible. Soon, the shrimp meat, which was twice the size of the salamander, bottomed out again. Until then, the salamander felt a slight sense of fullness. At the same time, the feeling of growth reappeared, and a trace of warmth spread throughout the body of the salamander clone. Accompanied by the itching sensation, the body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, a row of transparent text appeared in front of Chen Chu's eyes. P.S. Newcomers and new books, I hope you can collect and support them. Chapter 2 Talent. Your salamander avatar gains a little evolution point by eating a lot of food. The property page is being generated. The generation is complete. Accompanied by the appearance of 2 lines of transparent text, in Chen Chu's astonishment, a transparent page frame appeared in front of his eyes. Constitution, 7, Ordinary Person 10. Strength, 7. Dexterity, 6. Spirit, 10. Talent, Soul Split. Body, hexagonal salamander, ordinary amphibious creature, adult body length 30 centimeters, combat power 0. Level, none. Talent, none. Evolution value, 1 out of 10, evolution can be activated when the evolution value is full. Property page. Chen Chu let out a breath slowly, suppressing the excitement in his heart. As a half-otaku who likes to read novels, watch anime, and play games in his spare time, Chen Chu naturally accepted this unexpected development. And he probably knows why the hexagonal salamander became his clone. It should be related to his talent of soul splitting. Scanning all the statistics, Chen Chu was not surprised that his attributes were lower than normal except for spirit. His body is really weak. Then his eyes fell on the data of the clone below, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It only exists in the fantasy property page, and as long as you eat, you can accumulate evolved avatars. In this case, he feels that he can do well in his life casually. Cough, calm down, calm down. After the excitement, Chen Chu gradually calmed down. Next, he studied the property page for a while, but unfortunately, he still had nothing to gain. At 8 o'clock in the morning, on the sidewalk of the street, Chen Chu was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, black trousers and leather shoes, and was walking on the way to school facing the rising sun. Here I have to say that the style of school uniforms in this world is not bad. After wearing this, Chen Chu looks more energetic. At this time, Chen Hu on the side said enviously, "Brother, you look so handsome in this school uniform." Because of being weak since childhood, Chen Chu's face has always been pale and clean, and his facial features are very delicate, better looking than many girls. Although the height of 1.7 meters is not very tall, he is a little thin, but when he walks, he has a straight posture and a very temperament, giving people the feeling of a sickly and beautiful boy. It's okay. Chen Chu was quite satisfied with this, and was glad that he was not ugly and short after time travel. Compared to his older brother, his younger brother, Chen Hu, was a little rougher. He was only 1.75 meters tall at the age of 13, with a strong body and a thick head. Not only Chen Chu started school today, but also Chen Hu, one in junior high school and the other in high school. And the school is in one direction. Chen Hu's school is closer, about 20 minutes walk, and Chen Chu's high school is about half an hour away, separated by a district. Brother, I heard that after entering high school, you can learn real martial arts, and if you are talented, you can get the national key training. Chen Chu shook his head. It is not easy to meet the national training standards. Chen Hu waved his fist. Brother, I believe in you, you can do it. Do you think my body like a sick child will be very talented in cultivation? Compared to Chen Hu's blind trust, Chen Chu has no confidence. After the beginning of the new era, after more than 10 years of chaos, countries all over the world united to form the current United States of America, which has maintained stability for decades. The city I am currently in is called Wujiang City. Most of the people living there are Han Chinese, and they implement 12-year compulsory education. When they reach high school, as their physical development is basically formed, everyone will start to learn the basic real martial arts formulated by the Federation. At this point, most people's lives begin to diverge. If you have a talent for cultivation and are willing to develop into martial arts, you will enter the martial arts class in the first semester of high school, focusing on martial arts and studying liberal arts. Others who have practiced basic real martial arts for a semester, but have no talent, can focus on liberal arts and science, and enter the university with excellent grades. Of course, whether it is martial arts or learning, there are only a few talented people, and most of them will enter society after finishing high school. Since it is practicing martial arts, a good body is naturally the foundation. That's why Chen Chutsai has no hope for his cultivation talent. However, he was not discouraged. With the attribute page and the avatar that can evolve, he still has the possibility of standing at the top. Chen Chu and Chen Hu separated on the way, and walked along the sidewalk for more than 10 minutes before they came to the gate of the school named Nanshan Wugao. Today is the first day of school, and the streets are almost full of cars delivering children. Because of the spiritual energy recovery, although the technological civilization in this world is also developing, the progress is slow, and it is only a little more advanced than the Earth as a whole. Thus, although these luxury cars have smoother lines, they still burn oil and electricity, and have not yet developed to the point of suspension. Following the flow of people, Chen Chu walked into the school unhurriedly, and followed the names posted on the bulletin board all the way to the third classroom on the second floor of the Senior 1 teaching building. At this time, there were already some students inside, and it seemed a little noisy. Chen Chu glanced at it, then found a seat in the back row by the window and sat down, sighing in his heart, I didn't expect that I would go to high school again after time travel. Soon, the class was full of people, about 40 people, and the ratio of male to female was about 1-to-1. At 9 o'clock, a woman in her 30s walked into the classroom, wearing a formal suit with a serious face. After entering, she wrote the word Chen Chi on the blackboard. Chen Chi stood on the podium, looked down and said seriously, "My name is Chen Chi, and I will be your head teacher from today on." Then she pointed directly at the two students in the front row, "You, interim monitor. You, acting as the martial arts committee member temporarily, is there no problem?" The two students named by her were a boy and a girl. The boy was a little excited and got up and said, "Teacher, I'm fine." The girl also nodded, "I have no problem." "Very well, later you two find a few people and go to the textbook room to bring and distribute the learning materials." "Is teacher?" Then she looked at all the students, and said indifferently, "Today is the first day of school, nothing to do, the main thing is to let you recognize the class you are in. After receiving the study materials, you can move freely, you can go back, or you can visit the school. Classes will start tomorrow. Also, your current seat is the seat you will be seated in the future, and there will be no change unless there are special circumstances. There are corresponding keys in the drawer under the table, which can lock the learning materials inside, so there is no need to memorize them every day. Okay, that's it." After finishing speaking, the head teacher named Chen Chi turned around and left, acting swiftly and neatly, leaving those students to continue to be confused. Including Chen Chu, he didn't expect to meet such a head teacher on the first day of high school in this world. Or is this the education style in this world? Randomly referring to two people as squad leader and some kind of martial arts committee member, turning around and leaving after a few casual confessions, as if staying a little longer would be a waste of her life. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't each student introduce themselves on stage, so that everyone can get familiar with each other, and integrate into the class atmosphere and the new environment earlier? Chapter 3 PY Relationship. Watching the class teacher walk out of the classroom, the other students subconsciously looked at the two monitors in the front row. No way, who made them the squad leader and martial arts committee members? Seeing this, the two students were not stage frightened either. When they walked onto the stage, the eyes of many male students lit up, because the monitor was very beautiful. "My name is Lin Shui. As the monitor of the third class, I hope everyone can actively cooperate with the class tasks in the future." After finishing speaking, this girl named Lin Shui glanced at everyone, and there was an inexplicably strong aura on her body, which made many students dare not look at each other. At this time, another boy smiled and said, "Hi, my name is In Rui. I will be in the same class as everyone in the next semester. I hope to help each other and work hard to have a wonderful first semester with everyone. Now we are going to collect study materials, and we need some students to join us. I wonder if there are any students who are willing to help. I am coming too. And I." After In Rui finished speaking, many male students stood up actively, looking very enthusiastic. 16 and 17 years old are the most beautiful grades. Although the girl named Lin Shui is a little cold and arrogant, but who makes her beautiful? Soon there were 6 boys and 1 girl who was willing to contribute to the class, and followed them out of the classroom. At this moment, the boy in the front row of Chen Chu clicked his tongue and said, "Appoint the squad leader and martial arts committee member," without even asking their names. I'm sure there must be some PY transaction involved. PY trading, is it just a monitor? Chen Chu was a little surprised. The boy in front turned his head and said with deep meaning, "Student, you are underestimating the class cadres in high school. These 2 positions are not that simple." After finishing speaking, the boy introduced himself with a smile, "Hi, brother, my name is Xia Yohue. I studied in the 3rd middle school of junior high school. What about you?" Chen Chu said simply, "Chen Chu, he was promoted from Lingshan No. 1 middle school." "Lingshan No. 1 middle school, I heard that the scenery there is beautiful. I went there once." Chen Chu looked at this honest-looking boy, and asked curiously, "Xia, is there any difference between the class cadres in high school and those in junior high school?" "The difference is huge." Xia Yohue said enviously, "According to national regulations, everyone can learn Jinwu after high school, but you must know that there are dozens of people in a class, and 1 or 2,000 in a grade. In this case, Teacher Zhenwu definitely can't pay attention to all the students. There are dozens or even hundreds of people in class together. At this time, the identities of the class monitors are highlighted. As class cadres, they can ask the teacher alone as long as they find a reason. At that time, the teacher will point out some cultivation skills and personal experience, which will be enough for them to slowly throw off other students. And the better the grades, the more attention they will receive from the school and even the government, and the resources will be tilted. When the time comes, step by step, step by step. So that's how it is. After saying this, Chen Chu understood why he said there was an inside story. For such an important position, it's really strange that the head teacher assigned the two students without asking their names. At this time, Xia Youhui said in a low voice, "It's not just that, I heard that the high school martial arts class cadres are rewarded with contribution points every month." Contribution points, what are they? Chen Chu was a little puzzled, he really didn't know these things. Xia Youhui shook his head, "It is an important resource for practicing martial arts. I also heard from my brother that it will give me a chance to earn a little after high school." Xia Youhui was obviously the kind of person he knew from time to time. After chatting with Chen Chu, he went back to talk to the girl in front of him, and quickly became friends with the students around him. Not only him, but also the other students in the classroom. They were all surprised by the new environment on the first day of school. Only a few people were similar to Chen Chu, sitting there silently looking around. Soon, Lin Shui and Yi Rui came back with big bags and small bags. After distributing the textbooks, many students left the classroom and walked together in twos and threes to familiarize themselves with the campus, especially Lin Shui, the monitor, and Yi Rui, the committee member, were surrounded by more people. Chen Chu chose to go home, he was going to buy food for the hexagonal salamander. "Boss, how do you sell this shrimp?" Chen Chu was standing in front of the seafood stall at the farmer's market. 21 caddies. Chen Chu paused slightly, then pointed to the dead little fish on the ground in the frame. "What about this little white strip?" $5. "Give me 10 caddies of white strips." Only Zhang Xiaolan has an income in the family, and life is stressful, so Chen Chu can naturally save a little. Scanning the QR code to pay, Chen Chu walked out of the market carrying 10 caddies of fish and some vegetables for lunch and evening. Zhang Xiaolan went to work very early every day and came back very late at night, so most of the time Chen Chu was in charge of making dinner and Chen Hu was in charge of washing dishes. Back home, it was only past 10 o'clock in the morning, and Chen Hu hadn't come back yet. Chen Chu threw most of the small fish into the refrigerator to freeze, and gutted the remaining pound of small fish, washed them clean, and chopped them into small pieces. After all, it can be regarded as eating for yourself, so it's better to clean it up. Having not eaten since morning, the salamander avatar was already very hungry, and Chen Chu felt a strong sense of hunger from the avatar on the way back. When Chen Chu went upstairs with a plate of fish, on the table, the small black sesame-like eyes of the white salamander rolled around, looking a little cute. Chen Chu's consciousness moved, and his attention fell on the salamander. Immediately, the salamander, which had been lying lazily, got up, squirmed its tiny limbs, came to the plate and began to eat. I don't know if it's because of lack of mental strength or because of sharing the same consciousness. When Chen Chu focused on himself, the newt avatar would fall into a weak state of consciousness. Although it will not shut down, the response will become very slow. Similarly, when his consciousness controls the clone, the reaction of the human body is similar, and it is impossible to control the two bodies freely at the same time. As for this problem, he doesn't know how to solve it at the moment. He can only see if he can develop the ability to focus on two tasks in the future. While Chen Churuo was thinking, the hexagonal salamander controlled by his consciousness took a bite of fish. As soon as the fish meat entered the stomach, it was dissolved and digested at an astonishing speed, turning into weak warm currents that spread throughout the body and became nutrients for growth. Then saw that the gills had hexagons, and the body of the snow-white salamander grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The digestion ability of the salamander clone is terrible. Every time it eats food equivalent to its volume, it will grow by 1 centimeter, and then do it again. It will not enter a buffer period until it accumulates 1 evolution point. According to Chen Chu's observation, the size of the avatar can increase by 4 centimeters a day, gain 2 points of evolution, consume 2 caddies of food, and it only takes a few days to meet the first evolution requirement. I don't know what the hexagonal salamander will evolve into, the big hexagonal salamander. Or will it evolve into a hexagonal dragon? New book issue, brothers who like this book remember to vote for it. Chapter 4 Zhenwu. Before going out in the morning, Chen Chu prepared the morning food for the nude avatar. It's just that before leaving, Zhang Xiaolan, who hadn't gone to work today, stopped them. At the gate of the old small courtyard, Zhang Xiaolan gently helped Chen Chu straighten his collar. Looking at the eldest son who was already as tall as her, his eyes were full of emotion. "Mom, is there anything else?" Chen, who next to him, was a little puzzled. Looking at the two sons, Zhang Xiaolan smiled slightly. "It's nothing. I just want to tell you and your brother that school just started. Don't put too much pressure on it." Chen, who didn't care, and said, "It's just junior high school. I can keep up with whatever I learn." Looking at the tiger-headed second son, Zhang Xiaolan smiled wryly. Of course she wasn't worried about the second son. What she is worried about is the boss, who can practice real martial arts after high school, but not everyone has the talent for cultivation. The eldest son has been weak and sick since he was a child, and at first glance he is not a person who can practice martial arts, and the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In case of being hit. Chen Chu said calmly, "Mom, don't worry, I know it well." "Okay." Zhang Xiaolan opened her mouth, but finally said nothing. Waving goodbye to Zhang Xiaolan, the two brothers Chen and Chu walked on the way to school. Along the way, you can see many students wearing school uniforms also going to school, some alone, some playing together, and some riding bicycles. The federal schools are divided into districts, and all students go to the nearest school, so many of them wear the same school uniform as Chen Chu or Chen Hu. In the classroom, class monitor Lin Shui and committee member Yi Rui arrived early, and many students surrounded them chatting, which was very lively. As soon as Chen Chu sat down, Xia Youhui in front of him came over and said mysteriously, "Ah Chu, I already know why Yi Rui and the others became class leaders." "Ah Chu, are we so familiar yet?" Although complaining from the bottom of his heart, Chen Chu still asked curiously in cooperation. "Why?" "It is said that the monitor's parents are strong practitioners. The class teacher must want to curry favor with her family." "Well, both parents are strong practitioners." Chen Chu asked, "What about the other one?" Xia Youhui said in a low voice, "Yi Rui is not simple. His family is rich and powerful in the city. Maybe he sent a red envelope to the head teacher before the school started, saying hello. I see, there are classes in any world. Don't talk about it everywhere." Finally, Chen Chu reminded Xia Youhui. "Regardless of whether this is true or not, as a student, try not to talk about the class teacher behind his back, otherwise it will be bad for the other party to hear." "I know, I only told you about this, and I didn't tell anyone else." Xia Youhui blinked, "As if I trusted you very much." At this moment, a math teacher came in, and the class fell silent. This World High School Culture class is not very difficult. After listening to a class, Chen Chu went into a daze. Of course, he was actually distracted from controlling the newt clone at home to eat. The 3 classes in the morning passed quickly, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. After lunch, take a short break. All the first-year high school students came to the back of the school in a mighty manner. There are more than a dozen high-rise buildings distinguished by ABCD letters, surrounding the practice area composed of the central gymnasium. According to the class, Chen Chu and others came to the practice classroom on the 5th floor of Building B. In the 500-square-meter practice classroom, a stern-looking middle-aged man in his 30s stood on a high platform. Behind him was a large screen 5 meters high and 8 meters wide. After all the students stood up, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. His sharp eyes made everyone feel a pain in their eyes. Hiss! Many students were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't expect this teacher to be so scary just with his eyes. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "My name is Pang Long, and I am your Zhenwu teacher in the first semester. Next, I will first explain to you what is true martial arts." As he spoke, Pang Long pointed to a pile of cement slabs that had been prepared under the stage. "Do you see those cement slabs? Come and carry them up." After a short pause, Yi Rui, the martial arts committee member, took the lead and walked out, followed by some boys, including Xia Youhui. There are 6 cement slabs, each about 1 meter long and wide, and 10 centimeters thick, estimated to weigh more than 100 kilograms. So even if they are in a group of 2, it is very difficult for the little fat man to lift them. At the same time, it shows that their strength seems to be a bit strong. According to Pang Long's request, Yi Rui and the others put the cement slabs upright on the table, forming a row of cement walls, not knowing what to do. Standing on the stage with his hands behind his back, Pang Long looked at the childish faces below, and said indifferently, "What is real martial arts?" True martial arts means making fakes come true. A few decades ago, martial arts and cultivation were just folklore, and they were jokingly called a showpiece, and they had no actual combat effect. Even if you practice hard for 20 years, you can't stop a bullet. But everything began to change in the new era. Some pioneers discovered that they could make falsehoods into reality, turning all the legends of the past into reality. And this is Zhenwu. Boom 1. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Pang Long's body, like a sleeping monster suddenly waking up. The powerful aura was as real as it was, and the surrounding air was compressed with a dull explosion, forming circles of twisted air waves and strong winds around him, blowing his clothes and making them explode. Pang Long on the high platform flickered, and appeared in front of the table across 3 meters as if he had teleported. His right hand, which gathered terrifying power, clenched his fist and slammed it out. Because the strength was too strong, circles of transparent shock waves even appeared in front of his fist. Boom. Under the shocking eyes of most people who couldn't believe it, the 6 pieces of cement that were stacked together exploded loudly, filled with smoke and dust, and the momentum was terrifying. Under the strong force, countless pieces of gravel and mud scattered like cannonballs, crackling and smashing on the wall more than 10 meters away, and smashing into small holes when they smashed. Fortunately, the direction of Pang Long's fist was to face downwards, otherwise, these gravels, which were as powerful as bullets, would fall on the students, enough to smash them into sieves. Gollum. Even Chen Chu swallowed this time. Although the information found on the internet says that a powerful practitioner can sink an aircraft carrier and tear apart a giant beast, but after all, it is just words, and it is far from the shock of seeing it with one's own eyes. Moreover, the 6 cement slabs are nearly 1 meter thick, so even an anti-material sniper rifle may not be able to penetrate them, but at this time they were directly blasted by a punch. This kind of powerful force immediately made Chen Chu's blood boil, and he was full of expectations for the next training. On the podium, Pang Long stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the excited and flushed faces below. He was very satisfied with the effect of his punch. Waiting for the smoke and dust to disperse, Pang Long said slowly, "Next, start the first step of cultivation. Everyone, wait a moment and meditate according to the pattern that appears on the display screen behind me, practice for an hour, and after the end, it will be the training class of the casting art. By the way, who is the monitor?" "Me." Lin Shui in the front row took a step forward. "Are you, full of energy?" "Not bad." Looking at the girl, Pang Long nodded and said, "Later, you explain to them what foundation building is, and come to me when someone meets the standards for building a foundation. The martial arts committee member of this class, you are responsible for maintaining the order of the future training classes." "Yes, teacher." Yi Rui replied loudly. Immediately, Pang Long turned around and left, as neat and tidy as Chen Chi, the head teacher on the first day, leaving behind most of the students with bewildered faces. Is this the end? Why are all these teachers so busy? Chapter 5 Genius. After the teacher left, class monitor Lin Shui stepped onto the podium. I don't know where she pressed the button on the podium, and the big screen behind her slowly cracked from the middle, revealing a white and pure lotus flower carved on the back. The lotus flower occupies almost half of the wall. The lines and textures on the petals are clearly visible, faintly exuding a strange light. Looking at everyone below, Lin Shui said calmly, "Zhenwu is too powerful. It is not a skill that ordinary people can practice, so foundation building is needed. The establishment of a foundation needs to meet 2 requirements at the same time, that is, the mental strength is sufficiently active, and the whole body is full of blood. The stone carving on the wall behind me is called Lotus Platform Meditation, and it contains the thoughts of a strong practitioner, which can help everyone quickly get started in meditation and get into meditation. When your spiritual power can clearly outline the Lotus Platform, it means that you meet the spiritual standard. As for the standard of unobstructed qi and blood and transpiration of blood qi, it is necessary to complete the practice of the 10-turn cast body art within half an hour, and the foundation can only be established if 2 standards are met at the same time." When Lin Shui explained this, most of the students in the class looked calm. Obviously they already knew this. Only a few students were similar to Chen Chu. It was the first time they learned about this. Their faces were thoughtful, and they listened very seriously. Remember, it is the country's greatest favor to ordinary people like us that we can build foundations and practice real martial arts. Not everyone can be awakened innately. Okay, everyone spread out, let's start the first meditation practice. After speaking, Lin Shui turned and walked off the podium, and found an open place to sit cross-legged. Seeing this, other people also followed suit. Chen Chu sat down at the edge of the crowd. According to Lin Shui, he focused on looking at the stone carvings, and suddenly the lotus flower continued to magnify in his eyes. Spiritual power, for ordinary people who have not practiced, is illusory, unable to perceive, unable to touch. But when the lotus flower occupied all of Chen Chu's sight, he subconsciously closed his eyes, and then clearly perceived the existence of spiritual power for the first time. In the endless darkness of consciousness, a transparent lotus flower with only some dotted lines slowly rotated, existing in his mind. Is this the meaning of quick start? It's amazing. Chen Chu was a little surprised. Although he is practicing for the first time, he also understands how difficult it is for ordinary people to perceive their spiritual power from nothing through meditation alone. This is still a situation where you can sit still. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people may be cranky when they close their eyes, unable to concentrate, let alone concentrate on meditation. One can imagine how much time this picture saved them. But next, when Chen Chu wanted to visualize the lotus entity clearly, he found that the progress was extremely slow and took a lot of energy. In just half an hour, he felt starry-eyed, mentally exhausted, and had to quit meditation. So tired. Chen Chu rubbed the center of his brows. Chen Chu rested for a while, and after feeling more comfortable, he turned his head and looked around, and found that most of the students had also withdrawn from the meditation state. Some people sat there in a daze, some stared at the stone carvings, and these people looked as tired as Chen Chu, and looked exhausted. But there are still people who continue to meditate. For example, Lin Shui, Yi Rui, and 4 men, 3 women and 9 other people in the front row. The little fat Xia Youhui was among them. After waiting for a while, Xia Youhui and the other 5 people also quit the meditation state one after another, and finally only Lin Shui, Yi Rui, and another boy remained. In this case, although no one reminded them, everyone kept quiet to avoid disturbing them. The meditation class is over, and the body casting training class is about to start. Following the sound of the horn on the wall, the 3 of Lin Shui slowly opened their eyes. At this moment, Xia Youhui came to sit down in front of Chen Chu at some point, and said in a low voice, "The length of the first meditation is actually a manifestation of talent." Chen Chu turned to look at him. This little fat man seemed to know a lot. Xia Youhui enviously said, "Don't look at me, although my spiritual talent is a little better than yours, I'm still a little worse when facing those 3 guys. I can be sure that they have at least 3 petals. And it seems that they don't look tired at all, and they are obviously very energetic. It may not take 2 or 3 days to meditate on a complete lotus flower. 3 petals." Chen Chu was taken aback. He didn't even visualize 1 petal in its entirety. He already had 3 petals. How big is the gap? Xia Youhui patted Chen Chu on the shoulder, comfortingly said, "Don't be surprised, this is the gap between geniuses and ordinary people, there is no comparison. Although they didn't practice in advance, they have already used some resources to nourish their spirits, and their innate conditions are much stronger than ours. But don't be discouraged, Chu, meditation is just a step faster, and we still have a chance to surpass them." As soon as the little fat man finished speaking, the big screen was closed again and lit up. A middle-aged man in a white exercise suit appeared at the door. He sank slightly and started to make gestures. "Everyone pay attention." Lin Shui in the front row said slowly, "The next step is body casting Ju. The 18 postures are practiced in a specific order, which can dredge the veins of our whole body and have a certain effect on body training. The bloodstone in the training room will automatically open later. Under the light of the bloodstone, we can easily feel the blood energy in our body, so we can get started quickly. When practicing, we need to use our spiritual power to stimulate the energy and blood to follow the practice, and at the same time, after practicing once, it will be a revolution. Okay, let's start." On the big screen, the middle-aged man began to practice at a very slow speed, and every posture was very standard, giving Chen Chu the feeling that he was practicing Tai Chi and ancient yoga. But when the 6th pose started, the difficulty suddenly increased. Many poses completely violated human body science, and his scalp felt numb when he saw the last few poses. A few minutes later, after the middle-aged man had finished demonstrating once, someone began to practice for the 2nd time. At the same time, on the 10-meter-high ceiling of the training classroom, a red spar the size of a human head lit up, emitting a scarlet light that enveloped everyone. Under the red light, Chen Chu felt hot all over, his blood boiled a little, and he started to practice subconsciously. The first pose is relatively easy to start, the second pose is a bit difficult, but it's okay. The third pose. Hiss. Just reached the third position, squatted down with his right leg stretched out, his hands stretched back and forth, and when he bent down, Chen Chu instantly felt pain in the fascia of his waist. Chen Chu's face turned pale from the severe cramping pain, and he dared not move. It wasn't until after a while that the pain began to subside and Chen Chu was already sweating profusely that he dared to practice the fourth posture. At the same time, as he practiced, Chen Chu felt that the blood in his whole body was getting hotter and hotter, and there was a kind of qi flowing through the blood along his whole body. Feeling this faint qi and blood, Chen Chu's expression froze. He didn't dare to be negligent. The little mental power he had just cultivated quickly restrained him, allowing this faint blood to circulate with the cultivation. At this time, everyone is practicing, but many people are stumbling around, and the only ones who are better are a dozen or so people. For example, class monitor Lin Shui and a few girls. At this time they are also practicing with the teaching on the big screen. Their movements are unfamiliar, but they are still standard. In addition, their bodies are full of flexibility, which is pleasing to the eye. Many boys stare at them and forget to practice. However, a boy was the fastest to complete a turn. After the practice, he was sweating profusely, and there was a faint white steam on his head. It took 10 minutes. After such a comparison, Chen Chu found that his physical talent seemed to be really poor. He is still struggling to bend over, one leg is bent back, and he is doing the 9th movement. Chapter 6 Heavenly King. The study pressure in this world is not great. In high school, culture classes are at 8:30 in the morning, martial arts classes are at 1:30 in the afternoon, and school ends at 4 o'clock. After school, you can participate in school club activities, or you can leave school and go home. As the school bell rang, the school suddenly became noisy, and thousands of students poured out from various teaching buildings. Soon football, basketball, tennis, and even the corridors were full of students, and those who went to participate in club activities were even more noisy. For most high school students, culture classes are boring, martial arts classes are difficult, but club activities are interesting. Especially those second-year and third-year students who have no talent for cultivation and have chosen cultural courses, they exude a youthful atmosphere. Acura youth enjoy a relaxed campus life. Compared to the bustling literature area, the wuxia area is much quieter. Everyone stays in the training room to practice hard, giving people a feeling of two worlds. Chen Chu came out of Building B with a shoulder bag on his back, rubbing his shoulders. From being excited about Jinwu to being sore and exhausted, it only took a few hours. Needless to say, meditation is already exhausting, but at least with the help of the school, you can get started directly, and the duration of the first time is also in the middle of the class. But the progress of the casting art is too slow. It wasn't until after school that he could barely complete 18 poses. He felt the so-called qi and blood under the light of the bloodstone, and his overall progress was the worst in the class. Not counting the fastest one, the slowest one also completed the first turn in more than 30 minutes, and the others probably took about 20 minutes. And in the 1-hour body casting training class, the fastest person practiced 4 times before stopping, and the training time was getting shorter and shorter. And after he practiced for a while, he felt that his energy and blood were insufficient, and his physical strength could not keep up. That is to say, his spiritual talent is not bad in terms of cultivation, but his physical talent is poor due to his weak constitution. Looking up at the scorching sun hanging in the sky, Chen Chu showed a faint smile on his face. Fortunately, as long as you can practice, it's about the same as I expected. He had expected this kind of situation, although he also had the illusion that he was actually a genius before. But the reality is cruel. His talent for comprehensive cultivation is very average, and he is in the middle and lower ranks in a class of 40 students, let alone a class of thousands of students. But talent is not good enough, cheats come to make up. Thinking of this, Chen Chu summoned the property page with a thought. Physical, 7.1. Strength, 7. Dexterity, 6. Spirit, 10.1. Talent, Soul Split. Cultivation method, Lotus Terrace Meditation, Progress 5 out of 100, Body Casting, 1/100. Divided Body. On the property page, there are more meditation and body casting skills learned today, and there is a progress note at the back. In addition, both physical and mental attributes have increased by 0.1, which should be the effect of cultivation. I didn't expect that this basic exercise has the effect of improving attributes. Moreover, Chen Chu has tested that when the exercises are recorded on the attribute page, his body will not forget them. For example, when he reached the 10th posture in the first practice of casting, he had to stop his practice because it was too painful and uncomfortable. Then I rested for a while, and when I practiced again, my body smoothly performed the first 9 postures without any difficulty. This kind of phenomenon, which is similar to proficiency in fixing, and the body will be fixed after learning, made Chen Chu and those geniuses a lot closer. Being able to clearly see the progress of his cultivation made him more motivated to practice. No rush, take your time. With a relaxed smile on his face, Chen Chu walked out of the school unhurriedly. The weather in September was hot, but fortunately, the urban greening was done well. Chen Chu walked in the shade of the trees on the sidewalk and headed towards the market against the cool breeze. At this time, the streets are full of cars, and there are many high-rise buildings along the road. Many billboards are hung with some celebrity advertisements. The shops on both sides are also full of various shops, which is very prosperous. While passing by an intersection, the hungry Chen Chu bought an egg pancake and a bottle of fruit juice. Back home, 5 o'clock. Chen Chu first took out some fish meat and thawed it in the microwave oven, and then processed the dishes for the evening. After finishing these, take out the thawed fish and clean it, cut it into small pieces for easy eating. In the room on the second floor, the hexagonal salamander, which had grown to 18 centimeters long and twice as thick, was eating fish meat under the control of Chen Chu's consciousness. As the stomach digested food, the hexagonal salamander became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye and grew 2 centimeters after eating twice in a row. This growth rate is faster than eating jinkala, which completely violates the law of biological growth. The evolution value has also accumulated to 5 points. As long as he eats for another 2 or 3 days, the avatar will be able to start its first evolution. Chen Chu is looking forward to this. The satiated salamander avatar lay on the table with a humanized slack on his face, while Chen Chu turned on the computer, ready to search for information about Jinwu. There is no way, because the original body was weak since he was a child, he has given up the idea of cultivation long ago with self-knowledge, and has not paid much attention to the information of cultivation. Combined with his young age and ordinary family, Chen Chu at this time knew little about cultivation. At this time, with the precise search, a lot of information about Jinwu suddenly appeared on the internet, including the origin of Jinwu and the history of Jinwu's development. There is also the division of the realm of true martial arts that Chen Chu wanted to know, which is called the 9 heavens of true martial arts. The first level is the lowest, and the 9th level is the strongest. As for how strong it has not been introduced in detail. In addition, a random search on the internet can find many performance videos of masters who open martial arts gyms. Some people perform a punch through the wall, some people jump dozens of meters high and fly over the walls of tall buildings, or they are surrounded by flames. There are also scenes of strong body trainers resisting submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even testing rocket bombing without being injured. After browsing through the video with enthusiasm for a while, Chen Chu remembered the business, searched, and found an introduction about high school foundation building exercises that got a lot of praise. The current high school foundation building is divided into meditation method and body casting method. The method of body casting is the foundation building method that Jinwu Tianwang fused the essence of many martial arts 10 years ago, and exhausted the mysteries of the human body, and finally simplified it. This method can help ordinary people stretch the fascia of the whole body, block the veins, move qi and blood, and make the whole body in a state of qi and blood in a short period of time. After research, the body casting method works well for young people under the age of 20, and the effect is most suitable for people under the age of 16. Supplemented by the idea of lotus meditation, it can help people quickly build a foundation. In the past 10 years, the number of practitioners in the country has increased by more than 10 times, and the basic strength of our country has been greatly improved. It's a pity that the lotus meditation method is only 1 grade, it can only be used to build a foundation, it can't compare with Jiuyo Heavenly King's 9th grade Divine Lotus Meditation. Below this post, there is also this person's division of talent. He believes that in the case of learning meditation method, body casting method supplemented with bloodstone practice, the students who complete the foundation building within a week are high-end, mid-level within half a month, and low-level within a month. As for those who completed the foundation building within 1 month or 2 months, he does not recommend continuing to practice. Because with the school's various resources and systematic training, people who can only build a foundation after a month have no talent for cultivation at all. Even if one practices forcefully, there is no hope of breaking through the 3rd heaven in this life. The practice of martial arts is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Instead of spending your whole life on cultivation, and end up living a lonely life with qi and blood decay in old age, it is better to be an ordinary person and enjoy life. Jinwoo Heavenly King, Jiuyo Heavenly King. After reading this post, Chen Chu was impressed by the names of these two people. I don't know what kind of person and how strong they are to create this foundation building technique that benefits countless people. Brothers who like this book, remember to vote for it. Chapter 7 and Ing Qin. During dinner at night, Zhang Xiaolan was concerned about Chen Chu's cultivation today, including younger brother Chen, who was also a little curious. It's just that it's the first day of study, and it's just the common method of foundation building, so Chen Chu just said a few words and ended the topic. After dinner, Chen Chu took a shower and returned to the room, sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. As he closed his eyes and concentrated, the illusory lotus flower in his dark mind slowly emerged. According to that post, Epine Lotus Platform Meditation, when meditating to manifest this lotus, is a process of continuous purification and concentration of spiritual power. Condensing the loose and empty spiritual power of ordinary people into a real existence that can weakly interfere with matter is the key to building a foundation for introducing qi into the body. As for what is entraining air into the body, I didn't elaborate, but when it comes to this step, the school teacher will naturally tell them. The lotus flower has 12 petals, and Chen Chu spent half an hour during the meditation class in the afternoon to condense most of the petals. At this time, as he practiced, the petal continued to become complete at a slow speed. More than half an hour later, Chen Chu slowly opened his eyes. His expression was a little tired, but there was a look of satisfaction in his eyes, because he completely manifested a petal. It's just that the proficiency has only increased to 4 points this time, which is 1 point less than in the afternoon. I don't know if it's because of the help of the meditation map for the first time. But according to this speed, even if it is 4 o'clock once, if he practices twice a day, he is expected to break through in 10 or so days. And this practice, the spiritual attribute has increased by 0.1 again. Next, Chen Chu practiced body casting in the room again. Although there was no light from the blood stone to assist, but there was an attribute page, Chen Chu still keenly felt the faint blood in his body when he was practicing the body casting art. During physical training, the mental power controls the qi and blood to follow and circulate, and the physical fitness is strengthened in a subtle way. The first time it took 35 minutes. Then practiced again, it took 30 minutes, proficiency +2. It's just that the physical attribute has only increased by 0.1 this time, and the effect is less than half of the increase in the first transfer of qi and blood in the afternoon. After practicing twice in a row, Chen Chu couldn't do it anymore. He felt exhausted, both physically and mentally exhausted. My physique is still too bad, I just need to transfer qi and blood for 2 rounds. While sighing, Chen Chu drank some hot water, then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Chu was very motivated for this kind of exercise that could cultivate extraordinary strength. Even if it's because of his physique, it doesn't matter if he's slower at the beginning. He has an attribute page to fix his proficiency, and hard work will pay off. If it weren't for the fact that practicing once takes a lot of energy and mind, and requires a long rest to recover, he can't wait to practice 24 hours a day. The next day, when Chen Chu entered the classroom, everyone was discussing cultivation. Someone asked the other party how many petals they had meditated on, and some people were concerned about how to practice the casting art faster and last longer, and felt that it was very difficult to practice. There are also a few girls who are ready to give up cultivation based on their complaints. They are sore and tired every time they practice, and after meditation, their eyes are full of stars, and they feel nauseous. Obviously, they have no cultivation talent in this situation. Chen Chu came to his seat and sat down, and Xia Youhui in the front row came over. "Ah Chu, how is your progress in meditation and body casting?" "It's okay," Chen Chu said casually. Xia Youhui asked persistently, "How much is okay?" "You guess." "We are good brothers, you actually let me guess that it's just the progress of the foundation building exercise." Xia Youhui looked heartbroken. "Didn't you also say nothing? Why don't you tell me how far you have cultivated?" Chen Chu was unmoved. "There is nothing to say about this." Xia Youhui said modestly, "My talent is very ordinary, and now I can only meditate to the 3rd petal, and the casting art can barely carry 2 rounds in half an hour. I only practiced 6 times last night, and I felt very tired and went to bed." Chen Chu suddenly didn't want to talk to this guy. Casting Ju can carry 2 rounds in half an hour, which means that he can practice once in 15 minutes, and he can practice 6 times in one breath, and his meditation method is twice as fast as him. Xia Youhui asked curiously. Ah Chu, what about you? It's much worse than you. Meditate on the first petal, and carry the blood for 30 minutes. From Xia Youhui's progress, it can be seen that his progress is very average, so Chen Chu didn't hide it. But after Chen Chu finished speaking, Xia Youhui was taken aback for a moment. No, I remember, Ah Chu, you managed to complete one operation for nearly an hour yesterday, right? It should be that the first practice is relatively unfamiliar, and the second practice at night is much more proficient. Chen Chu said casually. Is that so? Xia Youhui nodded thoughtfully. The cultural class in the morning passed by in a flash. At noon, Chen Chu took the food from the cafeteria and sat down in a corner of the cafeteria. Before he had eaten, Xia Youhui followed excitedly. Xia Youhui said excitedly, Ah Chu, the freshmen of the whole grade have been ranked. How do you guess the class leader Lin Shui is ranked? This one still has a ranking. Chen Chu was a little confused. He has heard of the rankings of what the university spends, but he didn't expect to go to high school, and these talents will have a freshman ranking after exposure to cultivation. Ah Chu, don't underestimate this ranking. Xia Youhui shook his head. There are more than 1,800 new students in Wugao this year, and all of them have practiced the foundation building method. Those who can stand out are geniuses. And the ranking only records the top 100, and it is not easy to be on the list. For example, An Jingqing from the first class has already visualized 11 petals, and the casting body can carry 7 revolutions in half an hour, ranking first. I feel that within 2 days, she will be the first to successfully establish a foundation. Well, I'm trash. Hearing this exaggerated progress, Chen Chu didn't know what to say for a while. He barely made 1 turn in half an hour, others can turn 7 in half an hour, and the idea of the lotus platform concept has reached the point where 11 petals have manifested. This gap was so big that Chen Chu couldn't even get jealous. Seeing that Chen Chu didn't speak for a while, Xia Youhui, who thought he was being hit, quickly comforted him. Ah Chu, don't be discouraged, this is just foundation building. The fact that they practice the foundation building exercises quickly doesn't mean that they have a high degree of compatibility with the real martial arts. Even if we are 10 days and a half months behind them in building the foundation this time, as long as the true martial arts practiced is highly compatible, we will soon be able to catch up with them. The real martial arts still fit, what is that? Chen Chu was a little surprised. Cough. I actually don't know much about this. My brother mentioned it to me casually before. Xia Youhui coughed dryly. Guess, how many names is our monitor, Lin Shui? Ha 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 ha, you definitely won't be able to guess. Before Chen Chu could guess, Xia Youhui laughed and said impatiently. Lin Shui is only 67th, I laughed so hard. That woman was so proud yesterday. I thought her talent was exaggerated. I didn't expect that she was only 67th. Ha 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 ha, Ah Chu, you know, I laughed for a long time when I saw this ranking. Cough. Chen Chu glanced at the girl who was walking behind him and stopped suddenly, especially the girl with an increasingly indifferent expression, changing the subject without a trace. Xia Youhui, how do you know this? It seems that only I know the progress of cultivation, and who ranks them. Don't you know? Xia Youhui was taken aback. The ranking of freshmen is posted on the school's official website. Anyone who follows the official website will know. As for the progress of cultivation, they said it themselves when someone asked them in the morning, and someone specially sorted it out and made a list. Although this ranking is not very accurate and changes every day, it also shows their talent potential, and many teachers are paying attention. After finishing speaking, Xia Youhui shrank his neck, and said inexplicably, It's strange, why do I feel a little cold? Chapter 8 Twins. Looking at the excited Xia Youhui opposite, Chen Chu kicked him under the table indiscriminately. But this kick was not too hard, Xia Youhui didn't react, and when he was about to continue to speak, a cold voice came from behind him. This classmate, 67, is it funny? In an instant, Xia Youhui froze, and he recognized that it was their monitor's voice. Xia Youhui paused with a smile on his face, turned around with a stiff neck, and suddenly his face was full of smiles. Ha, ha ha, it's the squad leader, sir, do you want to sit together? That enthusiastic look, it can't be seen that he was still laughing at the other party's low ranking just now. I'm only 67, but I dare not sit with this classmate. Lin Shui folded her hands on her chest, sneered, glanced at the handsome young man sitting across from her, then lowered her head to Xia Youhui, and said calmly. Student, I remember your name is Xia, may I ask where you are on the freshman list? Ranking, what ranking? Xia Youhui looked bewildered. Seeing him pretending to be stupid, Lin Shui sneered and said, why, dare to laugh at others behind their backs, but dare not admit it. Didn't you just laugh at my low ranking? Is there? Monitor, you must have heard it wrong. You are the face of our class. How could I laugh at you? It's too late to respect you. Xia Youhui spoke righteously, and looked at Chen Chu after speaking. Isn't it, Ah Chu? Cough. Chen Chu coughed dryly, lowered his head and took a sip of soup. I don't know anything. Seeing this, Xia Youhui rolled his eyes, and his eyes said, brother, you are not loyal enough. Chen Chu glanced at him, and replied, don't struggle, she heard everything you said earlier, even if I explain it to you, it's useless. In this case, I think it's easier for you to commit suicide. Snort. Looking at the two boys who were making eye contact, Lin Shui didn't say anything, just turned around and left with a hum. As soon as Lin Shui left, Xia Youhui put on a bitter face, Ah Chu, it's over, I'm going to be written down in her notebook. Chen Chu was annoyed, who told you to laugh at others behind their backs? It's okay to say a few words behind their backs about rankings, but you still laugh at them. It's okay to laugh at it, the Lord just happened to pass by and heard. With this luck, even Chen Chu couldn't help but shake his head. But there is one thing to say, this monitor is indeed very beautiful. A head of black hair was dyed purple, and the oval-shaped face was fair and bright, and the already delicate facial features were painted with light eyeliner, making the long and narrow eyes even more charming. He should be 1.7 meters tall, slender and well-proportioned, with a short-sleeved white shirt school uniform bulging up, at least AB+, maybe AC. The long legs and trousers are also straight and slender, coupled with the unique youthful atmosphere of a girl. It is no wonder that she is very popular in the class in just 2 days. According to the scoring marks on the internet, the appearance alone can score 90 points, which belongs to the goddess level. However, Chen Chu originally thought that the squad leader had a cold personality, but he didn't expect it to be hot and not easy to mess with. Speaking of this, Xia Youhui looked around mysteriously, and then said in a low voice, Ah Chu, did you know that the monitor has a twin sister? Twins? Sister? Chen Chu paused slightly. Xia Youhui nodded, yes, the squad leader's sister is Lin Yu, and she is also the squad leader of Class 9. She is as beautiful as our squad leader. Even Chen Chu was a little surprised this time, this beautiful girl is still identical twins, TSK. I don't know where Xia Youhui got the news, and then, while eating, he went sit with Chen Chu in class, all kinds of content. Time passed like this. The martial arts class in the afternoon is still the same practice classroom. In the 500 square meter practice classroom, 40 people were scattered, and there was no teacher to supervise them, and the class monitors Lin Shui and Yi Rui maintained order. Maybe in the eyes of those martial arts teachers, these students who are not even foundation establishment are not qualified to bother them. However, Chen Chu felt that, in fact, the screening had been going on since yesterday, people with cultivation talent. This talent is not only physical fitness, but also will and self-discipline. If one does not practice hard without a teacher's supervision, and is lazy, then even if this person can practice real martial arts, it is of little training value. Rather than working hard, it is better to give up early. Chen Chu found a corner and sat down, closed his eyes and concentrated, and entered the state of meditation in the blink of an eye. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as the school bell rang, in the practice classroom, Chen Chu, who was sore all over, sat down on the ground, panting. At this time, the shirt on his body was wet with sweat. After half an hour of meditation, he rested for a while, and then began to practice casting art to move blood. With the help of the blood essence stone and blood light that was opened later, it took more than an hour to carry it 3 times, proficiency +3, constitution +0.2, and the shortest time was 24 minutes. In addition to meditation proficiency +4, spiritual attribute +0.1, the overall progress is good. It was because of the extra transfer of qi and blood that the body was exhausted. At this time, Chen Chu felt empty and weak in his body, and because of the smooth veins, he was dripping freely. This feeling is very strange. Finally school is over. So tired. Yeah, casting is too difficult. Wang Gang, do you want to go to the club together? I'm going to take a shower first. Then let's go first. Geniuses are always in the minority. Chen Chu observed it today. When the students in the class practiced for the first time yesterday, most of them could carry it around in half an hour. But today, after a class, many people still only carried 2 rounds, and the duration was about 20 minutes, and there were only a dozen or so of them under 20 minutes. Although these people were not as exhausted and physically fit as he was after training, their progress seemed to be much slower than Chen Chu imagined. Of course, Chen Chu, the geniuses like Monitor Lin Shui and Yi Rui, didn't pay attention. He is not at the same level as these people. Whether it is talent or background, forced comparison will only make him discouraged. Life is long, and the race between the tortoise and the hare has just begun, so there is no rush. Chen Chu rested for a while, and waited for his physical strength to recover a lot before getting up to stand up. There are public bathrooms on each floor of the training building, which are separated for men and women. After taking a shower, you only need to throw your clothes into the cleaning and drying machine, and it will look brand new in just a few minutes. Chen Chu met Xia Youhui when he came out after taking a shower and getting dressed. "Ah Chu, are you going back?" Chen Chu nodded. "Yes, what's the matter?" "It's nothing." Xia Youhui shook his head, and then suddenly asked, "By the way, Ah Chu, have you bought anything to replenish qi and blood these 2 days?" Replenishing qi and blood? Chen Chu was slightly taken aback. Seeing his dazed look, Xia Youhui raised his forehead. "I knew it was like this." Xia Youhui patiently explained, "The main function of the casting technique we practice is to move qi and blood, open up the muscles and veins of the whole body, and at the same time have a certain effect of body training. This kind of situation consumes a lot of physical energy. When you first start practicing, ordinary people carry 3 or 4 turns at a time, and practicing twice a day is the limit. If you practice more, you will lose your body. Only when the physique becomes stronger in the later stage, can you carry 10 revolutions in one breath. If you want to increase the number of practice times and progress, and quickly strengthen your physique, you must buy some low-level blood energy resources to replenish your blood. Even for those geniuses who are ranked on the freshman list, their innate physique is better than ours, and they still need to use resources to replenish vitality." Chen Chu was stunned. "So that's the case," I said. "Why those people only practiced for 1 day, and they have turned 5 to 7. They are all ordinary people, how can there be such a big gap in physique?" It took me a long time for this reason. Chapter 9 Resources. After listening to Xia Youhui's explanation, Chen Chu was stunned, and asked curiously, "How much is the cheapest one for these resources for nourishing qi and blood?" "Is it the cheapest?" Xia Youhui thought for a while. "Currently, there are 7 resources suitable for our foundation building. The cheapest one is the blood antler from Tianyo Group Company, which only costs 10,000 yuan apiece. Taking 1 piece can maintain the energy and blood transport consumption for 5 consecutive turns, which is very cost-effective. Farewell." When he heard that the cheapest qi and blood resource cost 10,000 yuan, Chen Chu knew why he didn't know, because it was not something he could afford. Only Zhang Xiaolan and his family has income. As the grassroots manager of a metal company, Zhang Xiaolan earns about 7,000 yuan a month. After deducting insurance and family expenses, she only has a little left. This is still the case where the 2 brothers have free education and only need to pay for food. 10,000 yuan is nothing to Lin Shui and other wealthy families, but it is a lot of money to Chen Chu's family. Not to mention that a serving of blood velvet can only sustain 5 qi and blood transfers, which is a waste of money. "Old Xia, thank you for your reminder. I have something to do and I will leave first." Chen Chu patted Xia Youhui on the shoulder, and left with a shoulder bag on his back. "Lao Xia, am I the youngest?" Looking at Chen Chu's leaving back, Xia Youhui was in a mess. He didn't know why he suddenly became an old Xia from a youth in his prime. "I'm obviously very handsome, right?" Chen Chu passed by the school playground, thinking about what Xia Youhui said earlier. Obviously, Xia Youhui should have noticed that he forcibly moved his qi and blood in the afternoon, and was obviously weak after practicing, so he waited for him outside on purpose. Although they have only been together for a few days, the 2 hit it off very well and have some understanding of each other's situation. For example, Xia Youhui knew that Chen Chu seemed to be ignorant of many common senses of cultivation, so he came here to remind him, so as not to practice too eagerly and damage his body. At the same time, tell him that if you really want to speed up your cultivation progress, you can buy some resources to supplement your blood. It's just a pity that Chen Chu has no money. And even if he doesn't need resources, according to the current progress, he can practice step by step and have the confidence to build a foundation within a month. But Chen Chu remembered this favor, and treated this guy as a true friend, and changed his address from classmate Xia to Lao Xia. No way, who made this guy look old-fashioned? After 5 o'clock, Chen Chu returned home with 2 shopping bags, first made a large plate of fish and went upstairs. In the fish tank, the hexagonal salamander, which has grown to 22 centimeters, looked up, looked at a piece of fish that fell from outside the sky, and opened its mouth to bite. The taste of salamanders is different from that of human beings. Chen Chu's consciousness can feel the fresh and tender taste of the fish after entering his mouth. It's delicious. Well, it's the salamander's taste that tastes delicious, and normal people eat this kind of frozen raw fish only fishy and cold. After eating a large plate of fish, the salamander avatar swelled to a length of 24 centimeters, and its head was already the size of an egg, more than double that of a few days ago. Soon. Looking at the evolutionary value that had accumulated to 7 points, Chen Chu nodded in satisfaction. Brother, I'm back. It was a little after 6 o'clock, Chen Hu rushed into the house with his school bag on his back, sweating profusely, and obviously went to fight with his friends on the road. I'm back. Chen Chu, who was cooking in the kitchen, didn't answer. Go and wash your hands, and help to arrange the dishes and chopsticks by the way. Okay. Chen Hu threw his school bag on the sofa, washed his hands and came to the kitchen to help. Holding the bowls and chopsticks, Chen Hu approached Chen Chu curiously. Brother, you have been practicing for 2 days, how do you feel? Have you changed very much? Chen Chu glanced at him sideways, and said angrily, do you think that what I practice is a fairy technique, that I can fly into the sky and escape from the ground in 2 days? Hey, didn't everyone say that Jin Wu is very powerful? Chen Hu laughed. I don't know if it's because of the fusion of memories, Chen Chu didn't need to pretend, and he integrated into this family naturally. I just feel a little unaccustomed to the sudden addition of a mother. After all, he was in his 20s before time travel. Wait until 6:30, when Chen Chu finished cooking, Zhang Xiaolan also came back from get off work. At the dinner table, she cared about Chen Chu's study progress, whether she was suitable for school or not. After 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Chu sat on the bed after taking a shower, preparing to practice. At this time, there was a knock on the door, followed by Zhang Xiaolan's voice, Ah Chu, are you asleep? No. Then Zhang Xiaolan pushed open the door and walked in with a bank card in her hand. Chen Chu looked at her suspiciously. Mom, what's the matter? Looking at her son who was sitting cross-legged and ready to practice, Zhang Xiaolan said softly, when I went to work today, Sister Wang told me that after I started practicing real martial arts in high school, I needed to replenish energy and blood. Sister Wang's son was in the first year of high school a few years ago, and he bought a blood resource called Jinhu ointment. It is said that the effect is very good, but unfortunately it is a bit expensive, and her son has no talent for cultivation, so he finally studied the cultural department. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaolan handed the card to Chen Chu. I don't know much about these, so I can't help you much in terms of cultivation. However, there should be some students in your class who are eating these. You can ask them which one is better. The day after tomorrow is Saturday. This card has more than 90,000 in it, and the password is your birthday. If you think you need it, go buy it and eat it. Looking at the bank card handed over, Chen Chu was slightly silent. This money should be all of Zhang Xiaolan's savings over the years. Mom, I don't need it. Chen Chu shook his head slightly, and pushed the card back. Today, a classmate also told me about qi and blood resources, but I don't need them. No need. Zhang Xiaolan was puzzled. Chen Chu nodded. There are only 2 situations where qi and blood resources are needed to replenish qi and blood. One is that talent is not enough, and qi and blood resources are needed to supplement the foundation. The other is that the talent is very good. The purpose of replenishing qi and blood is to speed up the progress of cultivation, and to build a foundation 1 step ahead of others. I want to be 1 step ahead. And my situation is that I have some cultivation talents, but I am not a genius, so I can practice step by step, and there is no need to compete with others. Ah Chu, are you sure you don't need qi and blood resources? Don't worry about the money. If you think this money is not enough, Mom can go to Sister Wang and the others to borrow some. Zhang Xiaolan was a little hesitant. After all, she knew that her son's health had always been poor. Chen Chu was slightly touched, but also helpless. Mom, I really don't need it. Finally, under Chen Chu's persuasion, Zhang Xiaolan reluctantly believed that he really didn't need to replenish qi and blood, and walked out suspiciously. Chen Chu didn't lie to her, he really didn't need it. Even if the 90,000 yuan is used, the foundation is only built half a month in advance. After all, after the body casting is completed, it is necessary to meditate on the lotus platform. And practicing real martial arts after foundation establishment is just the beginning. Therefore, there is no need to exhaust the family's wealth to grab this little time. Chapter 10 Fusion Genes. The next day, when Chen Chu came to the classroom and just sat down, Xia Youhui in front came over again. "Ah Chu, did you know that An Ling Qing, who ranked first, completed his foundation building yesterday afternoon, and has already gone to Building C to learn real martial arts today?" So fast. Chen Chu was a little surprised. The foundation building was completed in 2 days. Even if the family has money and resources, it still needs an exaggerated talent. This point can be seen from their monitor Lin Shui. Xia Youhui nodded enviously. "It's not just her, I found out that the top 10 people on this list will complete foundation building in a few days. Including our squad leader, I heard that she has already visualized the 10th petal, and her chi and blood turn 8 times in half an hour. It is estimated that she will be able to build a foundation the day after tomorrow." Chen Chu then asked curiously, "What about you, Lao Xia? How far have you cultivated?" It's okay." Xia Youhui laughed, and then complained, "Ah Chu, can you not call me Lao Xia? I am so handsome, you can call me Ah Hui." Chen Chu nodded, "No problem, Lao Xia." "Ah Hui, it's Ah Hui." "I know, Lao Xia." "Ah Chu, I will break up with you for 3 hours." Seeing that he did not repent, Xia Youhui turned around fiercely and went to talk to the little beauty at the front desk. Chen Chu just smiled at this. "You are just old and honest, but you don't want to show your old age. What do you want Jia Jiahui to do? Do you still want to hack together?" I don't know if it's because someone has already established a foundation. In the practice class this afternoon, Chen Chu found that everyone worked hard and was serious. But unfortunately, talent does exist. Some people have practiced for 3 days and are still standing still, some have made good progress, and some have made amazing progress. For example, Yi Rui, the martial arts committee member. Chen Chu didn't know the progress of his visualization, but within half an hour, he transported chi and blood 7 times in one go, and he seemed to be able to handle it with ease, without using all his strength. Squad leader Lin Shui, not to mention, carried it 8 times in less than half an hour, then found a place to sit cross-legged, and continued to meditate. Their mental strength is astonishingly abundant, which is different from Chen Chu's meditation, which takes half a day to recover. Obviously, they should have also used resources similar to replenishing chi and blood, which can replenish or activate mental power. Thoughtful, Chen Chu moved his chi and blood twice today and stopped practicing. Each time took 20 minutes, proficiency +2, and physical attributes increased by +0.1. The progress of the practice is mediocre, but the improvement is stable. As the school bell rang, Chen Chu, who didn't sweat much today, was just a little tired, packed up and was ready to leave. "Ah Chu, wait a minute." Xia Youhui ran over nervously. "What's wrong?" Xia Youhui ran over, he said, "It's only 4 o'clock, what are you doing so early when you go back, do you want to join the scented tea club with me?" Chen Chu looked at him strangely, "You still have time to join the club, the squad leader is about to build a foundation." Although he didn't ask about Xia Youhui's family, Chen Chu felt that his family should be good, at least not short of money, and his talent was also very good, shouldn't he work hard now to build a foundation early? Xia Youhui said indifferently, don't be in a hurry, my brother said that the way of cultivation lies in relaxation, and you don't need to pursue too much momentary gain or loss. The squad leader is talented. It's normal to build a foundation a few days earlier than us. It's boring not to compare with her, and... Xia Youhui stopped talking immediately after saying this. And also looked behind, as if afraid that Lin Shui would suddenly appear again. Chen Chu wanted to laugh a little. Facing Chen Chu's strange gaze, Xia Youhui changed the subject and said, Azua, don't you think cultivation is too boring? It's better to look at beautiful women and relax your mind. Let me tell you, after my research and observation in the past few days, the beauties in the Flower Tea Club rank first in Wugao, and there are many high-quality beauties. Not to mention the beautiful girls in the second and third years of high school, there are many beautiful girls in the first year of high school just like us. Think about it, isn't it very pleasant and refreshing to sit and drink tea and chat with a group of young and beautiful girls on a scorching summer day? Xia Youhui seemed to have thought of the picture of himself surrounded by flowers, and his face was full of intoxication, so he didn't see Chen Chu's increasingly weird eyes. "Ah Chu, what do you think?" Cough. Chen Chu coughed dryly. "Your suggestion is good, but I have something to go back early, so you can go alone. By the way, look back." After finishing speaking, Chen Chu patted Xia Youhui on the shoulder, nodded slightly to the girl behind him with arms crossed, then turned and left. Behind. Xia Youhui was startled, turned his head suddenly, and saw Lin Shui gave him a flat look, leaving, disgusting, and passing by. Xia Youhui was a little confused. He obviously didn't speak ill of Lin Shui this time, did he? Why is it disgusting? The next morning, Chen Hu looked upstairs and shouted, "Brother, I went out to play with my friends, and I won't come back for lunch." Chen Chu's voice came from above, "Go. Today is Saturday, there is no class, but Zhang Xiaolan has to work overtime and is not at home." In the room, a hexagonal newt that has grown to 28 centimeters long is lying on the desk. The salamander has a wide and flat head, and the whole body is white and pink, with a white tail like a small tadpole trailing behind it. Combined with those slick black eyes, 3 pairs of red feathery tentacles behind the left and right cheeks spread out backwards, and the limbs are lying on the ground, looking a little cute. At this time, the evolution value of the clone has accumulated to 9 points, and the body size is close to the limit of the species. I saw the salamander taking a bite of fish meat, chewing with thin teeth in its mouth, making a squawking sound. By the side, Chen Chu was leaning on the chair, resting his elbows on the table, resting his chin on his palms in a daze, while his consciousness was immersed in another perspective. Accompanied by pieces of food entering the body, centering on the stomach of the salamander, a stream of faint heat spreads throughout the body, starting a new round of growth. While eating and digesting, the fish on the table disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. When 2 plates of food equivalent to more than twice the size of the salamander were eaten, half an hour had passed, and after 2 rounds of growth, the salamander had reached a length of 30 centimeters. At this moment, rows of words appeared in front of Chen Chu's eyes. Your salamander avatar gains a little evolution point by eating a lot of food. Your avatar has reached the limit of biological growth. If you continue to eat, you can no longer grow. The current accumulation of evolution points has reached 10 points, which meets the evolution requirements. Do you want to enable evolution? Remarks, the potential of this avatar is low, and it will not help the host's combat power much after evolution. You can choose to absorb a biological gene to increase the potential when you start evolution. Seeing the next line of remarks, Chen Chu sat up straight suddenly, and even showed surprise on his face, absorbing other biological genes to enhance the potential. Chen Chu had always been a little worried about the fact that the salamander clone was too weak. Although it can rely on evolution to break through the biological limit, even if it grows to 1 meter long, what about 10 meters long? Still a body of flesh and blood, can it stop bullets? At that time, don't talk about combat power, it will be difficult for those weak limbs to support a huge body and run faster. But now. Chapter 11 Evolution. Chen Chu pondered slightly, and then asked softly, how does this absorption gene operate, are there any restrictions? After a few days of research, Chen Chu found that this property page was not very intelligent, and would only make a reminder when a certain situation met the conditions. And respond to his query when it comes to the currently triggering prompt. Sure enough, a row of transparent text slowly emerged. When the evolution is started, the clone needs to swallow the creature whose gene is to be fused intact, and absorb the strongest gene of the creature to optimize itself. Remarks, only 1 gene can be fused each time the evolution is turned on. Can only 1 gene be fused each time, but even so, it's good. Chen Chu licked his lips, suppressing the excitement in his heart. At this time, countless thoughts emerged in his mind, thinking about what biological genes should be fused to the newt clone. Each time it evolves, it can integrate a biological gene. Chen Chu is confident that only a few more evolutions are needed, and the salamander clone can become very powerful. First, he eliminated elephants, ligers, etc. Not to mention whether he can get these animals, and even if he can get them in a short time, he won't be able to eat them all, and the genetic potential of these animals is actually mediocre. Although elephants are the largest animals on land, they are actually not very prominent in terms of strength, speed, and flexibility, including ligers and tigers. If you want to say what is the strongest single creature on the earth under the same size, it is naturally an insect. Ordinary ants can lift objects dozens of times their own weight, but mammals cannot do this. There are also fleas, which can jump more than 200 times their own body height in an instant, which is equivalent to a person who is 1.7 meters jumping to a height of more than 200 meters. So Chen-Chu thought for a while, and locked his target on the insect. It's just that he doesn't know much about insects, but that's not a problem. Chen-Chu turned on the computer and entered, "What is the most powerful insect in the insect world?" on the search page. Immediately, dozens of hot words popped up below. The hexagonal salamander was too weak, and it was difficult for its limbs to support itself to crawl, so Chen-Chu's first choice was to strengthen its strength. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen-Chu took a taxi to the largest flower, bird, fish, and insect market in the city. As long as it is a pet here, no matter it is flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, or swimming in the water, you can find it. For example, Chen-Chu bought Yuan's hexagonal newt pet here. On the street, in a shop called Whimsical Birds and Insects, Chen-Chu walked in directly, and asked the young man who was drinking tea at the coffee table, "Boss, do you have unicorns here?" "Unicorn, yes." The young boss nodded. Compared to ants with dozens of times their own strength, unicorn has the title of king of insects. The biggest record is to pry up objects 850 times its own. This burst of power far surpasses other animals and insects. The young boss brought Chen-Chu inside, pointed to several boxes on the shelf and introduced, "I have 3 varieties of unicorns here. They are the double-forked rhinoceros beetle, the Terrace Nanyang pocket and the mammoth pocket. Which one do you want?" There are 3 kinds of unicorns, each of which has a different body shape. The largest mammoth, Dodo, is as big as half of Chen-Chu's palm and more than 10 centimeters long, and Nanyangdo is similar. With a glance, Chen-Chu chose the last and smallest one. "Boss, I want a 2-pronged rhinoceros beetle." "Okay, 50 yuan a piece. Do you want to buy some feed?" "Need not." Scanning the QR code to pay, Chen-Chu left the flower and bird market with a small box containing unicorns, and extravagantly chose to take a taxi back. He couldn't wait. In the room on the 2nd floor, the hexagonal salamander lying on the table looked at Chen-Chu, and there was a box with a unicorn next to it. Suppressing the expectation in his heart, Chen-Chu opened the box and grabbed the unicorn. Compared to the mammoth's big pocket, which is more than 10 centimeters long and half the size of a palm, the 2-pronged rhinoceros beetle is only about 5 centimeters, which is not an exaggeration. At this time, it seemed that he felt his own destiny. Chen-Chu felt a strong struggling force from his hand, and the unicorn was struggling. Unfortunately, facing the fingers pinching the sides of its body, it had nowhere to borrow strength. Even if it had a lot of strength, it was useless, so Chen-Chu directly pinched its head and body, and broke it off. With a click, the unicorn immortal was killed, its head and body separated. Are then eaten bit by salamanders. At the same time, Chen-Chu called out the property page, and with a thought, he clicked on the option of whether to enable evolution at the bottom. Boom. Accompanied by certainty, Chen-Chu consciously felt a fiery power that had been accumulated for a long time erupt in the salamander, sweeping across his body like a torrent. Under this evolutionary force, the bones and muscles of the hexagonal salamander have undergone earth-shaking changes, and the cells have crazily divided and compressed. Even deeper genes are changing, evolving. When the salamander avatar began to evolve, waves of heat gushed out of Chen-Chu's body, and the muscles, bones, and cells that passed by were strengthened one after another. This change caught him by surprise. It's just that compared to the torrent of evolutionary energy in the salamander, the amount in his body is very small, which just makes him stronger. This evolution took almost half an hour. By the time it was finished, the newt avatar on the table had changed drastically. The body length is still 30 centimeters, but the body shape has become much more slender and coordinated. The belly with rib marks in the middle is covered by solid muscles. The wide and flat head became a little rounder, and the 3 pairs of feather horns on both sides became tooth-like, with a hard color, not as sensual as before. The fins on the back also spread from the back half of the body to the neck, and become white teeth, and become broad and flat again after extending to the tail. The biggest change was the slender limbs, which doubled in size and became strong and powerful, especially the muscles of the hind legs were obvious and full of explosiveness. Even the claw tips of the limbs are black, with sharp growths, exuding a sharp breath. This is still a cosmetic change. In Chen-Chu's perception, the bones of the newt's whole body became stronger than before, and the muscles of the whole body were full of explosive feeling like steel wires. And these changes are brought about by absorbing the unicorn gene. The strength of the unicorn comes from its muscle fibers and strong exoskeleton, which can explode and bear 850 times its own weight. It can be said that the current salamander avatar has evolved into another species, and only has some relationship with the hexagonal salamander in appearance. After feeling the transformation of the avatar, Chen Chu called out the property page with a thought. Physical, 10.5. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 9. Spirit, 13.5. Talent, Soul Split. Cultivation method, Lotus Terrace Meditation, Progress 21 out of 100, Body Casting, 11 out of 100. Divided Body, Hexagonal Salamander. Level, Low-Level Extraordinary, an ordinary creature that has evolved once, just touched the door of the extraordinary. The adult body length limit is 70 centimeters, and the combat power is average. Talent, Strength, strong muscle fibers and bones, have the potential to explode 100 times their own strength. Note, the current physical strength can only explode 10 times the strength. Evolution value, 0/50. Chapter 1200 times power. This time the avatar evolved, Chen Chu's body also received feedback, and the 4 major attributes were all improved by 3 points, reaching the standard of ordinary people as a whole. Spiritual attributes are even more than ordinary people. This change is a surprise. On the contrary, the change of the salamander avatar is even more exaggerated. It directly evolved from a weak creature to a low-level extraordinary creature, and obtained a talent called Strength. Although the notes indicate that the body of the current avatar can only burst out 10 times the strength, but the potential can reach 100 times, as long as the physical strength keeps up. This talent doesn't seem very strong now, and it's the same with a 100-fold explosion of this size, but what about when the clone evolves to tens of meters, or even hundreds of meters in length? At that time, the explosion of 100 times its own power will be enough to shake the world. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chen Chu weighed the avatar again. Before evolution, a 30-centimeter salamander weighed only 7 taels, but after evolution, the same volume has reached more than 3 caddies, and the density has increased by about 5 times. After weighing the body, it is another test. For example, crawling, the strong limbs allow the avatar to crawl quickly on the ground, much more flexible than before, just like a small lizard. At the same time, the claws of the limbs can scratch paper, like sharp knives. Because of the strengthening of the bones, even the teeth are much sharper, and the bite force becomes stronger, which can easily crush the fish skull. Chen Chu was very satisfied with the evolution effect this time. His avatar finally changed from a weak chicken to a carnivorous beast, even though it was only as big as a puppy now. Next, Chen Chu used his consciousness to control the avatar to crawl around in the house, adapting to the changes after evolution, and stopped when he felt almost. It's time for today's practice. Chen Chu opened his eyes. I don't know what will happen to the practice after the overall physical fitness is improved. In anticipation, Chen Chu sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation. In the dark consciousness space, a lotus flower composed of dotted lines rotates slowly. 3 petals of the lotus flower are clearly visible, representing the progress of Chen Chu's 3 petals. At this moment, the lotus flower was covered by a stronger mental power than before. Under this spiritual meditation, a transparent petal gradually became clear and solid from the bottom, and even the lines on it were clearly visible. One piece. On the bed, Chen Chu let out a breath with a smile on his face. This time, the training progress is +9, the mental attribute is +0.2, the training speed is twice as fast as before, and the mental exhaustion is not so strong after the training. But then Chen Chu's eyes showed thoughtfulness, and he thought of the person who ranked first among freshmen. He can condense a lotus petal in one meditation. He can practice twice a day. Normally, he can practice meditation on a lotus platform in 6 days. His spiritual talent is top-notch. But that girl named Qing completed the foundation building in 2 days, even with the resources to warm and nourish the spiritual power. The basic spiritual attribute is at least 20 points or more. There is also physique, the basic attribute must be more than 20 points, otherwise, even if there are resources to replenish blood, it is impossible to complete the foundation building in 2 days. And there are geniuses like Lin Shui who are ranked in the top 100 and are expected to be able to build a foundation in 4 or 5 days. Thinking of this, Chen Chu let out a breath slowly, suppressing the slight sense of superiority brought by the property page in his heart. He can't underestimate others. After a short rest, Chen Chu continued to practice the body casting art. Then I found that the speed of cultivation has indeed increased, and even the blood circulating in the body has become much thicker, and the body training effect is better and lasts longer. In just 40 minutes, Chen Chu transported qi and blood for 3 consecutive turns, each taking 13 minutes. After the training was over, Chen Chu showed satisfaction on his tired face. It's not bad, the speed of carrying and the durability have both increased by half compared to before. This time, the cultivation progress is +3, and the physique is +0.1. Basic exercises have less and less effect on physical enhancement, just like mental attributes. Chen Chu predicts that when he reaches the 10th revolution, he can strengthen his physical fitness by at most 2 to 3 points. But even so, today's harvest is great. Especially the evolved clone made Chen Chu realize its potential and its importance to him. But soon he had a headache. Because the evolved hexagonal salamander eats too much. It is only 30 centimeters long, but its food intake is several times that of before. It eats several caddies of fish in one meal. It feels like my family will go bankrupt soon. In the afternoon, Chen Chu fell silent as he watched the avatar on the table rise by 1 centimeter. The growth rule of the avatar is that every time it eats food of a similar size, it will grow slightly once. It needs 2 consecutive microgrowths to obtain 1 point of evolution. That is to say, the current hexagonal avatar needs to dry 3 caddies of fish for 1 meal, and 12 caddies for 4 meals a day. This is still the present. When it grows to 60 or 70 centimeters later, or even evolves to 1 or 2 meters long, maybe it will eat 1 or 200 caddies of meat a day. Thinking of this, Chen Chu sighed, if you evolve again, let's let him go. The hexagonal salamander was originally an amphibious fish, and when it evolved again, Chen Chu was going to throw it into the river to find food by himself. It happened that there was a small river not far from his house. This river spreads along the edge of the city, and the entrance of the river is a few tens of miles eastward. There are plenty of fish and food in it, enough for the clones behind to grow. As for why not release it now, it is naturally dangerous outside. With the opening of the new era, not only humans can cultivate and become stronger, but also many wild animals have mutated, and many mutant beasts have appeared. However, unlike humans who can cultivate and become stronger, those mutant beasts evolve very slowly, most of them are not very strong, and there are no hot weapons that can ignore the existence of humans. But even so, the wild is not so safe for ordinary people. It's okay to say that the surrounding areas of the city are cleaned regularly by the government. Usually when there is news of mutant beasts appearing in the villages and towns, there will be official people to deal with them. But those deep mountains and old forests where there are few people are different. There are many powerful and evolving beasts dormant. Ordinary people go to court for death. And the most dangerous is the sea. The ocean is equivalent to several times the land area, and the deepest part is more than 10,000 meters. The number of species living in it is terrifying. Under this base number, more mutant creatures will naturally appear. Especially those cetaceans that are already huge, some huge and strange creatures in the deep sea belong to the most advanced group after the opening of the new era. Once they are born with huge body size, once they mutate, their strength will become very terrifying. Fortunately, these creatures still like to live in the depths of the ocean, and the shallow sea is still within the scope of human control. Ships can sail and salvage and catch seafood. However, some deep-sea areas where mutated behemoths haunt have been listed as restricted areas. The same reasoning, shallow water cannot raise big buffalo. At present, most of the inland rivers are safe. Although some fish have also become much more ferocious, and from time to time you can see tens of hundreds of caddies of big fish turning over, but there has been no incident of attacking and cannibalizing people. At least not in the Commonwealth of Nations where he is located, and Chen Chu, the other member states, is not sure. Chapter 13 The King of Martial Arts. Chen Chu's house is in the suburbs of the city. Although it is within the urban area, it is actually an old urban village. The surrounding buildings are all low-rise buildings with 2 or 3 floors. Every family has a small courtyard, and not far away is the tributary of the rushing river. The next day, Sunday, afternoon. In the scorching summer, Chen Chu sat at the computer desk, browsing the posts on the internet about mutant beasts and the cultivation world. I don't know if I don't search. When Chen Chu paid attention to these news, he discovered that in recent years, all the allies have been stepping up their efforts to suppress the mutant beasts that appeared in the country. Especially in the Amazon rainforest, where there are too many mutant beasts out of control, and someone even took pictures of a 100-meter-long python in the river. A mutant beast of this level has already reached the range of a giant beast. In addition, there were many turmoil in one of the allies. Taking the lead are some cultivators, who are unwilling to have their rights controlled by ordinary people, and claim to establish a cultivator's kingdom so that everyone can practice. Some people analyzed that there were shadows of cultists behind those turmoil. Many people are paying attention to this international event, and there are live videos sent by local people. In the video, many strong practitioners rush to the machine gun position, ignoring the dense bullets and shooting at a terrifyingly fast speed, and their figures crossed a distance of 100 meters in a flash. Terrifying power erupted with every gesture, and a random blow would smash down walls, overturn armored vehicles, and destroy positions in the blink of an eye. Facing such a strong man, those ordinary soldiers are as weak as lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Only the occasional explosions, grenades, and even anti-tank rockets can stop them a little. In just over 10 minutes in the video, the government affairs center of that city was breached, with burning flames, screams, and sporadic gunfire everywhere. After reading this, Chen Chu felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't travel to these chaotic allies. At this time, Chen Hu's voice came from downstairs. "Brother, do you want to eat watermelon?" Chen Chu shouted towards the door, "I'll eat it after cutting it." "I knew you would say that." Downstairs, Chen Hu took out a watermelon from the freezer, cut it into pieces a few times, and brought it upstairs. Chen Hu slipped into the room and looked at the computer curiously when he put down the watermelon. "Brother, you are also paying attention to the cultivators of Koroya and the official battle event." Chen Chu picked up a piece of watermelon, a little surprised. "You also know about this?" Chen Hu proudly took a bite of the watermelon, and said vaguely in his mouth, "Of course, I am the one who wants to become the king of martial arts. Isn't it natural to pay attention to international affairs? King of martial arts, I'm still the One Piece." Chen Chu complained. Chen Hu was puzzled. "Brother, what is One Piece, the king of the sea? Is it very powerful?" Chen Chu was speechless. "The names are all pirates. They must be the ones who were chased by the navy and ran around. How powerful do you think?" "Forget it, I want to become the strongest martial arts king in the world." Chen Hu was sitting by the bed, eating watermelon. "By the way, bro, when I opened the freezer just now, I saw a lot of frozen fish. Can I finish buying so much? And the frozen fish is not tasty at all, it tastes bad. That's not what we eat." Chen Hu was stunned for a moment, and said strangely, "It's not for us, so who will eat it?" "Here. It's for it." Chen Chu tapped his chin on the desk, where a 32 centimeters long and sturdy hexagonal salamander was lazily lying on his stomach. After his reminder, Chen Hu saw the salamander lying on the side of the water tank, and was immediately surprised. "This is, bro, your pet." "Right. It's really that pet. Why is it so big all of a sudden?" Chen Hu was a little surprised. He remembered that his brother had a fever last week. He came in to take care of the newt and saw it seemed to be very small, a little bit bigger. How could it grow stronger than a puppy in just 1 week? It should be a mutation. Chen Chu foolishly said, "It has been eating more and more these days, and its size has skyrocketed, but there is no danger. Look, little tiger, turn over." As he spoke, Chen Chu pretended to make a gesture to the newt clone. Suddenly in Chen Hu's eyes, the hexagonal salamander that looked a bit fierce turned over. "Wag your tail. Raise the paw." Next, Chen Chu directed and acted out a few gestures, and then consciously controlled the avatar to cooperate, coaxing Chen Hu into a daze. Regarding the existence of the newt clone, Chen Chu was not going to hide it from his family, and at the same time he couldn't hide it. After all, he had to eat so much every day. You can hide it for a day or two, but it will show your feet after a long time, so it's better to tell them frankly. Anyway, these mutations of pets are not uncommon, and the government also has management countermeasures. Generally, pet mutations at home need to be registered with the local branch. Of course, the main reason is that these mutated pets are weak, and they recognize their masters and obey their masters. If there is an aggressive pet mutation that poses a strong threat to the surrounding residents, it will be forcibly taken away by the authorities. Pets like salamanders, which are a little bigger than puppies, don't look aggressive even if they are mutated. You just need to talk to your family, and you don't need to register. When he evolves next time, he will put his avatar into the river. So when eating at night, Chen Chu took the initiative to tell Zhang Xiaolan about it, but Zhang Xiaolan didn't care, but asked him to pay attention when feeding. In her mind, even if the little pet was mutated, it was a bigger fish. On Monday, when Chen Chu walked into the classroom, he felt that the atmosphere in the class was a little impetuous. Before he sat down, he learned from these students that Lin Shui and Yi Rui, 2 class cadres, came to the school yesterday and successfully found a teacher to build a foundation. Although it was Sunday yesterday, some students still like to practice in a spacious venue. Xia Youhui came over and said in a low voice, "Ah Chu, how are you doing? Do you have a sense of urgency?" Chen Chu glanced at him, then took out the textbook he was going to study this morning from the drawer, and said calmly, "It's useless to be urgent, just practice slowly." "As expected of you, Ah Chu, that's right, so what if others break through fast? I'll just keep going my way." Xia Youhui could tell that Chen Chu's calm was not pretending, but that he really didn't care that his grades were far behind by his peers. Unlike other students in the class. Hearing that the squad leader and the others succeeded in building the foundation, while they themselves were still meditating on the fourth petal and the fifth petal, moving qi and blood 4 times and 5 times, they suddenly became irritable. "It seems that anxiety is useful. Why did I go early? I don't know if I work hard every day when I go home." Correct. At this time, Xia Youhui seemed to remember something, and said, "Ah Chu, I will almost build the foundation tomorrow. At that time, you can enter Zone C to learn real martial arts. I can't practice with you anymore. Remember to work hard." After a long time, "You are paying for this sentence." Chen Chu glanced at him, shook his head and didn't bother to pay attention to him. "Hey! Didn't I want to surprise you, but unfortunately, you didn't cooperate." Xia Youhui laughed, feeling a little regretful. "Tomorrow, the foundation will be established, and it will be about 7 days before and after. Is the talent high?" Looking at Xia Youhui, who had a wretched smile, Chen Chu was a little surprised. He didn't expect this wretched-looking guy to be a genius. Chapter 14 Luo Fei. On the second day, Xia Youhui succeeded in building a foundation with another boy. Within 2 days, another girl in the class succeeded in foundation building, and then 2 more the next day. Therefore, there were fewer and fewer people in the practice classroom in the afternoon, and the atmosphere became more impetuous. After successful foundation building, they will go to Area C to practice. That area is the real martial arts area, where the foundation building freshmen, sophomores and seniors are all there. Both sides are like people from 2 worlds. After the foundation was established, Colleen Xue and others in the morning culture rarely came, and occasionally appeared in a hurry, as if their time was very tight and they were too busy. At the same time, the aura on their bodies became more and more forceful and fierce, so that those students who were close did not dare to step forward. This kind of situation makes those students who have not yet established their foundation more eager, and they are more serious and hard-working in the practice class every afternoon, which is different from the idleness at the beginning. But it's a pity that if you have talent, you have it, and if you don't have it. Another week passed in the blink of an eye, and the number of foundation builders in the class reached 12. With less than half of the students missing, the classroom seemed much empty. Monday, Chen Chu, who had a happy weekend, walked into the classroom and saw Xia Youhui sitting in his seat. Besides, Lin Xue and Yi Rui are also the class cadres. Xia Youhui looked at Chen Chu with a smile, and said hello. "Hey, Ah Chu, I haven't seen you for so many days, do you miss me?" Chen Chu was speechless. "You are not a beauty, so what are you thinking about? And you just went to Area C to practice real martial arts, so it's not a mess, didn't you just pop up today?" Chen Chu shook his head, and ignored him after finishing speaking. Looking at Chen Chu, who took out his textbook and was about to start class, Xia Youhui blinked. After a long time, he couldn't help but said, "Ah Chu, aren't you curious about the difference between real martial arts and basic skills?" Looking at Xia Youhui, who had an expression of, quickly ask me, Chen Chu didn't care and said, "What are you curious about? Anyway, I can practice after a while." "Ah Chu, you are so boring." Xia Youhui was a little depressed. He came early today and waited for a long time, just to see Chen Chu begging him to describe Jinwu's appearance, but he didn't expect this to be the result. This reaction is so different from the little girl at the front desk who excitedly pulled him to ask questions. It was useless to wait for so long. Chen Chu just smiled at this, he was really not in a hurry. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, accompanied by the melodious sound of the school bell. In the practice classroom, Chen Chu, who was practicing, slowly recuperated, and the boiling blood in his body also calmed down. It's almost there. Feeling the full of energy and blood in his body, and the slight sense of fatigue after carrying it for 7 rounds in a row, Chen Chu showed a smile on his face. During this period of time, he gained a lot. He thought that his meditation was completed 5 days ago, and he visualized 12 petals. Qi and blood transport can also achieve 7 revolutions in half an hour. It's a pity that the proficiency increases less and less as you go to the later stage. Now that you practice once, you can only increase by 4 points for 7 turns in one breath, otherwise he would have broken through long ago. But even so, the foundation building can be completed in about 3 days. The time just happened to be built within 15 days, and the talent performance was average, not very good but not bad. After resting for a while, Chen Chu went to take a shower, put on the clothes that had been washed and dried and came out. At this time, the opposite side also came out of the girls' changing room. After seeing Chen Chu, a smile appeared on her face. "Chen Chu, are you going back?" "Yes." Chen Chu nodded. "It's just right, I'm planning to go back early today, let's go together." "Okay." This female classmate is Luo Fei, a classmate Chen Chu met last week. During this time, the two of them will occasionally exchange their cultivation experience together. Plus, half of their way home overlaps, and they are all in the same direction. After meeting them a few times, they gradually become familiar with each other. The sun was hot, and under the shade of the trees on the side of the road, Luo Fei and Chen Chu, who had long hair and shawls, walked side by side. The cool breeze blew by, bringing the faint fragrance of shampoo. "Chen Chu, I think you don't have any pressure to move at rank 7 today, so you should be breaking through soon, right?" "Probably a few more days." Luo Fei glanced at the figures running on the playground in the distance, and said softly, "Now that I have successfully visualized, my energy and blood can be transported 9 revolutions within half an hour. After going back today, I will use up that explosive bear blood essence to practice for 1 night, and I should be able to build a foundation tomorrow." Chen Chu showed a faint smile on his face. "Congratulations." Luo Fei turned her head to look at Chen Chu, her pretty face showed encouragement. "Come on, Chen Chu, I'll wait for you at Area C first." Chen Chu smiled, nodded and said, "Well, let's work together." While talking, the two of them walked out from the shade of the tree. The sun was shining on Luo Fei's milky face, and the skin was as translucent as it was glowing. At this scene, Chen Chu's eyes paused slightly. During this period of time, Chen Chu observed a little, and found that the girls in their class were all good-looking, and the most beautiful one was naturally the class leader, Lin Shui. Purple hair slightly curly, beautiful face, hot goddess class. Next is Luo Fei. Different from Lin Shui's exquisite beauty, Luo Fei's appearance is beautiful and pure. Her fair face is as tender as fat, with a little baby fat, and her facial features are beautiful. A pair of beautiful phoenix eyes with narrow and long corners. Every time she smiles, her eyes will be slightly narrowed into half moons, revealing a hint of charm. The height is about 1.68 meters, and the long black hair likes to end with a white butterfly on the back of the head. The hanging white ribbon is mixed with the hair silk, full of freshness. This kind of innocence has a bit of charming and strange charm, which immediately compares with those young girls in the class. Even Chen Chu would occasionally react a little bit to her inadvertent charm, and had to sigh that she was another natural beauty. Then the two walked together for a while, and then separated at a 3-way intersection. It was exactly 5 o'clock when Chen Chu came home, carrying several bags in his hand. The 2 biggest bags contained more than 20 caddies of frozen fish. More than 20 caddies of fish meat is enough for the current avatar to eat for 2 days. In the kitchen, Chen Chu tore apart the white strips the size of a palm, washed the internal organs and put them aside, and filled the basin after a while. On the second floor, a 47 cm long hexagonal salamander was half lying on the table. Its head the size of a goose egg was slightly raised, and 3 pairs of red teeth and horns opened on both sides, like a little lion. Although the avatar is not very big at this time, the threatening feeling of a carnivorous creature has gradually appeared on his body. Chen Chu put the basin containing the fish meat in front of the avatar, his consciousness turned, and he saw the axolotl avatar opening its mouth wide, biting a fish and tearing it up. In front of the upper and lower rows of small but sharp teeth of the avatar, the fish meat was easily torn apart, chewed and swallowed in a few bites, and the eating speed was astonishing. Eat, digest, grow. Soon, a pot of more than 6 caddies of fish meat was eaten up. At the same time, the salamander clone became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its body length increased to 48 centimeters. After eating and drinking enough, the avatar lay down on the table to digest. Chen Chu sat on the chair and thought about it. He was thinking about what gene the avatar would fuse with next time. Avatars can evolve and integrate the talents of other biological genes, making it infinitely possible. But too many choices can sometimes be a pain, because insects and animals have so many other abilities, many of which are too powerful for humans to understand. For example, the tiger beetle's movement speed is more than 200 times in an instant, the mantis shrimp's supersonic burst attack, and... Brothers, let's talk about the next update time. The free period update time is in the morning and noon respectively. I'm not sure if there will be explosive changes. By the way, brothers who like this book, remember to vote for it every day. Chapter 15 Breakthrough. In the morning, on the way to school, Chen-Hu, carrying a backpack, walked ahead. At this time, Chen-Hu saw the steamed stuffed bun shop by the roadside. Feeling a little hungry, he turned his head to look at Chen-Chu, and when he was about to say something, he was taken aback suddenly, and said in surprise, "Brother, you seem to have grown taller recently." Chen-Chu said casually, "I know, it should be because of cultivation." The salamander evolved and increased his physique by 3 points. During this period of time, he practiced casting to move blood and strengthen his body, which also improved his physique by almost 2 points. In this case, Chen-Chu not only increased his height from 1.7 meters to 1.73 meters, but also his originally thin body became more muscular, straight. Even his pale face had more blood, making him look more handsome and healthy. Practice can also grow your body. Unfortunately, I'm only 13 years old, and I can't practice yet. Chen was a little envious, and then pointed to the steamed stuffed bun shop. "Brother, I'm still a little hungry, I want to eat 2 buns. Chen-Chu looked at him strangely, "If you want to eat, buy it." "Hey, I'm out of money." Chen-Chu frowned, "Didn't I give you living expenses only on Monday?" "Well, I've been eating a lot lately, so I'm done." Chen-Hu's eyes wandered, and he didn't dare to look at Chen-Chu. "Really?" Chen-Chu expressed doubts. Because it was done in the dining hall at noon, Chen-Chu would give Chen-Hu living expenses every week, and besides, there was a little pocket money every day. Although there are not many, it should be enough for him. As for Chen-Chu himself, I'm sorry, he is in charge of the family's life, and he handles the family's expenses every month, and is usually responsible for buying vegetables and cooking after school. It's just that I have to take care of my avatar recently, so the food at home is a little bit worse. Could it be this reason? After thinking about it, Chen-Chu took out 100 from his pocket and handed it to him, and said angrily, "Take it, and next time, tell me sooner if you run out of money." The purchasing power of money in this world is about the same as that of Chen-Chu's previous life. A bowl of noodles costs about 10 yuan. Today, on Wednesday, 100 yuan is enough for Chen-Hu to spend these few days. Originally, Chen-Chu planned to give him 50, but looking at Chen-Hu's tall and mighty figure at only 13 years old, he felt that 50 should not be enough for him. "Thank you, bro." Chen-Hu took the money happily, and bought 2 big buns, 1 bite at a time, and finished them in a few strokes. The two came to the intersection of the street, and a few girls in junior high school uniforms walked over on the other side, and waved to him after seeing Chen-Hu. "Chen-Hu, hurry up. Wait for me, bro, I'm leaving first. Go." Chen-Hu ran over with a smile. "Chen-Hu, is that person your brother?" "Yes." "Chen-Hu, your brother is so handsome." "That is, my brother is the most handsome, and his academic performance is very good. He was admitted to Nanshan Wugao at the top of his grade, and now he is practicing real martial arts." "Wow, your brother is amazing." Hearing the faint voice of conversation coming from a distance, Chen-Chu shook his head. Came to the class, Chen-Chu glanced at the classroom, but didn't find Luo Fei. It seemed that he broke through 10th turn and went to find the teacher to build a foundation. With fewer individuals, the class becomes more empty. This feeling makes most students more impetuous, and they are absent-minded in the cultural class in the morning. Half a month ago, everyone was a freshman in high school, talking and laughing. But only more than 10 days have passed, and with the departure of one person who established the foundation, the class of dozens of people is divided into grades, and there is a feeling that the later the breakthrough, the worse it will be. So in the practice class in the afternoon, even if no one maintained order, everyone practiced extraordinarily hard. But in many cases, the harder you work, the more desperate you will be. Because they found out that they really didn't seem to be doing well. As the school bell rang, the lights of the bloodstone were turned off, and everyone in the training room slowly finished their exercises. Most of them had exhaustion on their faces. Besides her, there were some students who showed unwillingness and bitterness on their faces. They practiced for half a month, and the transfer of energy and blood could only reach rank 6 in a row, and it was only rank 4 at the fastest in half an hour. In this case, they will not be able to complete 10 revolutions in half an hour at all within a month. Even if they barely build the foundation later, it means that they have no cultivation talent. Chen Chu looked at these things, but didn't have any thoughts. After a short rest, he packed up and prepared to go home. To have no cultivation talent is to have no cultivation talent. There is no need to force it. In this world, there is not only cultivation but also other professions. Of course, no matter which world it is, fist is power, and it is naturally better to be able to practice real martial arts and make yourself strong without pretending to be external. Under normal circumstances, Chen Chu would also be one of these people. He was born weak and unable to practice martial arts even if his mental talent was moderate. Only his physique restricted him. Feeling a little emotional, Chen Chu, who was carrying a shoulder bag, walked out of the campus unhurriedly. Night. In the room, Chen Chu was in the shape of a dragon, practicing the body casting technique similar to Tai Chi combined with ancient yoga. 18 postures are constantly changing, smooth and free, completely different from the initial unfamiliarity. More than 200 times of practice almost turned into instinct. At the same time, the qi and blood in the body were several times thicker, and while slowly exercising his body emitted astonishing heat like a stove. Who? Suddenly, Chen Chu stopped abruptly, let out a long breath, and a burst of hot air rushed half a meter away before dissipating. It's finally reached 10 revolutions in half an hour. Chen Chu smiled. At this moment, he only felt that the energy and blood in his body were smooth, and the blood was transpiring, and he didn't feel tired like before. Continuous hard work for nearly half a month, and finally broke through, and still forcibly broke the limit of talent. At this time, even Chen Chu was full of sense of accomplishment. On the desk, the salamander, which has grown to 50 centimeters and is as thick as an arm, also showed human satisfaction on its face. Slowing down, Chen Chu summoned the property page with a thought. Constitution, 12. Strength, 11. Dexterity, 10. Spirit, 15. Talent, Soul Split. Cultivation Method, Ipin Lotus Platform Meditation Method, Progress 100 out of 100, Body Casting Technique, 100/100. Divided Body, Hexagonal Salamander. Evolution Value, 2550. The two basic methods respectively increased his constitution and mental attributes by 2 points, and the increased physique also increased his strength attribute by 1 point. At this time, his overall attributes are 20% higher than ordinary people, and his spirit is 5 points higher than ordinary people. The performance brought about is that when he thinks about things recently, his thinking and conscious reaction are much faster than in the past. At the same time, the growth of the avatar is also progressing steadily during this period, and the consequence is that it eats more. However, this consumption is still within the acceptable range. Chen Chu put away the attribute page, with a look of anticipation on his face. I hope tomorrow's foundation building will not disappoint me. It's just that the foundation building before cultivation is so laborious and difficult. If the changes after the foundation building tomorrow are too bad, I'm sorry for his hard work during this time. Brothers who like this book, remember to vote for it. Chapter 16 Extraordinary. In the early morning, Chen Chu followed the flow of people into the school gate. What came into view were vibrant faces, no matter men or women. It seemed that they were full of hope for the future. And in the current Xia district, as long as they go to high school, they must learn the body casting art, so even some liberal arts students are full of energy and radiant. This kind of picture occasionally gave Chen Chu the illusion that everyone in this world is like a dragon. Crossing the liberal arts teaching building, Chen Chu walked through the training building in Building B where he stayed for half a month, and came to the building in Block C behind. The entrance is the office area on the first floor. Looking at Chen Chu who walked in, the woman behind the side desk asked, "Which class are you a freshman?" "Class 3. Teacher Pang Long is in charge of the 3rd class. You can find him on the 3rd floor and take the elevator up from there." After speaking, the woman pointed it out to Chen Chu. "Thank you." Chen Chu thanked politely, and then took the elevator to the 3rd floor. This is a floor that is more than 1,000 square meters more spacious than the practice classroom. Except for the 2-meter diameter load-bearing columns, there are no obstacles in the middle. The two sides of the huge floor are covered with various equipment and high-tech products, and the space is divided into individual training venues of tens of square meters. It was still early at this time, and there were no students practicing. Not far from the entrance, Pang Long, who had shown his face on the first day, was sitting in the office, browsing the computer. Seeing Chen Chu, who knocked on the door and walked in, Pang Long thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Class 3, Chen Chu." "Yes, teacher." He was a little surprised that he could call out his name, Chen Chu. After all, the two met once that day, and it was just the teacher's self-introduction. Of course, Chen Chu didn't know that the other party had read everyone's materials when the school started. Pang Long nodded with satisfaction, yes, full of energy and blood. To be able to complete the foundation building in half a month, the talent is not bad. Take this information and read it. It will take 10 minutes. After reading it, I will take you to build the foundation. As he spoke, Pang Long pushed over a folder in front of him. Seeing this, Chen Chu was not restrained, and sat opposite him to pick up the folder. From the slightly old cover of the folder, it can be seen that many people have seen it, and the contents inside are precautions for the next foundation building. The so-called foundation building is to introduce qi into the body, and what is attracted is the extraordinary energy free from the heaven and the earth. In the past, there were only all kinds of rays and magnetic field waves in this world, so no matter how much ordinary people practiced, they couldn't surpass the extraordinary. Until the opening of the new era 50 years ago, with the cracks where the giant beasts appeared and disappeared, endless supernatural energy poured into the earth. It's just that these energies are scattered in the world, so thin that ordinary people can't perceive them. Only some people who are born awakened can practice and become stronger. Faced with this situation, some strong practitioners joined forces with the country to study for many years and created the first generation of cultivation methods. Then, after optimization and popularization again and again, Chen Chu and the others created the meditation method and body casting art to strengthen the body and activate the spirit respectively. In order to further ensure the successful foundation building, each first-class university has built a special practice room. In the training room, the free extraordinary energy is 5 times that of the outside world, which can make it easier for beginners to feel, capture the extraordinary energy and introduce it into the body for refining. Theoretically, the first foundation building is a complete transformation, so the better the foundation, the longer the foundation state lasts, the greater the harvest. Besides, there are many details in the file that need to be paid attention to, so as to avoid mistakes made by beginners like them, resulting in the failure of foundation building. Looking at the young men who put down the materials, Pang Long said in a deep voice, "Have you finished reading it?" Chen Chu nodded, "It's over." "Okay, come with me." Pang Long got up and led Chen Chu out of the office. At this moment, several elevator doors opened, and a dozen or so students poured out. Among these people were Xia Youhui, Lin Shui, and Yi Rui, who had already established their foundations in the class, including Luo Fei, who completed the foundations the day before yesterday. Seeing Chen Chu, Xia Youhui showed a happy smile on his face. "Ah Chu, you are finally here. It's okay, so many days behind you." Chen Chu smiled. Xia Youhui patted Chen Chu on the shoulder vigorously, very happy. "I knew you were fine." Luo Fei, whose long hair was with a white butterfly ribbon, walked over, with a smile on her beautiful face, and a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes that were slightly narrowed, very charming. Seeing that they were classmates in the class, Lin Shui, Yi Rui, and others also nodded slightly, and Chen Chu smiled back. At this time, Xia Youhui wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Pang Long. "Okay, there is plenty of time to catch up on the past, so don't waste everyone's time." Xia Youhui smiled at the teacher. "Yes, Ah Chu, hurry up and build the foundation, and then you can choose a real martial art to practice. Come on." Luo Fei gave an encouraging look. After nodding in greeting, Chen Chu followed Pang Long into the elevator, but instead of going up, he went down all the way to the 5th floor of the basement. Out of the elevator is a row of corridors, with small rooms with closed doors on both sides. Chen Chu stood aside, while Pang Long went to the counter similar to a self-service vending machine, entered information, verified his identity, and then the machine spit out a card. While Chen Chu waited for a while, several teachers came down one after another, followed by 1 or 2 students. "Go, practice room number 15, remember, as long as you can last." Chen Chu took the magnetic card, found number 15 practice room and inserted the card, and the heavy metal door opened slowly. After Chen Chu entered, the door slowly closed again, and then a gap was opened in the white glass door on the second floor in front of him, and a gust of coolness suddenly blew in. This is a phenomenon in which high-concentration extraordinary energy surges to low-energy areas. Chen Chu didn't dare to neglect, and hurried through the glass door. The glass door behind him closed automatically after sensing his entry. This is a small room with a length of 3 or 4 meters and a width of about 10 square meters. There is a faint white light above the head, and there is nothing else, very simple. Who? Chen Chu took a deep breath, came to the middle and stood still, without any fancy preparations, and started to practice directly. The basic requirement for building a foundation is to cast the body 10 times in half an hour, which is equivalent to requiring 3 minutes to practice once, and the purpose is to let the blood of the whole body transpire. The idea of meditation is to make the spiritual power more concentrated and pure, so that it can move blood faster and capture the extraordinary energy that is free from the outside world. At this time, following Chen Chu's practice, the 18 postures of casting art were constantly changing, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and the rapid circulation of qi and blood in the whole body became hotter and hotter. After 10 consecutive rotations, the whole body is like a steamer, the qi and blood exude high temperature, and the mental power becomes more acute due to the active qi and blood. Immediately, he felt that energy that seemed to wander around, which was very weak, illusory, and ethereal. It's now. Chen Chu's expression froze, and he practiced the body casting art at a faster speed. At the same time, his mental power pulled a ray of external energy sensed by the body surface into his body. Boom. Chapter 17 First Heaven. Just when that energy entered the body and came into contact with the transpiring qi and blood, it was like sparks igniting gasoline, and Chen Chu felt his whole body was burning. Of course, this is just a metaphor, not really burning up. As strands of extraordinary energy were ingested into the body, Chen Chu's blood burned more vigorously, and at the same time circulated the whole body along with the carried blood. Under the burning of extraordinary energy, the nature of these blood energy has undergone some special changes, and the muscles and bones that pass through the whole body are greatly strengthened. This strengthening includes internal organs, fascia, and nerves, etc. This feeling is a bit similar to the improvement in the previous avatar evolution. It belongs to the overall improvement of physical fitness, and all aspects have been greatly improved under the extraordinary energy. Every minute, Chen Chu's body became stronger. This situation made him practice harder, and his mental power crazily guided extraordinary energy into his body. If it is said that the transpiration of qi and blood from the casting art is the basis for igniting extraordinary energy, then, the strength of the mental power cultivated through meditation determines how much extraordinary energy you can channel in 1 minute, and how long you can persist. Both are indispensable. The person who can think of and create this foundation building technique is simply a genius. When Chen Chu started to build the foundation, many students in the classroom looked at the empty seat where he usually sat. Beside, a short-haired girl said enviously, "Student Chen Chu hasn't come yet, he should have made a breakthrough and went to find Teacher Pang to build a foundation." "I don't think so." Another boy shook his head. "That Chen Chu, I remember that when he practiced the body casting Ju for the first time, it took him almost 50 minutes to complete a round, and most of the other students took between 20 and 30 minutes. This talent is the worst in the class, how could it be faster than us? No, I think he should break through." Although he was very slow in carrying qi and blood for the first time, I noticed in the later practice class that his cultivation progress has improved very quickly. Yesterday he was able to carry 8 ranks with ease. I also think it's a breakthrough. I'm envious, I've only reached rank 7 in cultivation now, and I can only carry rank 6 in half an hour. I don't know when I can break through. You are better than me. I can only carry 5 turns at a time now. If I do more, I will feel dizzy and tired to death. It took half a month to turn 5. You are hopeless, I advise you to choose cultural subjects. Woohoo! I have only practiced to rank 4, what should I do? The foundation building state lasted for a long time, and when the mental power was exhausted to the point where it was no longer possible to guide external energy into the body, Chen Chu's slowly stopped. Who? Chen Chu let out a long breath, and opened his eyes, which showed exhaustion and excitement at the same time. Fatigue means too much mental exhaustion, and excitement means that the practice during this period has paid off. Following the successful foundation establishment, at this time, he can clearly see the qi and blood in his body like a furnace, and his whole body is full of strength, and he feels like he can punch through the wall. Of course, this feeling is due to the illusion that the physique is strengthened too much at once. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chen Chu called up the attribute page with a thought, and immediately saw that his physique was 21, his strength was 20, his agility was 19, and his spirit was 24. The 4 major attributes have all increased by 9 points, which is equivalent to double that of ordinary people. Moreover, Chen Chu vaguely felt that this foundation building not only greatly improved his physique, but also seemed to have undergone some other inexplicable changes in his body. Thoughtful, Chen Chu opened the door. Looking at the handsome young man who came out, Pang Long nodded with satisfaction. That's right, the foundation has been established for 2 hours, and this result is already in the upper middle class. Looking at your appearance, you have gained a lot. Let's go and choose your real martial arts. Yes, teacher. Chen Chu followed behind excitedly. Successful foundation building is just the beginning, and the next step is to truly step into the door of cultivation. Following Pang Long, the two took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the 33rd floor of the building. This place is like a huge library, full of bookshelves and paper books. Just when Chen Chu thought that those books were real martial arts cheats, Pang Long took him to another place similar to the private room area of an internet cafe. There is a computer in each room. After you enter your student number, pass face recognition, and after entering the basic data, you can browse the exercises within your authority. Remember, the school divides the initial authority of new students by 3 days, 1 week, half a month, and 1 month. You broke through the foundation building within half a month, and you have the qualifications to learn 2 low-level exercises. Once the exercises are selected, they cannot be changed, so choose carefully. If you want to learn higher levels or other exercises in the future, you need to exchange for contribution points. There is an explanation on the computer about what the contribution points are. By the way, those outside are some Taoist and Buddhist scriptures, profiles of allied countries, and some information about mutant beasts and practitioners' experiences. It won't hurt to read more after practicing. Okay, I'm going to find someone to drink tea, you can go by yourself. After explaining this to Chen Chu, Pang Long walked into the office not far away, where a middle-aged man was watering the flowers and plants on the balcony. Chen Chu found an empty room, locked the door, and sat down on the sofa in front of the computer. The computer was turned on, and he could directly enter the student number. Drip. Student number 2055-967. Start face verification. As the intelligent voice sounded, the camera on the monitor shot a faint red light across Chen Chu's face. Verification passed. Welcome to the Tianyu Think Tank system. The next step is data entry. Please test the data on the tester next to it as required. Please start the first item, the arm strength test. Data test. Chen Chu got up, came to the arm strength machine on the left side of the room, grabbed the pull rings on both sides and took a deep breath. The upper body muscle strength exploded. The arm strength is 102 kilograms. The data has been uploaded. Please start the punch test. Boom. Punching strength is 210 kilograms. The data has been uploaded. Please start the kicking strength test. Boom. The kicking force is 290 kilograms, and the data test is complete. Your basic data has reached the first level entry standard, and you are eligible to receive contribution points. Currently, you can receive 3 contribution points every month. Now ask the students to choose real martial arts. After saying this, a skill browsing option popped up on the computer. However, Chen Chu didn't choose the exercises immediately, but stood there, reminiscing about the feeling of his explosive power just now. Arm strength is 100 kilograms, fist strength is 200 kilograms, and kick strength is close to 300 kilograms. If this kind of strength falls on an ordinary person, it is enough to kick to death. And this kind of power is just an introduction to real martial arts, and it is indeed a cultivation system that can slowly suppress technological civilization. Feeling emotional, Chen Chu came to the computer and sat down again, clicked to browse, and more than 50 names of exercises appeared on the monitor. Click on each exercise to see the detailed introduction. Mingyu Jiwei, the main defense, and explosive. After the practice, the body surface is as strong as jade, and after the mastery, the physical body can forcibly shake the bullets of submachine guns and rifles. Spiritual light sword technique. After practice, the sword light is agile and fast. The explosive bear combat physique, the main strength, and also defense. After cultivation, the chi and blood are thick and the strength is amazing. It is rarely comparable in the same level of exercises. Ghost legs, the main speed, and burst. The speed after practice is amazingly fast. It looks like a ghost when it is completed, and it will not be sensed by infrared equipment. Dragon Elephant Skill, Main Force. Brothers, remember to vote for it. Chapter 18 Heavy Weapons. After reading all the introductions to the exercises, Chen Chu leaned on the sofa and pondered slightly. He discovered that all exercises have only 3 levels, and the upper limit of cultivation is the 3rd level. This is the limitation of low-level exercises. Since there are low-level exercises, there must be advanced or even top-level exercises. This kind of exercises cannot be learned by ordinary people and requires higher authority. The authority is equal to the time when they break through the foundation building. The faster the breakthrough, the higher the initial authority. It's no wonder that Lin Shui and the others are naturally talented, and they don't hesitate to consume a lot of resources in order to quickly break through and build a foundation. They should have known about permissions a long time ago. Thinking of this, Chen Chu couldn't help but think of the time Xia Youhui waited for him on purpose that day, telling him that qi and blood resources can replenish qi and blood and speed up his cultivation. At that time, Xia Youhui probably not only reminded him to pay attention to his body, but also implicitly reminded him to use money to buy resources to speed up foundation building. It's a pity, even if Xia Yueming said at the time that he couldn't help it. Because he had no money, and his aptitude was already poor, the reason why he was able to break through within half a month was due to the evolution of his avatar and the solidification of his proficiency on the property page. Thoughtful, Chen Chu's attention returned to the choice of exercises. Each of these exercises has a tendency, but they can be roughly divided into 2 categories, main body training and weapons. Those who focus on physical training are further divided into majors on strength, defense, speed bursts, short distance movement, acrobatics, and leg skills, etc., and weapons are more diverse. But no matter what kind of weapon it was, Chen Chu found it extremely exaggerated. For example, for the sword art technique for practicing swordsmanship, there is a requirement in the notes that the selected sword should not be shorter than 1.5 meters, and the length should not exceed 2 meters. Your sister, 2 meters is a giant sword, right? There is also the hammering method of practicing the meteor hammer. The standard configuration data of the suggested item, the hammer head alone must weigh 100 kilograms, otherwise it will not be able to exert its power. The heavier the weapon, the better. Apart from this, several sword techniques are no exception. The most exaggerated one is called Beishin Shizhan, which requires the knife to be 3 meters long and half a meter wide. Where is this knife? Totally a door panel. However, the goal of the people who created these exercises was to deal with mutant beasts, and Chen Chu understood somewhat. After all, those mutated beasts are several meters or even tens of meters in size, not to mention the huge monsters. If the weapons are too small, wouldn't it be tickling for others? While thinking about it, Chen Chu finally chose a major skill, Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, a sword technique, Mind Eye Bright Sword, and the recommended length of the weapon is 2 meters. After confirming the cultivation method, Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief. It is so troublesome to choose difficulty. Although these exercises are all low level, they all feel very good, as long as Deshang can ignore light weapons. And every exercise is designed to maximize a certain advantage in a person, and it is specially born for killing. Then the next step is to exchange materials for practicing exercises. Yes, real martial arts are very powerful, but they are troublesome to practice. Many body-focused exercises require supporting resources to get started. For example, to get started with Dragon Elephant art, one needs to smear the body with the blood of a mutant beast called Tyrant Elephant during cultivation, so that the body can acquire a trace of elephant characteristics. Once the exercises are successfully practiced, the power will increase greatly. When Chen Chu confirmed the exercises, a virtual helmet-like thing slowly fell on his head. After reading the introduction, Chen Chu put the helmet on his head without hesitation. Authenticating, verification passed. Students are asked to relax, don't be nervous, start the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, data transmission with the mind and eyes. The screen in front of Chen Chu's eyes lit up, and a burly middle-aged man with at least 2 meters in height began to practice Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. On his body, there are lines of qi and blood circulation, like arrows running according to a certain law. These images pass through the special pupil memory beam, which can keep the brain from forgetting for a month, in a state of photographic memory. And 1 month is enough for freshmen to get started. When Chen Chu came out, Pang Long had already left. Take the elevator to the 3rd floor. Chen Chu didn't see Pang Long, but Xia Youhui, who was practicing not far away. His eyes lit up when he saw him. Seeing Xia Youhui running over excitedly, he was about to pat him on the shoulder with the hand that was the size of a motorcycle helmet and covered with spiked gloves, but Chen Chu quickly blocked it. You want to murder me? Ha, sorry, I'm used to it. Xia Youhui chuckled, put down his hand, and then asked curiously, Ah Chu, let me tell you, how much is your basic data such as punching strength? There is no need to hide this, Chen Chu said casually. Arm strength is 102, fist strength is 210, and kick strength is 290, just reaching the gate of the first level. The arm strength is 102, and the fist strength is only 200 kilograms. It seems that you haven't learned any fighting skills, Ah Chu. A person who has normally received professional training can achieve 3 times the strength of his arm, and even a person who has specially trained to strengthen his muscles can reach 4 times. Xia Youhui smiled and said, but it's not bad, the basic data has reached the first level of heaven, and there are contribution points rewards every month, which can let you quickly get started with real martial arts. The gate of the first layer means that after the foundation is established, the basic arm strength exceeds 100 kilograms, and the physical strength is twice as strong as that of ordinary people. And I remember that your physique was average at the beginning, and you should not even meet the standards of ordinary people. Not bad. Chen Chu nodded, his body was already weak, and he looked a little malnourished. In other words, your body is more suitable for strengthening your physique and increasing your strength. Practicing the body casting technique can strengthen your physique by 0.6 times. Only in this way, it makes sense that you can break through to the first level in one breath. Speaking of this, Xia Youhui couldn't help showing envy on his face. Because it is highly compatible with certain exercises, such as strength and defense, which are also a kind of hidden talent, as long as you choose the right exercises, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Good luck. Chen Chu said modestly. He knew that Xia Youhui had misunderstood, but this was just right. Waiting for the avatar to evolve again, his physique will definitely be greatly improved. This reason can be used to cover up the sudden surge in strength in the future. By the way, Lao Xia, what was your data when you built your foundation? Chen Chu asked back, wanting to know the data of these geniuses who built their foundation within a week. Me, it's okay. Xia Youhui smiled, with a proud face on his face. At that time, my arm strength was 140, my punch strength was 340, and my kick strength was 420. How about it? Are you powerful? You must know that when Lin Shui completed the foundation building, her arm strength was only 130. I am stronger than her. Chen Chu couldn't help but nodded, it's really amazing. Based on the average arm strength of ordinary people who have not exercised at 50 kilograms, Xia Youhui's physique was at least 28 points when he completed the foundation establishment, which was 6 points higher than him. And the growth of casting body Ju may only increase his physique by 2 or 3 points, otherwise he would not be envious of Chen Chu's 0.6 times increase. Combining the estimated 10-point improvement during foundation building, his physique should have reached 16 points before training, which is a lot higher than ordinary people. Plus some qi and blood resources, no wonder they practice so fast. Chen Chu, don't brag. At this moment, Luo Fei came over. Xia Youhui, don't forget that the average arm strength of a woman is only 40 kilograms. Even if the squad leader learned some physical skills before, her arm strength was 130 kilograms when she completed the foundation, which means that her basic physique has reached 3 times that of ordinary people, and her growth rate is even higher than yours. Really, could it be that I remembered wrongly? The basic strength of men and women is not the same. Xia Youhui, who had been exposed, looked bewildered. Chapter 19 Baotuan. Ignoring Xia Youhui, who was pretending to be stupid, Luo Fei looked at Chen Chu and suggested, "It will be noon soon, shall we go have dinner together?" The food in the canteen in Wuxiu district is different from that in liberal arts. They will provide a serving of exotic animal meat every day. When Chen Chu heard this, he was a little curious. Is there any difference between the taste of exotic meat and ordinary meat? There is not much difference in taste, except that it has better chewiness and richer nutrition, because the meat in the canteen is just an ordinary raised exotic animal. While speaking, concubine Luo put the hair hanging from her forehead behind her ears, revealing a charming charm inadvertently. At this moment, the office door in the distance opened, and Pang Long glanced at the three of them. It's still early for dinner. Chen Chu, come here and sign some agreements. Good teacher. Chen Chu, who didn't know what to sign, paused, greeted Luo Fei and Xia Youhui, and followed into the office. This is the law that practitioners do not use force to coerce or harm ordinary people, and this is a letter of commitment prohibiting the spread of exercises. Also, this is the Student Weapon Management Treaty, This is the Regulations for Practitioners' Daily Attention, Guidelines for Acting Bravely in the Face of Injustice. While talking, Pang Long took out documents from the drawer and threw them to Chen Chu. Some are regulations that need to be signed by him, and some are matters that need to be paid attention to after becoming a student in school, including the management of weapons and so on. Because there were too many files, even Chen Chu was overwhelmed by reading them for a while. Seeing his headache, Pang Long smiled. "I didn't tell you to read it twice. You can take it home after school today and read it slowly, and leave it to me tomorrow." "Good teacher." Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Pang Long nodded. "I've seen your foundation building data. It's good. You've chosen the exercises, right?" "Yes." Chen Chu nodded. Pang Long reminded, "Since you have chosen, after lunch, go to the logistics department to get the training resources and get started early. You must know that building a foundation is not only about strengthening your physique, but also changing your physique to a certain extent, so that you have a certain affinity for extraordinary energy. Next, you only need to practice real martial arts, move your blood, and you will be able to absorb extraordinary energy from the outside world to strengthen yourself. And within a few days of completing the foundation building, your body will be more sensitive and active to the extraordinary energy, and your cultivation efficiency will be better." Chen Chu was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect so much to say here. No wonder Xia Youhui didn't see anyone for a long time after they finished building the foundation. "Thank you for reminding me, teacher," Chen Chu said gratefully. Pang Long said lightly, "This is what I should do. In the future, you can ask me anything about your cultivation. I will stay here for a while every morning." Walking out of the office, Chen Chu saw Xia Youhui, Luo Fei, Lin Shui, and another man and woman chatting, talking about something. Xia Youhui laughed and said, "Ah Chu, you're out, let's go to eat first, and I'll talk to you by the way." Chen Chu glanced at Lin Shui and the others, nodded slightly, "Okay." The cafeteria in the training area is on the 30th floor, and the taste is similar to that in the liberal arts area, but the food portion is indeed larger than that in the liberal arts area, and most of them are meat dishes. In addition, there are many people. There are nearly 50 classes in the first grade of senior high school. At present, many people in these classes have made breakthroughs. In this case, there are more than 300 people who have completed foundation building in the first grade. Several people finished cooking and found a quieter corner to sit down. Here Chen Chu and Xia Youhui were sitting together, facing Luo Fei and monitor Lin Shui, and next door were two other classmates. After sitting down, Lin Shui looked at Chen Chu, who was opposite, with a smile on her face. "First of all, congratulations, classmate Chen, for successfully building a foundation in half a month." Chen Chu said modestly, "This achievement is far behind yours." Lin Shui shook her head slightly. "This is not a compliment. You were able to build a foundation in half a month, and your talent has surpassed most of the school's people. This is also related to the fact that we are looking for you. Please say." Lin Shui didn't go around the corner. "For us, building the foundation is just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go, so we are going to establish a community." "Society." "Yes, society. This club has two purposes. One is to exchange our experience in practicing real martial arts with each other, to encourage each other, and to prepare for the next trial." "Trial? Are we going out to fight?" Chen Chu was slightly taken aback. "Certainly." Lin Shui took it for granted. "Our practice of real martial arts is not just for fun. If we don't experience battles, how can we forge a strong heart?" "Chen, haven't you noticed that there are very few second-year and third-year martial arts students in the school? Even practitioners in society are relatively rare." "I really didn't notice these. Traveling through half a month, there were too many things." Chen Chu really didn't pay attention to these problems deliberately. Although he occasionally had doubts, he didn't seem to see any practitioners on the road, and he just thought that those people were hiding in the city. After the second grade, all practitioners must participate in the trial. In previous years, the mission locations were usually primeval forest areas blocked by the military. Over the years, there have been more and more mutated creatures, which need to be cleaned up regularly. Therefore, the trials are dangerous, and there are casualties every year. Faced with this situation, many sophomores will choose to form a team to improve the task completion rate. This is why I plan to establish a club. Currently there are 5 club members, all of whom are classmates in the class. If there is no accident in the next year's run-in, we will form a team to participate in the trial next year. Of course, if during this year, everyone finds incompatibility in the 3 views of personality after contact, you can also withdraw from the club at any time. How about it? Is student Chen interested in joining? Facing Lin Xue's invitation, Chen Chu pondered slightly. Actually, joining this club has no disadvantages for him at present, only benefits, such as some information sharing and some common sense. Because of their family background, Lin Xue and Xia Youhui knew a lot of news that ordinary people didn't. Coupled with the fact that they are very talented, this situation will result in one step ahead, step by step, and the gap between ordinary people and them will become wider and wider. Of course, if you are talented and evil, you can naturally come from behind. But the question is, in this world, how many ordinary people are talented enough to reach the evildoer level? Moreover, Chen Chu knew in his heart that Lin Xue would invite him to join the club because he completed foundation building within half a month, and his talent was average, not too bad. This is not to say that Lin Xue and others are realistic, but that dragons do not live with snakes. Just for a while, Chen Chu made an analysis of the pros and cons of all aspects, and then said politely, "Can I think about it for 2 days?" "Okay." Lin Xue paused slightly, hearing that this was Chen Chu's polite refusal. It's just that she couldn't figure out why this boy named Chen Chu refused to join this club that was obviously more beneficial to him. Not only Lin Xue, but others were also a little surprised. Of course they didn't know that Chen Chu had too many secrets. Compared with the benefit of joining the club, he still felt that it was better to practice alone. Chapter 20 Dragon Elephant. Old Xia, why don't you ask me why I refused to join your club? Too lazy to ask, Ah Chu, you must have your own reasons. After lunch, everyone dispersed after Chen Chu declined. Chen Chu was going to the logistics department to exchange for cultivation resources. Xia Youhui volunteered to lead the way. Chen Chu was a little surprised on the way. Xia Youhui didn't ask him why he refused. By the way, Ah Chu, you can complete the foundation building within half a month. According to regulations, you can get 3 contribution points every month. You must not use them indiscriminately. If someone asks you to collect contribution points, you just give him a punch and tell him to go. There are still people who buy contribution points. Of course, contribution points are not enough for everyone. Xia Youhui explained, under normal circumstances, the school's contribution point exchange rate is 1 to 1,000, and the black market is 1 to 3,000, but there is no market for both. Especially for us new students, contribution points are more important, and they can be exchanged for resources that cannot be seen in the market in the logistics department. When every freshman buys cultivation resources for the first time, the school will give a 10% discount. For example, the blood essence of the Baxiang that you want to exchange next will cost 50,000 yuan in the market, and ordinary people can't buy it, but the exchange of contribution points only needs 20 points. There are also weapons, ordinary first-class alloy swords and the like, which sell for 35,000 units, and only 10 points of contribution are needed to exchange them at the school. In addition, if you want to practice other exercises, you also need to exchange contribution points, so everyone lacks this thing, and some people have reached the point of contribution to buy new students. Some freshmen who have just established their foundations, without knowing the importance of contribution points, can't help but be tempted to exchange 1 point for 3,000, or even 5,000 high prices. This happens every year, and students who sell their contribution points soon regret it. Why didn't the school remind those new students? Chen Chu couldn't help wondering. Xia Youhui shrugged, the school is not a nanny. The basic resources are all ready for you. Who can you blame if you can't help tempting yourself? That's true too. Chen Chu nodded. This world is still dominated by ordinary people. For those high school students from ordinary families, it is indeed a great temptation to sell thousands of dollars for 1 point of contribution. While the two were talking, they came to Building D where the logistics department was located. As soon as they walked into the office hall, some students in grades older than them looked over, and one of the students with dyed blonde hair was even more enthusiastic. Student, do you have any idea of selling contribution points? Just 1 contribution point, you can sell 5,000 quickly. Before Chen Chu could open his mouth, Xia Youhui said angrily, go away, go as far as you want, you blood-sucking newborn trash. The blonde boy narrowed his eyes, exuded a faint dangerous aura, and said in a deep voice, schoolboy, I'm just asking if I want to trade normally, there's no need to speak so harshly. I advise you to be more polite, I'm not a freshman in high school. Why, you still want to bite me? Xia Youhui was not afraid of him at all, he puffed up his chest and said in disdain, "Come on, hit me if you have the guts. Don't think I'm afraid of you if you practiced for a year earlier. Try hitting me if you have the guts. Come on, hit me." Looking at Xia Youhui, who moved his face towards Xia Youhui with an arrogant face, the sophomore in high school looked ugly, but he really didn't dare to do anything because of some scruples. "I really can't do anything to you at school, but don't be too arrogant." After finishing speaking, the blonde boy left in a cold voice. "Cut. Threatening me, do you think I was scared?" Xia Youhui said disdainfully, "Don't think that one more year of practice is nothing special. My brother is still a high-level practitioner. How dare you try to bully the small outside the school?" Hearing the word, advanced cultivator, the blonde boy's expression changed drastically, and his pace of leaving became much faster. Watching the seniors leave, Chen Chu couldn't help looking at Xia Youhui with renewed acquaintance, and said, "Okay, Lao Xia, I didn't expect you to have such an arrogant side." "Hey! Ah Chu, you've used the wrong words. I'm complaining on the ground of righteousness. How can I say arrogant? However, there is really no need to care about these senior students. They dare not do anything in school, and can only scare the new students with their power. As for leaving the school, they will not retaliate for this matter, otherwise, if they are reported, they will not be able to bear the consequences." While talking, the two came to the window counter. "Teacher, I want to exchange for a copy of the Blood of the Tyrant Elephant. Enter the student number." Authentication passed. "The essence of the Tyrant Elephant requires 20 contribution points, but you are a freshman, and you can get a 10% discount for the first exchange of training resources and weapons. Are you sure about the exchange?" "Sure." There were no twists and turns. After deducting 2 contribution points from Chen Chu, the teacher turned around and went to the wall cabinet behind to operate a few times. Immediately, the edge of the wall moved, and a lattice similar to a small freight elevator descended, opening to reveal a palm-sized black vial. After accompanying Chen Chu to exchange the Baxiang blood essence, Xia Youhui left with a smile. He still had to practice in the afternoon. Chen Chu went back to the 3rd floor alone and applied for an independent practice room. In the training room of about 20 square meters, Chen Chu took off his shirt, took out the bottle of Tyrant Elephant blood and opened it, and suddenly a strong smell of blood came to his face. Chen Chu carefully poured out a drop of blood that was as thick as jelly, and a hot feeling came from his hand. As required, Chen Chu began to smear blood essence on his body. The front, back, arms, and legs were soon covered with scarlet blood. At this moment, Chen Chu closed his eyes slightly, and the opening chapter of the Dragon Elephant skill appeared in his mind. Manpower is limited, and human beings alone cannot match those giant creatures. For this reason, I created this exercise that uses external force to strengthen myself. To practice this technique, you need to smear the upper body with the blood essence of elephant-like mutant animals. Among them, the blood essence of the bull elephant is the best for beginners. After the blood essence is applied to the whole body. Recalling the cultivation steps, the qi and blood in Chen Chu's body began to circulate according to the route of the dragon elephant kung fu, and his spiritual power was emitted, attracting the energy of the surrounding world. Boom. With the extraordinary energy entering his body, Chen Chu's whole body's blood was ignited again. With the transpiration of blood running, the bully elephant's blood essence smeared on his body was also affected. These blood became scorching hot, hot streams mixed with extraordinary energy poured into Chen Chu's body, and were refined together by the circulating qi and blood. Indistinctly, Chen Chu faintly heard the thick and overbearing neighing of the giant statue, which shook his consciousness a little. Holding his mind to keep one, Chen Chu ignored these mental influences, and focused on running qi and blood to refine extraordinary energy and essence blood power, 1 turn, 2 turns. Hurrah! Accompanied by the absorption of Baxiang's essence and blood, Chen Chu's physique began to undergo special changes under the operation of the kung fu, and his muscles and membranes became stronger and more resilient. Even the internal organs were affected to some extent, the breathing was as heavy as a growl, and the whole body gradually exuded a faint coercion. It's as if standing there is not a teenager, but a huge elephant, which is awe-inspiring. Brothers, remember to vote for it. Chapter 21 Let's be strong, in exchange for pain. In the training room, as the boiling qi and blood subsided, Chen Chu slowly opened his eyes, and there was a faint twinkle in his eyes, fierce and compelling. Is this real martial arts? It's really powerful. While sighing, Chen Chu shook his right hand slightly, and the muscles of his entire arm suddenly swelled slightly, forming a powerful force gathered between the palms. He could feel that his physical attributes had not improved much as a whole, but his skin and muscles had become tougher. But after practicing Jackie Chan Kung Fu, the nature of the power in the body has changed. Strength has changed from loose to more cohesive, domineering, and substantive, and can explode with about twice the destructive power of before. Don't underestimate this point. If Chin Chu's boxing strength test in the morning was 210 kilograms, now it is enough to explode to the point of 400 kilograms, which is a terrifying increase. This is still the case without practicing the supporting combat skills of Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. According to the description of the exercises, there are 2 types of supporting combat skills for the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, each of which can allow the user to explode with power far beyond the limit, just like a giant elephant stepping on the ground. Feeling the changes in his body slightly, Chen Chutsai called out the property page with a thought. Level, First Heaven. Constitution, 23. Strength, 24. Dexterity, 19. Spirit, 24. Talent, Soul Split. Gong Method, Lotus Platform Meditation, Consummation, Dragon Elephant Gong, Introduction, First Floor. Divided Body. Introduction to Martial Arts, Physical Fitness increased by 2 points, Strength Attribute increased by 3 points, nothing else. Hey! There is no proficiency note behind the real martial arts. Chen Chu was slightly taken aback, and then looked at the notes behind the Dragon Elephant skill, and found that there was indeed no reminder of the proficiency progress. But there is an extra grade note on it. After studying for a while, Chen Chu, who had no results, shook his head, opened the door of the training room, and walked into the changing room to wash off the dry blood on his body. At this time, it was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was no one on the 3rd floor, but Pang Long was still in the office. Seeing this, Chen Chu knocked on the half-open door and greeted Pang Long inside. "Teacher, I'm going first." "Go, by the way, Chen Chu, I remember you also chose a weapon skill." Pang Long called Chen Chu again. "Right." Pang Long reminded, "Weapon skills are not in a hurry, now you should focus on the main skills, even if you go back to school, you must practice hard. You must know that the First Heaven is still an ordinary person, but the strength is stronger than ordinary people. Only after breaking through the 2nd heaven will the distance be greatly opened. Of course, it's too easy to blindly practice hard work. Occasionally, you still have to take time to go to cultural classes, and you have to relax. Thank you for reminding me, teacher." Chen Chu nodded, then greeted again before turning and leaving. For this martial arts teacher, at first Chen Chu thought he was a stern and cold person, but today he discovered that he was actually very responsible. Coming out of Building C, Chen Chu didn't walk through the playgrounds and take the main entrance as usual, but followed the road signs to the south entrance. This road is much closer to the practice area, and it is also the reason why martial arts students and cultural class students rarely meet each other. It is not a gate to enter and exit. It is a ghost to meet. When Chen Chu returned home, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Fortunately, he sent a message to Chen Hu at noon, saying that he would be back later today, so he opened the door, and when he entered, he saw Chen Hu cooking. "Brother, you are back." As soon as he turned his head, Chen Hu was surprised, and looked at Chen Chu. "Brother, why haven't you been gone for a day, and you suddenly become a lot more powerful?" Chen Chu glanced at him sideways. "Is that an exaggeration?" "No, really brother." Chen Hu shook his head, wanting to describe that feeling, but he didn't know where to start. Chen Chu is still the same, but it is different from the feeling of a beautiful boy before, and there seems to be a heavy sense of urgency on his body. Chen Chu shook his head. "Okay, don't think so much, it should be the reason why I became a real martial artist." Zhen Wu. "Brother, have you succeeded in building your foundation?" Chen Hu stared, excitedly said, "Didn't you say that the foundation building in the first year of high school is difficult, and many people can't succeed in a month? Brother, you are too good." "Ha ha. Now let me see who dares to say that my brother can't practice martial arts." Chen Hu seemed to be more excited and happy than Chen Chu about Chen Chu's successful cultivation of real martial arts. He couldn't wait to tell Zhang Xiaolan when he came back. However, as an adult, Zhang Xiaolan was much calmer, but her eyes were slightly red, and she looked at Chen Chu with achievement and satisfaction in her eyes. Because as long as you become a cultivator, no matter how high your achievements are, you will at least have a skill. In this era of increasingly powerful personal force, strength represents status. Many groups and listed companies like to hire practitioners at high prices. As for why these corporate groups hire practitioners at high prices, Zhang Xiaolan doesn't know. But she knows that as long as she is a cultivator, there are preferential treatment for joining the police station and the military system, and the requirements for civil servant assessment are lower than ordinary people. Originally, Zhang Xiaolan had never fantasized about Chen Chu's cultivation. After all, she knew best how weak her eldest son's physique was. If you don't pay attention, you will catch a cold. If it is more serious, you will have pneumonia or nephritis. You still had a high fever the day before school started, and you fell into a coma. Who knew that such a big surprise was suddenly given to her? At this time, she felt that the hardships and exhaustion of raising 2 children by herself in the past were all worth it. After dinner, when Zhang Xiaolan went to wash the dishes, Chen Hu excitedly pulled Chen Chu and asked him to demonstrate how powerful Zhenwu was. Chen Chu pushed this and did not reject it, so he stopped refusing and came to the yard. There is a dead peach tree on the left side of his small courtyard. The trunk, which is more than 10 centimeters thick, has cracked in some places, and the branches are sparse. Chen Chu came to Tao Xu, motioned Chen Hu to stay away, took a deep breath, sank slightly, took a half step forward with his left foot, and turned his upper body to the right. It was 7 o'clock at this time, and the sun was setting. A few old neighbors who had dinner came out for a walk. When they saw Brother Chen Chu not knowing what to do in the courtyard, the old people looked over curiously. Then I saw Chen Chu let out a low shout, and the muscles all over his body swelled slightly in an instant, and the powerful dragon elephant power penetrated his whole body, with his waist as the axis, and his right leg was like a battle axe. When the foundation building was completed, Chen Chu's kicking force reached 290 kilograms. After practicing dragon elephant kung fu in the afternoon, the nature of his whole body's strength changed even more. Boom. A foot weighing nearly 600 kilograms tore through the air and kicked on the tree trunk with a bang. Boom. The trunks and branches several meters high fell to the ground, making a heavy muffled sound. Such a big movement attracted Zhang Xiaolan, who was still washing the dishes inside, and looked at the broken peach tree with Chen Hu in surprise. Outside the yard, the old people walking were also taken aback. I can't believe that the person who kicked and broke a tree is that sick child of the Chen family. While everyone was looking at the broken tree on the ground in surprise, Chen Chu had already retracted his legs and stood up, watching the scene with a calm expression, exuding the aura of a master. It's just that the right leg is shaking a little. No way, it hurts. Although the toughness of his epidermis has been strengthened after getting started with Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, its current strength is limited, and it is not yet invulnerable. Brothers, remember to vote for it. Chapter 22 The Limit of the First Layer. Xiaolan, your Chen Chu is doing well. Yeah, such a thick tree, if you kick it, it will be broken. As expected of a cultivator, if I touch my old arms and legs, it will definitely disappear. Uncle Qin, you really know how to joke. Congratulations Xiaolan, your family has a cultivator. There, Aunt Zhang praised it. Ah Chu has just established his foundation, and there is still a long way to go before he can become a true cultivator. Maybe someday he won't want to practice because of too much hardship and exhaustion from practicing martial arts. Outside the courtyard, the old people walking around boasted about Zhang Xiaolan, but Zhang Xiaolan was very modest. In the yard, Chen Chu and Chen Hu were dismembering the peach tree, shaving off the branches, and cutting the trunk into sections and piled them on the side so that they could be easily thrown away. It was just said that there were 2 people, but Chen Hu was actually working alone. Brother, you broke it by kicking it, why did you ask me to cut the tree trunk while you watched from the side? Chen Hu rubbed his sore shoulders as he said. Chen Chu on the side said in a bad mood, because you said it depends on the power of real martial arts, stop talking nonsense and work quickly. His calf is still hurting, and it is inconvenient for him to squat down. What can he do? However, Chen Hu only talked about it. After seeing Zhenwu's domineering power, he was very excited, and the idea of practicing in his heart became more determined. At night, the hexagonal salamander, more than 50 centimeters long, was lying on the table, with a humanized laziness on its face, black bean-like eyes and dull eyes, seemingly in a daze. In the room, Chen Chu sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. In his body, qi and blood circulate continuously along the route of the dragon elephant kung fu, refining the extraordinary energy introduced into the body. Every time it circulates, his physique will be strengthened by 1 point. According to the description of the exercises, the practice of the first layer is mainly to strengthen the body, temper the skin, tendons, and bones to become stronger. When the physique and qi and blood reach the limit of the current state, they will grow from scratch and cultivate a true power similar to the inner chi in martial arts novels, breaking through the second heaven. The basic requirement for the limit of the first layer is that the arm strength reaches 300 kilograms, and the physique is about 5 times that of an ordinary person. And this is just the basic data. Coupled with the practice of real martial arts, only a practitioner of the first level can explode with terrifying combat power, far exceeding ordinary people. In the next few days, no accidents happened, and everything was running as scheduled. Chen Chu went to school to practice on time every day. When he encountered problems, he would ask Pang Long for advice. In the afternoon, he would occasionally communicate with Xia Youhui after practicing. In addition, when the avatar eats a lot of food every day, its body size also grows at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its evolution value increases steadily by 2 points every day. Monday morning. On the 3rd floor, in the personal training area, Chen Chu, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, with a wry smile on his slightly tired face. Not far away, Xia Youhui, who was resting on the sofa, smiled and said, "How about it, can't you accept this strong sense of loss all at once?" "Indeed." Chen Chu nodded. It has been 3 days since the foundation was established. At the beginning, when he practiced hard for a day, his physique and strength attributes increased by 1 point every day. If you continue to practice at this speed, you will be able to reach the limit of the first layer in just 1 month. But he didn't expect that after 3 days, Chen Chu found that the speed at which his body absorbed extraordinary energy dropped sharply during cultivation. According to the current speed of cultivation, he estimated that it would take at least 4 days to increase the attribute by 1 point, and it would take about 4 months to reach the limit of the first level. This gap, even Chen Chu was a little stunned. "Hey, I was just like you." Xia Youhui laughed and said, "I enjoyed the rapid progress when I first built the foundation. After a few days, it feels really uncomfortable to slow down several times. Otherwise, with the speed of cultivation when I first established the foundation, I am sure that I will reach the limit of the first layer in half a month. But now, I feel like it's almost a month away." Chen Chu nodded. Xia Youhui has already established the foundation for half a month, and in this case, he will have to practice for more than a month, and it will take about 2 months to reach the limit of the first layer. This cultivation speed is almost twice as fast as his. The strength of both of them is very weak now, and the gap does not seem to be obvious, but when they cultivate to the 2nd level, 3rd level, or even higher realms later, the gap brought about by this talent will become wider and wider. Of course, a fast cultivation speed does not necessarily mean that one will become a strong person. Similarly, the cultivation world is not without the record of ordinary people who cultivated slowly at the beginning and surpassed geniuses through accumulation, but the probability of this is too low. And ordinary people are working hard to cultivate, so are these geniuses working hard. For example, who? In the distance, Lin Shui, who was wearing a tight-fitting training suit, let out a breath, and slowly put away the long sword in her hand that was 1.5 meters long, 10 centimeters wide, and weighed 10 kilograms. The school's training area is divided into 2 types. One is Chen Chu's personal area for practicing static skills, and the spacious area for practicing sword skills and sword arts. The surrounding walls are also reinforced with some kind of high-strength material, and there are some supporting testing and training equipment, which can meet the normal training requirements of most students. A few geniuses who like to be quiet, or those who need to practice, can also spend money to rent some special practice rooms from the school. It's just that this is very expensive. For example, the activity room that Lin Shui and the others applied for costs tens of thousands a month, and it still needs to be reviewed. It is said that it will take 2 days to get it approved. Lin Shui wiped her sweat, put the long sword on the shelf, and walked over. "Chen Chu, don't think too much. Although your cultivation speed is a bit slower than ours, your foundation is solid. And the way of cultivation is persistence. Short-term advantages don't mean everything." Although Chen Chu refused to join their small club that day, Lin Shui didn't care. As the squad leader, she would sometimes remind Chen Chu to practice some common sense. Chen Chu nodded slightly. "Don't worry, monitor, this gap won't affect me." At this time, Xia Youhui asked curiously, "Squad leader, how long will it take for you to reach the limit of the first layer?" Lin Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead, thought for a while, probably within half a month. Suddenly, Xia Youhui's eyes widened. "How is it possible? It's also an advanced exercise, and you only built the foundation 2 days earlier than us. Why are you so much faster than me?" Lin Shui squinted at him, and said with a sneer, Because you are lazy. Look at Chen Chu. As long as you recover your energy, you will practice and improve every day. But what about you? Xia Youhui said speechlessly, Squad leader, we are only high school students, not ascetics. Why are we practicing so hard? And it's not just me resting alone, they are also resting. Why don't you talk about them? Not far away, Luo Fei with long hair and shawl was quietly reading a Taoist book, while on the opposite sofa, a girl named Li Wenwen was eating pastries. In this picture, people who don't know it think this is a place for afternoon tea. But Chen Chu knew that this was just their own way of recovery. It was actually exhausting to run qi and blood and refine extraordinary energy. Whether it is the foundation building method or the current real martial arts method, there is no easy way to practice. Chapter 23 King Ming. Glancing at Xia Youhui who was arguing, Chen Chu glanced over Lin Shui. Today's squad leader tied his slightly curly purple hair behind his head, and because he was wearing a tight-fitting white training suit, his already tall and slender figure looked even more graceful. Especially from Chen Chu's perspective, there is a majestic feeling of overlapping mountains. But don't look at evil, so Chen Chu just glanced at it and then looked away. Through the conversation between the two just now, and his understanding of the cultivation situation of the students in the class in the past few days, he has a general comparison of everyone's current cultivation progress. Among the current freshmen, the most talented ones are a group of Qingqing. The girl built the foundation in 2 days, and the basic attributes reached 4 times that of ordinary people when the foundation was built. Xia Youhui and Chen Chu said that the other party can reach the limit of the first layer in a week at most, and they should already be working hard to break through the second layer. Then there are geniuses like Lin Shui who have broken through in 3 or 4 days. After the successful foundation establishment, they will be able to reach the limit of the first layer in about a month. Then there are ordinary geniuses like Xia Youhui who build foundations in 7 days. It will take about 2 months. As for Luo Fei and those who built their foundation within half a month, if there is no accident, it will take at least 3 or 4 months to reach the limit of the first layer. At this moment, Chen Chu suddenly felt that cultivation was difficult as reaching the sky. It takes a few months for their geniuses, who are systematically trained by the school to reach the limit of the first level, so how long will it take to break through the second level? Also, what about those who completed foundation building within a month? How long will it take them to reach the limit of the first layer? Half a year, or a year? No wonder, the Post said that with the help of the school, it would be a waste of time for those who cannot build a foundation within a month to continue practicing. After resting for a while, feeling refreshed, Chen Chu started to practice again. Although his dragon elephant kung fu practice has slowed down, and the property page does not show the specific proficiency progress, Chen Chu can still clearly feel that he is making progress. The characteristic of solidified proficiency still exists, and he can improve it as long as he practices. This saved him from having to spend some time every day consolidating his cultivation results like Xia Youhui and the others, otherwise it would not have been more than 4 months for him to reach the limit of the first layer. But like those who only built the foundation in a month, they started in half a year. After all, this is his real qualification. Today Chen Chu practiced at school until 5 o'clock before leaving. Still go to the market to buy vegetables first, and by the way, I bought more than 10 catties of fish for the clone, all of which are small white stripes. There is no way, this fish is cheap and cost-effective. Now the avatar grows in size, and eats more and more, 4 meals a day, and each meal eats more than 4 catties of fish. Now it's only a little bit big and the food intake is so big, can it evolve again? This also strengthened Chen Chu's idea of releasing his avatar. He couldn't afford it. Thinking of the avatar, Chen Chu remembered that there was another thing he almost forgot, so he couldn't help but hold the food in one hand, and took out the phone in the other, and called a number. Hello, who? A young voice came from the opposite side. Chen Chu reminded, Boss Li, it's me, the one who ordered Tiding Beetle. Oh, it's you, I remember you. Chen Chu asked, I want to ask, can I get the fixed beetle I ordered? Boss Li on the opposite side affirmed, don't worry, I've already found it for my friend in Beizhou. It will arrive in Wujiang in a few days. I'll let you know when it arrives. Boss Li, please. You're welcome, it's all business. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Chen Chu hung up the phone. The iron beetle is the second evolutionary fusion gene he prepared for the avatar. The only advantage of this kind of bug is that it is hard, and it is known for its defense. How hard is it? A bug the size of a thumb, an adult steps on it and turns around on it, and when you let go of your foot, you will find that it is unscathed. There is even a record of a car running over you without harming it. This defense is exactly what the salamander needs right now. At that time, with a strong defense, the strength talent of the hexagonal salamander can be fully utilized, and the safety will also be greatly increased when the strength is skyrocketing. But this kind of bug does not exist in the country where Chinchu lives, and it is not a common pet bug. So Chinchu found the owner of the pet shop who bought the unicorn last time, and after double talking with him, he spent a high price of 1,000 yuan to order it specially. Even so, the other party only promised to help find it, but there is no guarantee that it can be found. Fortunately, it seems that there is no problem so far. When the avatar evolves again, his physique should also be greatly improved, and he might reach the limit of the first layer earlier than Xia Youhui. Being busy, time passed quickly. The next day, Chen Chu went directly to the logistics department after arriving at the school. "Teacher, I want to buy a knife weapon." The middle-aged man behind the counter looked up, looked at the freshman in high school in front of him, and said casually, "Is there any style you like?" Chen Chu nodded, "Yes, F grade 1 to 26 straight knife." "Okay, first enter the student number." According to the requirement, Chen Chu entered his student number familiarly. Student number verification passed. F level 1 to 26 straight knife exchange requires 10 points of contribution. The middle-aged man looked up, "You still have a 10% discount for weapon exchange, and the remaining balance is 1 point. Are you sure you want to buy this weapon?" "Sure." "Wait." Not long after, Chen Chu left the logistics department carrying a box more than 2 meters long. Arriving at the third floor of Building C, Chen Chu saw Pang Long coming out of the office with 2 familiar students, who should be Class 3 students preparing to enter the elevator. Chen Chu greeted politely, "Mr. Pang, good morning." Pang Long nodded, and glanced at the weapon box on his back. "Do you want to practice sword skills? Remember, don't be impatient when practicing, and just do it gradually." Chen Chu responded, then nodded slightly to the 2 boys in the same class. With the weapon on his back, Chen Chu found an unmanned training area, put the box on the shelf and opened it, and suddenly a sharp long knife appeared in front of him. This is a straight knife with a handle 50 centimeters long, a blade 1.5 meters long, 1 centimeter thick, and 10 centimeters wide. According to the information, this knife is made of F-grade alloy. The strength of the alloy is comparable to aerospace metal. It weighs 20 kilograms and is characterized by sharpness and sturdiness. Even if this kind of weapon is related to the outside world, it will cost tens of thousands. It can be said that in terms of training, the government gives these beginners very preferential treatment, whether it is resources or other aspects. Sentimentally, Chen Chu drew the knife in his hand, and suddenly felt his hand sink. With Chen Chu's current arm strength of 140 kilograms, holding a 20 kilograms straight knife with one arm is also a bit difficult, because all the weight is concentrated on the palm. It wasn't until he held the handle of the knife with both hands that the straining feeling suddenly eased. Chen Chu swung the knife a few times to familiarize himself with the feel, and then slowly made a posture of raising the knife. Suddenly, his momentum changed, and his eyes were sharp and compelling. The first feature of Dragon Elephant Kung Fu is to strengthen the strength of the whole body and improve the toughness of the skin, tendons, and bones. The hard-eye sword is a kind of sword technique that majors in explosive arms. The sword technique is overbearing and fierce. Combined with the violent power of Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, Chen Chu can explode into stronger combat power. Brothers, if you like this book, remember to open it every day. Now it is very important to follow up on the new book issue of Qidian, and it is up to everyone to recommend it. Chapter 24 Intuition. Drink. Accompanied by a low shout, Chen Chu, holding the knife in both hands, stepped up and down. The blade was fierce, and then stepped forward to slash, stab, and turn around to sweep. Dao, the courage of 100 soldiers, fierce and domineering, the person who wields the sword should be as aggressive as a tiger descending a mountain. While Chen Chu was practicing basic sword skills, other students came to the third floor one after another, and each found a place where no one was around to practice. These students are all from Class 3, including Yi Rui, who was the first to build the foundation, and some ordinary students who only built the foundation in the past 2 days. There are only a dozen of them in total. According to the school's regulations, one martial arts teacher led 5 classes in the first year of high school, and only taught briefly. Wait until the second semester, after the cultural subjects and cultivation subjects begin to be divided, the foundation building students in the 5 classes will be combined into one class. At this time, they were considered Pang Long's official students, and the number was less than 100. Wait until the second semester, the number of these students will be partly reduced, and many people who progress slowly and have poor qualifications will choose to give up. After all, not everyone can endure hardships and can endure the boring feeling of standing still for half a year or even a year. Soon, more than a dozen training areas on the third floor were crowded. Some students practiced sword skills, and sticks and other weapons like chinchu. In addition to this, there are also people who practice boxing and leg skills. Regardless of whether it is practicing palms or weapons, because of the strong basic attributes, these students' gestures when practice have the sound of the wind, and the momentum is amazing. When these students were practicing the exercises, Pang Long would occasionally come out to make inspections, and would raise a few words if he found any problems in the practice. Some students will ask him for advice when they have doubts about cultivation. However, on this floor, Lin Shui and Xia Youhui were almost invisible. They found a temporary activity room to practice and waited for the approval of the official practice room. Besides, wealthy geniuses from other classes will also rent a practice room alone to practice quietly, advancing bravely and diligently. Chen Chu practiced for almost half an hour before he stopped sweating profusely, gasping for breath, waiting for the blood in his body to calm down. The next step is the formal practice. Hearing the shouts of the students around him practicing, and the whistling of the wind from fists and feet, he saw Chen Chu holding the handle of the knife with his right hand and slanting his back behind him. At the same time, the whole person relaxed, closed his eyes, and focused all his attention on the blade behind him. Stimulate the five senses with the sharpness of the knife to magnify infinitely. Bright sword with the eyes of the mind, the king of Ming is the outside, and the eyes of the mind are inside. It can be cultivated into a state called the eyes of the mind, similar to the sixth sense in the dark, which can sense danger in advance. The main purpose is to avoid the sneak attack of some insidious mutant beasts in the forest. Mutated beasts are the official term for those mutated creatures, not just those huge creatures like ligers and tigers. Over the past few decades, some animal poisonous insects have even mutated into another species, possessing strange abilities, and the sudden attack caught many practitioners off guard. This is also the reason why Chen Chu chose this sword technique. The premise of pursuing great power is to survive. However, although this sword technique is special, few students choose to practice it. The reason is that the entry requirements are very high, and they must have spiritual perception beyond ordinary people. Chen Chu dared to cultivate, apart from thinking that his spiritual talent was not bad, it was mainly because of the fixed proficiency feature of the attribute page. As long as he can successfully enter the mind-eye state once, he can enter it anytime, anywhere. But at noon, Chen Chu, who had stood quietly for more than 2 hours, opened his eyes with a wry smile on his face, failing. However, this result was already in his expectation. He never thought that he would be able to enter the mind-eye state for the first time, but if it didn't work once, it would be twice or 3 times. There is no rush. You guys, don't practice all day long, you are still high school students, you know, next week is the end of month exam, so give me more attention. Even if some of you have good talents and will take the way of cultivation in the future, that is the future. At least you are still liberal arts students this semester. Friday, in Class 3 classroom, Chen Chi was standing on the podium and talking unhappily. All the students are here today, no matter whether it is Chen Chu, Lin Shui, or the others, because everyone received the notice from the head teacher yesterday and dare not come. Although they have practiced real martial arts, they still dare not neglect Chen Chi, the head teacher. The reason is very simple. Their head teacher is very strong. As for how strong Chen Chu is, he doesn't know. Anyway, I heard what Xia Youhui said. It's been almost a month. It feels like time flies by, doesn't it, Ah Chu? Xia Youhui leaned on the chair and sighed during the class break. Chen Chu nodded slightly, indeed. In the blink of an eye, he has been practicing Zhenwu for more than a week. He is either practicing Dragon Elephant Kung Fu or Saber technique every day, even before going to bed at night. In such a busy and fulfilling situation, I don't feel the passage of time at all. At the same time, several students in the class succeeded in building foundations one after another. But unfortunately, the talents of these students are indeed lacking. Only one of them reached the gate of the first level when building the foundation, and the others are still working hard. Besides this, there are 25 people left in the class who have not established a foundation. Some of these students have given up, and only a few are not reconciled. They want to make a breakthrough in the last week, and their brows are full of impatience and urgency. In contrast, those students who have made a breakthrough appear calm, without the initial pressure. At this time Xia Youhui asked, "Ah Chu, tomorrow is Saturday, do you have any plans? What are the arrangements?" "Of course, continue to practice." Chen Chu looked at him strangely. "I knew you would say that." Xia Youhui helped his forehead. "Ah Chu, we are high school students, and we have completed the foundation building now, so there is no need to live like an ascetic monk. Don't you want to eulogize your youth? Go shopping with 3 or 2 beautiful female classmates on the rest day, watch movies, and drink milk tea together." After finishing speaking, Xia Youhui winked at Chen Chu, and saw not far away, the pure and beautiful concubine Luo was talking to Li Wenwen with her head slightly lowered. Obviously, Xia Youhui was signaling to Chen Chu to ask Luo Fei out to play tomorrow. In his opinion, Chen Chu is handsome, Luo Fei is pure and beautiful, and the two of them have a good relationship in class. They are a perfect couple. As a good friend, a good brother, it is natural to find a way to match. Chen Chu shook his head speechlessly, not interested. 16-year-old kid, what do you know about love? Don't you know that everything in this world is fake, only your own fist is real? Of course, Chen Chu is not a monk, and he also likes to see beautiful women, but let's wait until he becomes a strongman. Now the hair has not yet fully grown, it is too early to think about these. Not interested, Ah Chu, you are not interested in concubine Luo. Could it be that you? Xia Youhui looked at Chen Chu in doubt, his eyes widened suddenly as he spoke, and he said in a low voice in disbelief. Don't tell me you like the cold woman who is the monitor. I like your size, don't talk nonsense here, it's not good to spread these words. Chen Chu frowned slightly. Okay, stop kidding, Chu. Seeing Chen Chu getting serious, Xia Youhui gave his head away. This brother really only knows about cultivation all day long. He also said that he was looking for an opportunity to match them up. It seems that he was thinking too much. Chapter 25 The Strongest Force. Under the setting sun, Chen Chu was walking on the way to school with a shoulder bag on his back. From time to time, there were vehicles driving by the side of the road, and the loudspeakers of the clothes shops on the street were shouting a big sale at a loss, with 50% off in tears, and a passenger plane in the sky rushed into the clouds. These pictures of modern civilization always gave Chen Chu a sense of disobedience, feeling that it was incompatible with his true martial arts style of cultivation. Chen Chu couldn't help sighing, it's really a complicated world. And time passed so quickly, it was almost a month. Recalling everything that happened during this period, Chen Chu couldn't help showing a faint smile. Compared to the time when commuting to and from get off work on time in the previous life, living a day-to-day life, and being overwhelmed by mortgage gifts, Chen Chu prefers the present. It's just. There was a touch of sadness in Chen Chu's eyes. But fortunately, he still has an older brother, and the compensation for his accidental death is enough for them to retire. Thoughts were floating in his mind. Chen Chu, who was walking, stopped, and there was a red light ahead. There are also some people around him waiting for the traffic light. There are men and women shopping, office workers who go home to eat, and some old people walking. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Chen Chu inexplicably felt that they were so fragile. It seems that as long as he touches it with a little force, these ordinary people will hurt their muscles and bones. No, it doesn't seem, but now he is indeed very strong. He is so powerful that he can kill an ordinary person with a single punch, but he only had this illusion when he first entered the heaven. No wonder, the school and the government will formulate strict rules, requiring practitioners not to force or injure ordinary people, otherwise the punishment will be severe. Compared with ordinary people, cultivators are a completely different species. Of course, while cultivators are strictly restricted, there are also some restrictions involving ordinary people actively provoking trouble. But no matter how restrictive these laws and regulations are, looking at the essence through the appearance, Chen Chu keenly noticed that the power of the Federation seems to be terrifyingly powerful. You must know that there are more than 2 billion people in this world, and the number of practitioners has increased dramatically in recent years to at least 1 million. Under such circumstances, the government can still monitor the world and suppress all practitioners, so that they will not disturb social stability while possessing great power. Even martial arts competitions and conflicts between martial arts halls are rarely heard, and the internet is also peaceful. There are very few conflict news about practitioners, but there are mostly gossips about ordinary practitioners. It seems that there is a hand deliberately blurring the boundary between ordinary people and practitioners. Let those ordinary people feel that although there are practitioners and they are very powerful, they seem to be not much different from ordinary people, so there is no need to worry and panic too much. Those practitioners will not be above ordinary people, Everyone is an equal existence, and these information guides can be seen everywhere on the internet. But to do this, how terrifying is the power needed? Thinking of this, Chen Chu's heart shuddered. Keep a low profile, practice hard, try not to provoke the officials if you can, unless you are already strong enough to be invincible. Chen Chu meditated in his heart. But speaking of it, he is actually an official, or has a little relationship with the official. Because the school is an extension of the official power. Thoughtful, Chen Chu returned home. In the kitchen, Chen Hu poked his head out and shouted to him, "Brother, I bought the fish for you, cleaned it, and put it in the basin." "Okay." Chen Chu showed a faint smile on his face. During this period of time, due to his cultivation, he came back late, and then Chen Hu took the initiative to take the responsibility of preparing dinner every day. Chen Chu would naturally not refuse this. "Children, I just need to do more things, otherwise what would it be like to play football all day long? Now that we have entered the era of cultivation, those basketball and football games in the past have come to an end. Not many people like to watch them, and there is no future. After all, compared to the strength of those cultivators, basketball and football are completely children's activities, including those sports events, which are almost dead." Carrying a bowl of fish meat, Chen Chu came to the room on the second floor. It has grown to 64 centimeters, and the hexagonal salamander with thick arms is lying lazily on the chair, with its tail hanging on the side and shaking slightly. On both sides of the wide flat head, 3 pairs of 5-centimeter long red horns are raised like wings, and 2 rows of sharp teeth are exposed in the slightly open mouth. Coupled with the bulging muscles on the body, thick limbs, and sharp claws, it looks more powerful than small and medium-sized lizards. Boom. Chen Chu's consciousness sank. He controlled his avatar to jump off the chair, and made a dull sound of a heavy object when it landed. Although the hexagonal salamander is only more than 60 centimeters long, it already weighs more than 10 kilograms. It took a few steps to come to the basin containing the fish, and took a bite of a fish. The sharp teeth tore apart the fish, swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites, followed by another one, eating fiercely. And the digestion ability of the avatar is even more terrifying. Obviously now I have to eat about 30 caddies of fish every day, but there is very little excrement, as if 99% of the substances have been digested and converted into energy. While controlling the avatar to eat, Chen Chu's thoughts were also spreading. I don't know how much this avatar evolution has improved me. At the beginning, it was just a palm-sized clone, but when it evolved, half of its overall attributes were improved in one go. Now the body size of the avatar is comparable to some small and medium-sized lizards, and the strength is even more terrifying. In this case, the evolution of the avatar should improve him even more. At present, whether he can even out the gap with those geniuses, or even surpass them, depends on his avatar. The next day, Saturday, Chen Chu still went to school to practice. When he came to the 3rd floor, he found that there was another classmate who came earlier. "Morning Lu, good morning." Chen Chu greeted the classmate who was warming up. Looking at Chen Chu, Lu Haitao suddenly said, "Chen Chu, do you want to practice?" For this proposal, Chen Chu just paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, "Okay." This person is one of the members of Lin Shui's club, named Lu Haitao, and his family is almost ordinary. The height is about 1.7 meters, a little shorter than the current Chen Chu, with an ordinary appearance, a dull personality, and he works very hard in cultivation. However, the other party's talent is a little better than him, and he established the foundation 4 days earlier than him. He is practicing a technique called Ghost Phantom, which is good at bursting speed. In the training area, Chen Chu and Lu Haitao stood 10 meters apart. Lu Haitao gradually showed excitement on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Chen Chu, my kung fu is good at speed and explosiveness, so be careful later. Come on." Chen Chu was unmoved. Whoosh! The sound fell, and Lu Haitao on the opposite side exploded at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he spanned 10 meters and appeared on the left side of Chen Chu, his right leg whistling and sweeping. Boom! Chen Chu raised his arm to blocking Lu Haitao's kick. When his arm collided with Lu Haitao's calf, there was a dull sound, and the impact of hundreds of kilograms of force made Chen Chu involuntarily take a step back. With nearly 3 times the physique of an ordinary person, coupled with the blessing of real martial arts, which is good at speed, Lu Haitao's explosive speed is almost twice that of Chen Chu. And speed equals strength, so even if he is not as strong as Chen Chu in terms of absolute strength, under the blessing of speed, each kick still explodes with a kicking force of nearly 400 kilograms. and very flexible. Bang 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 bang. Surrounding Chin-Chu, Lu Haitao's legs brought up after images, attacking continuously like a storm, suppressing him for a while. But it was just suppression. Chin-Chu, who majored in Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, was stronger. He waved his arms under static breaking, and easily blocked all attacks. At the same time, the tougher skin membrane greatly increased his defense. Even if he blocked Lu Haitao's leg blow with his arm, he just felt a little sore. Suddenly, Chin-Chu let out a low cry, like an elephant's roar, and the violent roar shook Lu Haitao's body. At this moment, Chin-Chu, who seized the opportunity, rushed forward, clenched his fist with his right hand, his upper body muscles swelled like an angry giant elephant, and punched out with violent force. Facing Chin-Chu's lunge and punch like a cannonball, Lu Haitao's face changed slightly, and he crossed his hands before he could dodge in time. Boom. Under the domineering power of the angry elephant's roar, Lu Haitao was pushed back 6 meters by Chin-Chu's punch before he stopped, and 2 clear scratches on the soles appeared on the ground. Chapter 26 Mutant Beast. What a strong force. Lu Haitao blushed and slowly lowered his trembling arms. Chin-Chu also let out a breath, and slowly calmed down the boiling blood in his body. Looking at Lu Haitao a few meters away, he smiled and said, "Student Lu, you are not bad." At this time, the elevator door in the distance opened, and several students came out. Although today is Saturday, many students have chosen to come to the school to practice, working very hard, trying to catch up with those geniuses who built their foundations in advance. Seeing someone coming, Chin-Chu and Lu Haitao lost the interest to continue fighting. The two already roughly know each other's strength. On the whole, the strength of both sides seems to be equal, but Lu Haitao knows that he has actually lost. He built his foundation 4 days earlier than Chin-Chu, had a longer time to practice real martial arts, and had a better initial talent, but just now he fought with Chin-Chu for more than 10 moves, but they were on par. This result made Lu Haitao a little silent. I saw him silently coming to the training area full of obstacles, and working harder to practice kicking. Chin-Chu stood where he was, thinking about the gains from the fight just now, while running the chi and blood in his arms to slowly reduce the swelling. In terms of strength, using his arms to block his legs is already at a disadvantage. If his skin was not as tough as cowhide, he would not only be a little swollen when he hardened more than a dozen feet. But Lu Haitao is not feeling well, which can be seen from the fact that he can't lift his arms now. It's not just these people during this period, he is also improving. Currently, his physique attribute is 27 points, but his strength attribute has reached 29 points, and his arm strength test is 150 kilograms. Under the full force of his punch, the basic punch strength has reached more than 300 kilograms, plus the domineering power and double increase of the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. If ordinary people faced this punch, not only their arms would be broken, but their ribs and chest would collapse and die. In addition to the competition of speed and strength, this battle also has the characteristics of both sides' skills. Lu Haitao's Ghost Phantom is sharp and penetrating. The power of the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu is strong and domineering, and at the same time has a certain increase in defense. Of course, Chin-Chu was able to easily block Lu Haitao's attack, thanks to his 5 senses, which are much sharper than before. Although he has not yet entered the mind-eye realm, these few days of cultivation are not in vain. What about moving fast? Can it be compared to the speed of waving? And his last punch, if the fist turned into a palm, and the moment he grabbed Lu Haitao's arms, he swung his left hand and stabbed him, even if he couldn't kill him, he could seriously injure him. Chin-Chu's eyes were thoughtful, summing up the experience of this battle. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chin-Chu, who had completed today's training task, looked a little tired. After taking a shower in the changing room, he went to the library on the 33rd floor. Following the label, Chin-Chu flipped through it, and took out a 2055 Latest Mutant Beast Data Collection from the bookshelf. Now the progress of cultivation is slowing down. After cultivation, he plans to enrich his knowledge in the cultivation world, and read more information about mutant beasts by the way. In addition, some miscellaneous notes of practitioners are also worth reading. It recorded some of their cultivation insights, which was of great help to latecomers like Chin-Chu. During this time period, many students were reading books. For example, Chin-Chu saw a long-haired girl sitting by the window. Golden sunlight penetrated the glass, reflecting on the white face, which was rosy in color, with 3-dimensional facial features, and strands of hair hanging down, like a perfect profile picture. Chin-Chu couldn't help walking over, and said, "Hello, concubine Luo, are you coming to school today?" The girl looked up, saw him with a faint smile on her face, and nodded slightly. "Well, I just came here for a while. Have you finished your training today?" "It's almost the same. It's almost the same when I go back to practice again at night." After speaking, Chen Chu came to sit opposite her, and asked strangely, "You like watching these very much?" During this period of time, he often saw Luo Fei reading these Taoist scriptures, and it seemed that he hadn't worked as hard as before. Luo Fei thought for a while, and said softly, "Actually, reading is also a kind of cultivation for me." "Practice." Chen Chu paused. Luo Fei stretched out her hand, brushed a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear, and looked at Chen Chu. "Chen Chu, have you heard the saying that Jinwu has a degree of compatibility?" Chen Chu nodded. "I heard Lao Xia mentioned it." "It's good to have heard of it." Luo Fei showed a smile on her face. "The exercises I practice are quite special, and I need to keep my mind in a state of emptiness and selflessness. In this state, cultivation can get twice the result with half the effort. During this period of time, I tried many methods, and then found that reading these Taoist and Buddhist scriptures is helpful to me, and can make my mind peaceful." Luo Fei's words made Chen Churuo think, so, apart from practicing, Li Wenwen eats snacks and cakes every day, and she is also looking for a state of fitness. Luo Fei shook her head. "No, she just simply likes to eat." Well, it turns out not to be. Li Wenwen is also a member of the Lin Shui Society, because she and concubine Luo are often together for the first time, and because of Xia Youhui, Chen Chu also knows each other. During this time, Chen Chu saw that the girl named Li Wenwen was either eating or on the way to eat. In less than half a month, her originally cute face had gained a lot of fat. Just now, Chen Chu thought she was looking for a compatible state like Luo Fei, but she didn't expect it to be. Isn't she afraid of being fat? At this time, the long-haired girl opposite suddenly said, "By the way, Chen Chu, I heard that you had a discussion with Lu Haitao in the morning. How was the result?" "How do you know this?" Chen Chu was a little surprised. "A classmate saw you fighting in the morning, and it has already spread in the class. Li Wenwen told me." "So that's the case," Chen Chu said modestly. "We just had a brief exchange of ideas, and there is no winner." "There is no winner, that is to say, did Lu Haitao lose?" Luo Fei nodded, then smiled lightly and said, "Lu Haitao asked you to discuss. It should be because you refused to join the group at the beginning. He is a loyal supporter of the squad leader." "Ah, there is another reason." Chen Chu was speechless. He originally thought that the discussion in the morning was just a duel between two martial arts practitioners, but he didn't expect that there was another reason. Luo Fei analyzed, "He lost to you this time, and he probably won't trouble you again in the future. I hope you don't take this matter to heart." "Don't worry, I don't care about such trivial matters." Chen Chu shook his head. He didn't suffer this time, so he naturally didn't care about it, but he didn't expect to be remembered just because of such a trivial matter. Is it really a young man's heart? Or did he, Chen Chu, look easy to provoke? Next, Chen Chu chatted with Luo Fei for a while, then lowered his head and started reading. Mutated explosive claw bear, mutated from a brown bear, with an average body length of 6 meters, tough and thick fur, which can withstand small and medium-sized gun bullets, grenades, and can attack the brain and heart with powerful sniper rifles. Mutated wind tiger, mutated from the Siberian tiger, the head and tail are 7 meters long and 3 meters high. The fur can withstand gun bullets. It is as fast as the wind. Double-headed king python, mutated from the king cobra, with a body length of 20 meters and strong scales on the body surface, which can withstand rocket and grenade bombing. Chapter 27 Ranking. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Chu walked out of school with a shoulder bag on his back. However, he didn't go home directly, but was going to the flower and bird market, and the certain beetle that the boss helped to order arrived. Walking on the road, Chen Chu thought about the compatibility of true martial arts that Luo Fei mentioned earlier. According to Luo Fei, all exercises are a change to the physical attributes, so the higher the level of exercises practiced, the greater the change. In this case, if some people's physique is innately suitable for this direction, then not only will the cultivation speed be faster, but the power of the exercises will also skyrocket. For example, a few years ago, there was a student in Nanshan Martial High who perfectly matched the low-level skills he practiced. He broke through the triple heaven in the first grade, and he was invincible against the senior students at the same level. Even if those senior students practice advanced real martial arts, their combat power is astonishing. However, Luo Fei's exercises are special and not orthodox, so the requirements of the exercises are the spiritual realm, not the physical fitness. The beetle you want is definitely here, and in order to avoid the trouble of dying on the way, my friend caught 2 more, so it's like buying 1 and getting 2 free. In the flower, bird, fish and insect shop, Chen Chu picked up a black beetle from the box. Different from other beetles that can fly, in order to pursue defense, the iron beetle's back and even the whole body's exoskeleton have been fused together under evolution. Although it is only 2 centimeters long, according to scientific research data, this kind of bug can withstand more than 30,000 times its own weight. Confirming that the bugs are fine, Chen Chu showed a smile on his face. "Thank you, boss, I will come to you next time I want to buy something." "Okay, welcome to come again anytime." The boss who received the money smiled all over his face. This kind of bug is very common in Beizhou, just like ants, it costs nothing at all, so I asked my friend over there to send a cross-border express. Just make a phone call and receive a courier to make a small profit of several hundred. Such an easy business makes the boss feel very good. There were some wetwood shavings in the box containing the iron beetles, so there was no need to worry about them starving to death, so Chen Chu put them in the drawer after returning home. Next, wait for the avatar to evolve. As he spoke, Chen Chu looked aside, where the hexagonal salamander avatar was lying quietly, looking more and more powerful. On Monday, as soon as Chen Chu went out, he felt something was wrong with the atmosphere. Patrol cars can be seen passing by on the street from time to time, and there are law enforcement officers on duty at some intersections, and the cameras on those intersections and electric piles also flicker from time to time. What happened? Chen Chu frowned slightly. In the culture class classroom, Chen Chu came to his seat and sat down. Xia Youhui, who was in front of him, turned around and came over. "Ah Chu, do you know that An Lingqin from the first class has gathered his true strength and broken through the second heaven?" "Awesome." Chen Chu was amazed. 2 days to build the foundation, 1 Monday to reach the limit of the first heaven, and within a few days to break through the second heaven. The exaggerated speed of the breakthrough makes no one feel jealous. No way, the gap is so big that it makes people desperate. You must know that there are still more than half of the freshmen in the whole grade who have not established a foundation. Chen Chu shook his head, put the news behind him, took out the textbook from the drawer, and prepared to review it. After all, there was an exam at the end of the month on Friday. No matter how he used to be the number 1 in Lingshan number 1 middle school, he couldn't fail all subjects just after entering high school. Besides, no matter how talented others are, it has nothing to do with him, just practice honestly, but... Freshman leaderboard. In the practice room in the afternoon, Chen Chu was a little dazed when he heard the news. What is the best ranking for freshmen who have just started training? They are all weak. Do you want to see a group of rookies pecking at each other? Xia Youhui said excitedly, "It is said that the government has allocated a lot of resources for the purpose of cultivating the new generation of practitioners, especially for those with outstanding talents to grow faster. This time it's not just the Nanshan Wugao in our city, the first-class colleges and universities in the Manhwa Wugao next door are all the same, and they all have a ranking list for freshmen. Starting on the 1st of next month, the top 50 will be determined on that day, and those on the list will get an extra 5 contribution points every month. 5 contribution points, equivalent to an additional subsidy of 5,000 yuan per person per month, is indeed a great effort to cultivate. After all, there are only so many people in a school." Even Chen Chu was a little moved when he heard the words. He only receives 3 points a month, which is not enough to exchange for a fraction of the normal price of Baxiang blood essence. If he can use another portion of Baxiang's blood essence to practice, even if he can't break through the first level of the exercises, he can still save a month of training time. Chen Chu frowned. No, starting on the 1st of next month, wouldn't it be very unfair to those who have just established the foundation? During this period, many freshmen who have worked hard for more than half a month have built their foundations. Now they will compete in a few days, and many of them may not have reached the threshold of the first layer. Fair. Xia Youhui patted Chen Chu on the shoulder, and said with emotion, "Ah Chu, if this world is really fair, there will be no talent, and there will be no difference in birth. Everyone is the same in everything, that's fair, but do you think it's possible?" After finishing speaking, Xia Youhui looked at Chen Chu with the expression that you were too young. Chen Chu was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that you, Lao Xia, could still say such philosophical words." "Hey, that's right, I've always been so philosophical, it's just that you didn't realize it." Xia Youhui was a little proud. He is indeed right. There is no fairness in this world, but human beings are a group of creatures that can think, and they have entered modern civilization. So on the surface, society still looks relatively equal. But it is only on the surface. No matter what era or society, people will always divide themselves into different classes. This is an unchangeable fact. After chatting with Chen Chu, Xia Youhui went to practice hard. It wasn't just him. After knowing that the school actually made a real freshman ranking instead of the amateur ranking on the official website, all those students were full of motivation. Because after being listed on the list, it is not only resources, but also fame. After all, they are all young people in their teens, who doesn't want to show themselves in front of others. Is it in the top 50? Chen Chu was thoughtful. According to the information obtained by Xia Youhui, more than 1,900 new students, after practicing hard for almost a month, more than 700 people have successfully established their foundations. Among the 48 classes, there are more than 130 ordinary geniuses who can build foundations within a week, and more than 200 intermediate qualifications who can build foundations within half a month. That is to say, if Chen Chu wants to participate in the competition and enter the top 50, he must defeat at least more than 80 geniuses who practice advanced exercises. This does not include the more than 200 students who have built the foundation for half a month. Maybe there are geniuses who have accumulated a lot of knowledge. I don't know. How strong are those who have practiced advanced exercises? As he spoke, Chen Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. Although what he wanted was to cultivate in a low-key manner and develop slowly. But when opportunities and resources appear in front of you, you still have to fight. At that time, it should be okay to mix 40 or 50. After all, everyone will only remember the first, and no one cares about the second, let alone him on the tail. And you don't fight at the beginning of your cultivation. When those geniuses get more resources, the gap in strength between the two sides will become wider and wider. In the end, you may not even be able to see their backs. Of course, Chen Chu is just thinking about it. Unless there is a major breakthrough in his strength after the second evolution of the avatar in 2 days, there is no need to participate, because if he participates, he will be at the bottom. Chapter 28 Upper Limit 6 Heavens. The difference between high and low-level exercises. Tuesday morning, during recess, Chen Chu and Xia Youhui were relaxing in the stairwell, and Chen Chu immediately asked about this topic. After deciding to consider participating in the ranking competition, Chen Chu is going to get to know the basic information of the opponent first. For example, there are differences between high-level and low-level exercises. Chen Chu checked this information on the internet, but the strange thing is that he couldn't find it, and it seemed that it was deliberately blocked by the authorities. Xia Youhui thought for a while. The first difference is the upper limit. Advanced exercises can be cultivated to the 6th heaven, while low-level exercises can only be cultivated to the 3rd heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chu asked suspiciously, advanced exercises can only be cultivated to the 6th level. I remember that there is a 9th level in the realm of martial arts. Chen Chu always thought that advanced exercises could be cultivated to the 9th level. Xia Youhui shook his head. Of course there are exercises that can be cultivated to the 9th level, but they are top-level secrets. Not only do they require high talent, but they are also very precious. You must know that there was no practice of exercises a few decades ago, everyone was groping alone, plus some other reasons, the whole world was very chaotic. Later, more people walked, and the road came out. Gradually, it took the immature form of the practice, and then continued to complete the concept, realm, and level. So don't look at the dragon elephant kung fu you cultivated can only be cultivated to the 3rd level. If it was placed in the earliest era, it would be enough to make countless people break their heads. And the upper limit of low-level exercises is only the 3rd level, but it doesn't mean that you can't break through the 4th level, but the following exercises have to be deduced by yourself. I see. Chen Chu nodded. Xia Youhui continued, even now, it is only at school that you can easily obtain complete exercises. It is difficult for you to practice outside. Although there are martial arts gyms in those big cities, not only are the fees there extremely expensive, but also the inherited exercises are very simple, and most of the exercises are low-level. Like the advanced exercises I practice, if you go to those few advanced martial arts schools to learn, don't even think about it without a tuition fee of 100,000 yuan, and you will only teach one level each time. 100,000 tuition fee, and you can only learn one level, then you, genius students. Chen Chu blinked, and suddenly found a way to make a fortune. You must know that at least 100 people in the school have practiced advanced exercises. I know what you're thinking, but I advise you not to think about it. What do you think the agreement you signed earlier is? Xia Youhui rolled his eyes. Also, we freshmen can only learn the first 3 levels of advanced exercises, and subsequent exercises need to be exchanged for contribution points. In addition, each advanced exercise has its own characteristics and is easy to identify. If anyone dares to spread it privately, it will be easy to be discovered. At that time, follow the vines, and the consequences will be serious once you are caught, so no one will take risks for this little money. Furthermore, the 100,000 level is a learning fee from a legitimate channel, which is not that valuable in secret. After all, both buyers and sellers are at great risk. So rich and powerful people don't need to buy it, they can get it through other formal channels, and those who have no money can't afford it. Speaking of this, Xia Youhui shrugged, and advanced exercises are not as important as you imagined. The real core of the 3 major allies is resource monopoly, top-level exercises, and secret books. Although the whole world has joined the United States of America, due to the reason of self-government, it is actually more like an alliance of human camps, with a loose interior. Among them, the 3 strongest countries are the main ones, consisting of a dozen medium-sized countries and dozens of small countries. Secret code. A look of doubt appeared in Chen Chu's eyes. Xia Youhui shook his head. Don't ask me, I don't know what the secret code is, I just heard my brother mention it. At this time Xia Youhui suddenly said, Ah Chu, I heard that Lu Haitao suffered a disadvantage from you a few days ago. How about it? Do you want to experience the power of advanced exercises? Practice with you. Hey, how's it going, are you afraid? After lunch, Chen Chu took a rest, and found a classroom with Xia Youhui to prepare for the competition, but before it started, a few onlookers came. Facing Chen Chu's questioning gaze, Luo Fei smiled slightly. Xia Youhui told us, calling us to come over and cheer you up, I'm afraid I'll make you cry later. Chen Chu was speechless immediately. Does he look so fragile? And it hasn't started yet, so we don't know who will win or lose. Hey, I'm just in case. Xia Youhui on the opposite side smiled. At this moment, the short-haired girl named Li Wenwen clenched her fists and shouted to Chen Chu, come on, Chen Chu, beat Xia Youhui all over the head. Beside Lin Shui with her arms folded, next to her was Lu Haitao, who had sparred with Chen Chu a few days ago, and they both seemed very interested in the upcoming battle. Students to learn from each other, click to the end, let's start quickly. The squad leader spoke, and the 2 people standing 5 meters apart suddenly looked serious, their figures sank slightly, and a powerful breath of strength permeated their bodies. Xia Youhui said in a deep voice, Ah Chu, the technique I cultivate is called Xuanwu Hudajinjue. It is famous for its defense and strength. The power of cultivation comes with shock, so be careful later. Chen Chu took a deep breath, and said in the same deep voice, come on. Xia Youhui stepped his feet, like a giant turtle turning over, the ground shook slightly, and he rushed towards Chen Chu exuding a heavy momentum, much slower than Lu Haitao. But his aura was even stronger and domineering, and when he came in front of Chen Chu, he pushed his palms across. Chen Chulong's elephant power was running, and the muscles all over his body swelled up in an instant, and a violent aura erupted from his body. Not to be outdone, he also greeted him with both palms. Bang bang. The 2 palms collided, and the airflow was squeezed by a powerful force, making a dull explosion. But immediately Chen Chu's face changed slightly, and a strong shock force came from the opposite side, and his figure couldn't help but take half a step back. Immediately, he became more excited and gave a low drink. Come again. Roar. Accompanied by the faint roar of the elephant, the muscles of Chen Chu's whole body even swelled up again, and the muscles and bones brittle and joined together, and an even more violent force erupted. Bang bang. The 2 people's fists and palms intersected, and a dull explosion erupted again. The powerful force scattered along their bodies, shaking the ground below them. Continue. Xia Youhui also became excited, and his breath became thicker and heavier, like a basalt with spikes on his head constantly attacking. Chen Chu, on the other hand, was like a berserk giant elephant. The 2 of them wrestled together like 2 giant beasts that were just born, and the training room was filled with the dull sound of heavy objects hitting. Under the powerful force, the 2 of them carried the wind howling in every gesture, and the momentum was astonishing. But soon Chen Chu fell into a disadvantage. Because he is indeed a little weaker than Xia Youhui in terms of overall strength, and this gap comes from various aspects. Dragon Elephant Kung Fu majors in strength, and the increase to Chen Chu is about doubled when the entry breaks through the first level, and there is also a certain defense increase. As for Xia Youhui's basaltic thick earth true art, Chen Chu felt that his power was increased by about 1.5 times, and the power of advanced exercises was more cohesive and solid. In addition, the defense is not weak, and with that weird countershock force, every time a part of Chen Chu's power is countershocked, it makes him very uncomfortable. In addition to this, he is also a little weaker than Xia Youhui in terms of basic strength, so he is suppressed in all aspects. However, as the two continued to fight, Chen Chu himself became more and more proficient in using the dragon elephant kung fu moves, and many skills that he didn't understand before became smooth from unfamiliar. Coupled with the sharper perception after practicing the mind-eye, he often blocked Xia Youhui's attack in advance at critical moments and counterattacked, making him flustered, so he barely remained undefeated. At this time, Luo Fei and the other four were also watching seriously. Think about how to defend yourself in the face of this kind of attack, how to counterattack, and sum up experience. Under the condition of not using weapons, the gap between the first-level rebirths is actually not that big. It is just because of the characteristics of the exercises that some people are stronger and some are faster. Chapter 29 Christians. Boom. Chen Chu and Xia Youhui struck again with all their strength, and there was a dull explosion when their fists and palms intersected. Both sides were knocked back a few steps by a powerful countershock force. Stop, no more calls. Xia Youhui, who was sweating profusely, was panting heavily, and waved his hand to signal that he would stop fighting. Seeing this, Chen Chu stopped his hand and let out a long breath. At this time, both of them were wet with sweat, their skin was flushed, and their whole bodies exuded high temperature, which was a phenomenon of blood boiling. After calming down the breath in his body, Xia Youhui complained, "Ah Chu, we are just competing, why are you so desperate?" At the beginning, when the two of them fought each other, they were still measured and kept some strength in their hands, but as the atmosphere of the battle rose and the blood boiled, Chen Chu's shots became heavier and heavier. Faced with this situation, Xia Youhui naturally didn't hold back, and then the two of them punched you and kicked me, and the fight became more and more brutal. Chen Chu touched his red and swollen left cheek, and smiled, "Isn't this a match in chess? It happened on a whim, and I received more than 10 punches than you, so I suffered even more, okay. Can you still count like this? Look at my face." Xia Youhui was annoyed, pointing to the two swollen eye sockets. Although Chen Chu was punched more than 10 times by him, the problem was that those punches fell on his back or shoulders, and he was hit on the face, which was much better than him. At this time, not to mention Xia Youhui, Luo Fei and the others beside him didn't expect them to be beaten so badly. I saw concubine Luo coming to Chen Chu, looking at his cheek with curiosity. "Chen Chu, are you in pain? What do you think, do you want to try it?" As he spoke, Chen Chu's eyes fell on her pure and beautiful face, a little eager to try. With such a beautiful face, one punch should make me cry for a long time. Luo Fei shook her head quickly, "No. Hey, Xia Youhui, your arm is swollen." Li Wenwen poked Xia Youhui's left arm with her finger, and he grinned from the pain and hurriedly dodged. "Don't touch it, it hurts." Lin Shui came over and took out a small bottle. "I have a bottle of special medicinal wine here, which can quickly reduce swelling and activate blood circulation. You too can use it to wipe it." "Thank you, squad leader." Xia Youhui was not polite, took the medicine and went to the changing room with Chen Chu to rub it. Watching the two of them leave, Li Wenwen stuck out her tongue. "I didn't expect that classmate Chen Chu, who looks gentle, would be so crazy when fighting." Lu Haitao, who had been silent all this time, nodded. "Yes, Xia Youhui is too miserable." It was obvious that Chen Chu had been at a disadvantage and had been hit more often, but for some reason, everyone felt that Xia Youhui was worse. At this moment, Lu Haitao was suddenly a little thankful that he chose to stop in time after being punched back a few days ago. Otherwise, he might become the same as Xia Youhui. At that time, I don't know how the class will pass him on. Lin Shui suddenly said, "Tell me, if I invite Chen Chu to join our club again, will he refuse?" Li Wenwen blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Squad leader, why did you invite him?" The other two were also a little surprised. Everyone is a teenager in high school and wants to save face. It stands to reason that after Lin Shui was rejected by Chen Chu once, she should not have such thoughts again. Lin Shui said slowly, "Because he is very courageous and has a strong fighting instinct. If he joins our club, he will be a good teammate." Others in front only saw the fierce fight between the two, but she saw more. For example, Chen Chuna is still unafraid in the face of a downwind, and even has a more violent fighting style in a calm manner, as well as the intuition of trading injuries for injuries in battle but avoiding vital points. This kind of person is a born warrior with a strong will. Luo Fei said softly, I feel that he will still refuse. Well, pretend I didn't say it. Hiss. Ah Chu, tap lightly. In the changing room, Chen Chu rubbed medicine on Xia Youhui's shoulder, and when he exerted a little force, he let out a pig cry, leaving Chen Chu speechless. What are you, a big man who is so afraid of pain? Look, I'm not afraid at all. As he spoke, Chen Chu wiped the powder on his chest, not taking it seriously at all. Nonsense, I chose the Xuan with thick soil formula because I was afraid of pain. Xia Youhui rolled his eyes, and don't lie to me, the force when you wiped yourself was much weaker, but the force when you wiped me was very strong. How is it possible? Am I this kind of person? Chen Chu put down the used medicine bottle with a smile. After applying the medicine, the two of them moved their bodies again, and the qi and blood were indeed much smoother than before, and the swelling on their bodies was also quickly dissipating. Chen Chu asked, Old Xia, what is your arm strength now? Xia Youhui, who knew what he wanted to ask, didn't hide it. 190 kilograms, the first layer of Xuan with thick soil Zhenjue can strengthen the fist strength by 1.5 times. Sure enough. Chen Chu nodded. His current arm strength is only more than 150 kilograms, and with the difference in skills, it is only natural that he will be fully suppressed by Xia Youhui. Based on this calculation, the strength of other people who have practiced advanced exercises is about the same as Xia Youhui. It is a bit difficult to beat them. Chen Chu was thoughtful. It is the worst policy to exchange injuries for injuries after all. And when the overall attribute is suppressed, as long as the opponent is ruthless enough, he will actually lose more by exchanging injuries for injuries. It's painful today, but it's very enjoyable, especially Ah Chu. I didn't expect that your strength has improved so much, and you fought back and forth with me. Xia Youhui rubbed the corners of his eyes while talking. Where, you are better, Lao Xia. Chen Chu's Hang boasted to each other. Xia Youhui was speechless. If I'm stronger, I won't be beaten like this by you. Didn't you let me do this? Chen Chu smiled. Do you think I believe it? Xia Youhui rolled his eyes. At this moment, Chen Chu suddenly asked, Lao Xia, do you know what happened these 2 days? I see law enforcement officers everywhere on the street. Yesterday and today, the streets were full of those people, and Chen Chu was a little puzzled about what happened. As for why I asked Xia Youhui, of course he was well informed. It's nothing serious. I heard that 2 cultists have appeared, and they are investigating and tracking them these days. Religionists, those who caused chaos in Kuluoya. Chen Chu's expression froze. Noticing his solemnity, Xia Youhui said nonchalantly, Don't worry, Ah Chu, we are not a small country like Kuluoya, those guys will die as many times as they come. Don't look at the fact that you don't see many cultivators in society. There are many masters in our city, especially the teachers in our school. However, it will be a little more dangerous these days. If you have nothing to do at night, try not to run around. Finally, Xia Youhui reminded. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Chu waited until the redness and swelling on his face subsided before leaving the school. On the way, he took out his mobile phone and searched for news about Kuluoya. Then I found that half a month had passed, and the situation there had become more serious. Almost half of Koroya has traces of rebels formed by practitioners. In addition, there are some cultists mixed in. The so-called evil gods are some dangerous elements that have emerged in recent years. They mostly appear in small backward countries in South Africa, often causing chaos. Therefore, every time it appears, it will be quickly wiped out by the local official forces. Brothers, remember to vote for it. Chapter 32nd Evolution. Back home, Chen Hu had already cleaned up a pot of fish. Brother, the mutant beast you raised eats more than I do, and it grows bigger and bigger. Will it ruin our family? Chen Hu was a little worried. He felt that the recent deterioration of food should be caused by the mutant beast raised by his brother. He used to eat meat every day to be full, but since more than half a month ago, although there is also meat every day, it feels like it is gone before a few bites, and there are only vegetables left on the plate. During this period of time, he only got a little full by cooking for himself, which is one of the reasons why he actively goes home to cook every day. Thinking of this, Chen Hu suggested for his own stomach, Brother, why don't we eat that mutant beast? I heard that the meat of the mutant beast is very nourishing. Chen Chu glanced at him sideways, with strange eyes, this proposal sounds good, what do you think tastes delicious? Chen Hu's eyes lit up, thinking there was something interesting. He suggested excitedly, brother, I think barbecue and garlic are more fragrant. Of course, spicy is also fine. Brother, wait a minute, I'll get the knife right away. Chen Hu excitedly ran back to the kitchen, picked up the kitchen knife, and was about to go upstairs to kill the hexagonal salamander. Chen Chu said angrily, you are serious, put down the knife for me. Ah. Brother, don't eat. Chen Hu was a little disappointed. Chen Chu waved his hand, I know how to eat all day long. This is a mutant beast raised by myself. However, your worry is not unreasonable. This mutant beast has been eating more and more recently. I plan to release it in 2 days. Release. Chen Hu felt that it was a pity. What a waste, that's mutated beast meat. Okay, don't be sorry. Chen Chu patted him on the shoulder, you are still young, there are some things you don't understand, and you can't grasp them. Just listen to me, and go cook. All right. Although he didn't know why his brother released him, Chen Hu didn't think too much about it because of his trust since childhood. Ignoring the tangled Chen Hu, Chen Chu carried the basin of fish up to the second floor. In the room, the hexagonal salamander, which had grown to 68 centimeters, was lying on the floor, and its figure became more and more powerful, especially the 3 pairs of red feathers spread out on both sides. I don't know if it has evolved once, or because it has grown up. The eyesight of the hexagonal salamander has also improved a lot. Through the salamander's low perspective, Chen Chu could clearly see his appearance and the furniture in the room, but everything was huge and oppressive. Controlling the avatar to eat and drink enough, Chen Chu practiced again at night before resting. The next day, there were still law enforcement officers on the way to class. It seemed that the 2 believers hadn't been caught yet. Chen Churuo thought about it. As soon as he walked into the classroom, he found that today was much more lively than before, and everyone was discussing the ranking competition. Several students who have just established the foundation are complaining about the unfairness. They have only entered the first layer for a few days, and many students have been practicing for half a month. In this kind of competition, they are far behind in terms of basic physique and proficiency in moves, and they have no hope of getting ahead. Compared to them who were depressed, those students who had broken through for half a month were gearing up, a little excited, thinking that this was their chance to make a name for themselves on campus. With everyone in the top tier, they feel that if they give it a go, they might have hope of reaching the top 50. As for those students who have not yet established their foundation, they can only look at it enviously. I think it should be no problem for the monitor to be in the top 10 this time. You underestimate the squad leader too much. I think the squad leader has hope in the top 5. In the battle training yesterday afternoon, the squad leader defeated Zhang Gang and the 3 of them. Yeah, I also think that the squad leader's strength can be ranked among the top 5. Her swordsmanship is too powerful. Lin Shui in the front row was surrounded by many classmates. When she talked about yesterday afternoon when she forced 3 classmates to join forces, everyone admired her very much. After the battle between Chen Chu and Xia Youhui at noon yesterday, Lin Shui and the others also noticed the problem of actual combat experience. So yesterday afternoon, in the name of the monitor, she called all the foundation establishment students in the class together. The nickname is that in order to improve the overall strength of the class, so that everyone can get a good ranking in the next ranking competition, they are going to organize a practical training. Most people have no objection to this proposal, and after practicing for so long, they also feel a little itchy, and then they are very lively when they practice all afternoon. I think Yi Rui can also enter the top 10 this time. He is a genius who built a foundation in 3 or 4 days just like the squad leader. Yes, Commissioner Yi Rui is also very strong. Xia Youhui was easily defeated by him in yesterday afternoon's training class. This time he will definitely be on the list with ease. Haha. Everyone praised me too much. My strength is actually mediocre. It was just a fluke to win yesterday. Besides, we are still just students. Friendship is the first in this competition. It doesn't matter how high you rank, as long as you learn from each other and make progress. Chen Chu came to his seat and sat down, then looked at Xia Youhui in front of him strangely. What's the matter? You were beaten by the class committee yesterday. Xia Youhui was a little dissatisfied. It's not that I was beaten, it was just a sparring session, and I was still injured from fighting with you at that time, so I lost 2 moves carelessly. Really? Chen Chu felt that he was being stubborn. After fighting Xia Youhui yesterday, he found a personal practice room to refine the dragon elephant kung fu, so he didn't go out to participate in the training. At this time, Chen Chu asked curiously, "Lao Xia, what do you think of the strength of Yi Rui's class committee and class leader?" Xia Youhui hesitated for a moment. "Very strong. I haven't practiced against the squad leader, but I feel that I am not her opponent. Her sharp and violent swordsmanship is more powerful than me. In terms of Yi Rui, SOSO is a little better than me." "I see." Chen Chu nodded slightly. Although Xia Youhui has duplicity in his words, the genius who has broken through the foundation establishment these few days is indeed very strong. In terms of strength, he can suppress a classmate like him who also practices advanced exercises. Woo 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 woo. At this time, there was a low sobbing sound from the front. Xia Youhui hurriedly turned back to comfort him. "Ah you, it's okay, you can still go to a famous university if you can't practice real martial arts. Look, General Luo Wuyue is not the same and has never practiced real martial arts. Now he has become a major general of the Federation at the age of 30. Let me tell you." At this time, it's not just Xia Youhui's front desk girl. While those martial arts students were excitedly discussing the ranking competition, those students in the class who had practiced for almost a month and were still at rank 6 or 7 were a little depressed. Chen Chu sees these things, but there is no way. The problem of talent will not change just because you are unwilling. And they are actually very lucky. They have the opportunity to systematically learn real martial arts in high school. You must know that in some allied countries, real martial arts and cultivation resources are controlled by high-level officials, and ordinary people have no chance to contact them at all. This is why those small countries have become more chaotic in the past 2 years. After all, not everyone is willing to be at the bottom all their lives. At 4 o'clock, as the bell rang for school dismissal, Chen Chu slowly opened his eyes, ready to go back. After starting to practice real martial arts, it was the first time for him to leave school so early and go home. The reason is very simple: the avatar can start the second evolution immediately. Chapter 31 Heavy Armored Beast. When Chen Chu came home, Chen who hadn't finished school yet. Throwing the backpack on the sofa, he came to the second floor. In the room, the hexagonal salamander, which had grown to 70 centimeters after eating once in the morning, was lying on the ground, looking quietly at Chen Chu with black bean-like eyes. In anticipation, Chen Chu took out the box from the drawer and opened it, picked one of the 3 fixed beetles, grabbed it and put it into the mouth of the hexagonal salamander. "Let's start." Boom. Accompanied by Chen Chu's confirmation, a violent heat wave erupted like a mountain torrent in the body of the hexagonal salamander, which had already reached the evolutionary requirements. That is the evolutionary energy that has been accumulated in the body. Wherever it passes, the cells in the salamander's body divide again, compress, and become stronger. In the deeper part of the clone, the originally fixed gene sequence began to evolve in a stronger and more perfect direction after absorbing the iron beetle. Click click click. On the smooth and tough body surface of the avatar, layers of light black bones grew out of nothing like scales at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a heat flow appeared out of thin air in Chen Chu's body. It's just that compared to the first week feeling, this time the evolutionary energy has increased by more than 10 times, and the strength of the muscles and bones has increased at a terrifying speed. This kind of strengthening belongs to the whole. The cells of his whole body are constantly dividing and compressing like the clone, and become more explosive, and the internal organs are stronger. This evolution lasted almost an hour. Who? Chen Chu let out a breath, and opened his eyes. The black and white eyes were as bright and energetic as black gemstones, with a vague sense of oppression. Feeling the soaring power in his body, Chen Chu showed a smile on his face, because this increase exceeded his expectations. In excitement, Chen Chu summoned the property page with a thought. Level, First Heaven. Constitution, 58. Strength, 60. Dexterity, 52. Spirit, 55. Talent, Soul Split. Cultivation Method, Lotus Terrace Meditation, Consummation, Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, Level 1, Mind Eye Bright Sword, Level 1 of Saber Art, Mind Eye. Body, Hexagonal Heavy Armored Beast. Level, Low-Level Alien Beast, an extraordinary creature that has evolved twice, with an adult body length limit of 3 meters. Talent, Strength, Powerful muscle fibers and bones, can burst out 100 times their own strength. Defense, the body surface has a special structure, and the outer armor with the hardness of steel has a defense that is 100 times heavier than its volume. Remarks, the defense power of places where the outer armor is weak will decrease to a certain extent. Evolution value, 0/300. The 4 major attributes have all increased by 30 points, which is equivalent to strengthening the physique of a normal person by 3 times, and a single attribute has even exceeded the limit of the first layer. Chen Chu glanced at the changes in his own attributes, and then turned his attention to the clone data below. The name of the avatar has changed to Hexagonal Heavy Armored Beast, which has nothing to do with Salamander at all. It is a low-level beast with a growth limit of 3 meters. But these are not important. What makes Chen Chu's eyes bright is the defensive talent below. Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. This time I got another talent. Chen Chu smiled. With a heavy defense of 100 times its size and a talent capable of bursting out 100 times its strength, as long as the avatar is released at this time, it needs to be careful, and there is no problem in terms of safety. After reading the detailed attribute changes, Chen Chu put away the attribute page and looked at the heavy armor clone on the ground. At this time, the body length of the clone is still 70 centimeters, the same as when it evolved for the first time. The body length has not changed, but the density and weight have doubled several times, and it is thicker laterally. The whole body is covered with a black armor-like exoskeleton, including the abdomen, especially the position on the back, like pieces of armor spliced together. Even the dorsal fin that extends from the head to the tail has become blunt and thick, including the tail that occupies a small part of the body and is covered by a black ring-shaped outer armor. Under evolution, the limbs became stronger and more powerful, also covered by smaller scales, and the claws were as sharp as small daggers. The originally wide and thick head was also covered by a black exoskeleton, and the eyes were even protected by prominent brow bones, just like wearing a helmet. In addition, the upper and lower jaws have evolved to protrude more forward, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and even 4 upper and lower canine teeth. The 2 sides of the head spread out, and the 3 pairs of feather horns like small wings have completely turned into hard horniness, and the color is even more bright red like blood, making the middle a bit hideous. At this moment, the clone of the heavy armored beast looks like a ferocious mutant beast. It's hard to imagine that it was just a salamander smaller than a palm at first. At this time, the sound of the door opening came from downstairs. Chen Hu saw the backpack on the sofa, and shouted upstairs, "Brother, you are back." Chen Chu upstairs shouted to the people below, "Well, you have something to leave early today, you go to cook first, I want to go out for a while." "Oh." Dismissed Chen Hu casually, and Chen Chu rummaged through the closet, found a backpack, and then consciously controlled the heavy armored beast to crawl in carefully. Controlling the heavy armored beast to curl up, Chen Chucai pulled up the wire, grabbed the strap and lifted it, feeling his hand sinking, and the strap made a sound of being overwhelmed. Based on the feel of the hand, Chen Chu estimated that the heavy armored beast weighed at least 80 kilograms, which was astonishingly heavy. However, this weight is nothing to him whose physique is 5 times higher than that of ordinary people on average. Carefully holding the backpack to prevent the heavily armored beast from damaging the backpack, Chen Chu went out, facing the sun to the river a few hundred meters away. According to the normal routine, his behavior of releasing mutant beasts should go out in the middle of the night and sneak around, so that it fits the atmosphere. Then when I came back at night, I encountered some accidents and other stories happened, such as a hero saving the beauty or something, which would be more in line with the routine. Thinking wildly in his head, Chen Chu came to the riverside after a while, and came down along the embankment. Chen Chu looked around, there was no one, it was fine. He put down his backpack directly, opened the zipper, and the black strange beast entered the river along the weeds with a rustling sound. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Suddenly another underwater picture appeared in Chen Chu's eyes. From the perspective of the heavy armored beast, the surrounding vision became blurred, and the water area more than 2 meters deep can be seen clearly within 10 meters with the help of sunlight. Here, the algae are swaying, and the small fish are wandering. Suddenly, a big fish weighing a few kilograms appears, scaring the small fish to scurry around. The fish had just swam past the heavy armored beast when it was bitten by the suddenly exposed heavy armored beast, and snapped into 2 pieces under the terrible bite force. Chewing the fish in its mouth, the heavy armored beast swam along the small river under the control of Chen Chu's consciousness, towards the mainstream river dozens of miles away. There are big fish only when the water is deep, and the resources are rich when the river is wide. It will be slaughtered from today to eat enough. At this moment, the heavy armored beast felt the faint excitement of Tian Gao letting the birds fly and Haiku leaping with the fish. It has been kept in the room for too long. Not only the depression in space, but also the lack of food. If there was enough food, the clone of the heavy armored beast could evolve at least 10 days earlier, but because of Chen Chu's embarrassment, the time at night was basically wasted. Brothers, remember to vote for it, there will be more at noon. Chapter 32 can only help so much. After the clone entered the river, Chen Chu also turned around and went back, but because he was distracted from controlling the swimming of the heavy armored beast, he seemed a little absent-minded on the road. Including dinner at night is the same. Looking at Chen Chu, who was eating and then stopping, Zhang Xiaolan on the opposite side asked concerned, "Ah Chu, are you alright?" "Ah, no, I'm fine." Chen Chu recovered. Just now the heavy armored beast encountered a 1-meter-long herring at the bottom of the river. Chen Chu jumped on it without thinking, and directly turned over the larger herring. Although the size difference is not small, the heavy armored beast just pressed one claw on the back of the herring, and the powerful force made the herring unable to move at the bottom of the river. After this evolution, the avatar's talent of 100 times the size and strength was completely released. At this time, the strength under one claw exceeded 1,000 kilograms, which was terrifying. This is still a juvenile body at this stage because it is only 70 centimeters long. When the heavy armored beast grows to 3 meters long and weighs hundreds or thousands of kilograms, its strength will reach a terrifying level under the same volume. After eating, Chen Chu went upstairs on the pretext of practicing, and continued to distract himself from controlling the heavy armored beast to wander around. After swimming for more than an hour, I finally came to the mouth of the river dozens of miles away. The Taotao River was rushing, and on the bank of the weed-covered river, a ferocious black head stuck out of the water. Chen Chu controlled the avatar and looked around. There were no buildings nearby, and there was a road along the river on the embankment behind. The Lus River bank in this area is several meters above the water surface, suitable for digging and building caves. The hexagonal salamander is amphibious. Although it can stay in the water for a long time, Chen Chu feels that it is safer to make a nest on the shore. Under Chen Chu's control, the heavy armored beast's claws landed on the mud, and with a rustle, an underwater hole was dug out, and then it continued to expand, digging upwards. Soon, a dark hole with a depth of several meters was dug out. Then Chen Chu took out a small air intake above the hole. Who? In the room, Chen Chu let out a breath and slowly opened his eyes. The outdoors are different from the indoors. After the avatar is released, Chen Chu needs to be distracted all the time, so as to avoid the heavy armored beast accidentally belching due to the lack of reaction. At that time, even if he has no effect on the main body, he will suffer heavy losses. After all, as long as the heavy armored beast continues to evolve, it will not only be a powerful combat force, but each evolution will also greatly improve its physical strength. So it wasn't until after digging the nest that Chen Chu withdrew most of his attention and prepared to start the training task tonight. It's just that Chen Chu felt the difference when he started practicing. Under the circulation of qi and blood in his body, which was more than twice as thick, the extraordinary energies floating around were attracted one after another, and then were drawn into the body by spiritual power to refine. Whether it is the speed of qi and blood circulation or the amount of extraordinary energy absorbed, it is twice as fast as before, and the overall cultivation speed has doubled. He felt that the first level of Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, which was expected to take 4 months to break through, could be broken through after more than 1 month of practice. This change surprised Chen Chu, and he started to practice even harder. With the continuous circulation of qi and blood, refining the free energy between the heaven and the earth, the muscles and fascia of Chen Chu's whole body were continuously strengthened, and each time it was circulated, it became tougher. Of course, this strengthening speed is very slow. In the morning, as soon as he left the house, Chen Hu came to Chen Chu for a comparison, and then he was surprised. "Brother, have you grown taller again?" A month ago, Chen Chu was only 1.7 meters tall, a bit shorter than Chen Hu, who was only 1.75 meters tall at the age of 13. This period of time has passed, and with the continuous strengthening of physique and practice, he has become as tall as Chen Hu before he knows it. And it's not just about height, the original thin body is also much stronger. This size is not as mighty as Chen Hu's, but very harmonious and well-proportioned. The slightly bulging muscles of the upper body propped up the shirt, the trousers of the lower body were straight, and the figure was straight, looking very energetic. "I'm growing up recently," Chen Chu responded casually. The two brothers walked towards the school. When they came to the crossroads entering the city, a young girl walked over from the side and waved to him after seeing Chen Chu. The young girl has a slim figure, her black hair like a waterfall is tied behind her head with a white bow ribbon, her face is pure and beautiful, standing there is a beautiful scenery. Chen Hu was a little surprised and said, "Brother, she seems to be greeting you." Yes, my classmate. Chen Chu nodded, and smiled at Luo Fei who was opposite. At this time, the green light on the side turned on, and Chen Chu led Chen Hu over there. It's rare to meet you, shall we go together? Okay. Luo Fei nodded softly. Chen Hu leaned over, and said fiercely, Sister, you are so beautiful, just like a fairy in an ancient costume TV series. Excuse me, this is my younger brother Chen Hu. Chen Chu was a little embarrassed. Luo Fei pursed her lips and smiled, It's okay, your brother is very cute. As the three of them walked forward, Chen Hu caught up 2 steps to the other side of Luo Fei, turned his head and asked curiously, Sister, do you have a good relationship with my brother? Luo Fei paused, It's okay, we are classmates. Oh, I thought you and my brother were good friends. Chen Hu felt a little regretful. Friend, it should be considered, right? After speaking, Luo Fei looked at Chen Chu and blinked. Chen Chu smiled, of course. After all, the two have known each other for a long time. They had a good relationship when they were still practicing the body casting art. In terms of relationship, they have long been no different from friends. At this moment, not far ahead, Chen Hu saw his little classmates and waved to Chen Chu, Brother, pretty sister, I'm leaving first. When he turned around and ran forward, Chen Hu winked at Chen Chu, as if to say, Brother, I can only help you so much. Chen Chu was speechless. Chen Hu left, Chen Chu and Luo Fei walked slowly towards the school side by side, exchanging cultivation experience casually along the way. When she entered the school gate, she met her classmate Li Wenwen. The girl's eyes widened, as if she saw something surprising. In the classroom, as soon as Chen Chu sat down, Xia Youhui in front of him turned around and came over, but then he let out a light sigh, Ah Chu, why do I feel that you have become stronger? Chen Chu glanced at him, what has become stronger? Xia Youhui looked at him suspiciously, strange, tell me honestly, did you use any cultivation resources after you went back yesterday? Do you think that a poor person like me, who can't even afford the qi and blood resources for foundation building, can afford the cultivation resources? Chen Chu was speechless. It seems to make sense, but... Xia Youhui's doubts grew stronger. He had only fought against Chen Chu 2 days ago, so he was more sensitive to changes in Chen Chu's aura. As soon as Chen Chu sat down today, Xia Youhui felt a slight threat from him. He was obviously the same person, but there was an inexplicable sense of oppression when he sat there. But how could Chen Chu threaten him? He knew Chen Chu's talent very well. Although he had a calm mind and a promising future, Xia Youhui obviously didn't believe that he had a sudden epiphany and suddenly surpassed him. They are only in the first layer of heaven, they are still in the scope of body training, and they are not above the 6th layer of heaven, which pays more attention to understanding. How could their strength suddenly skyrocket? Could it be that I feel wrong? Xia Youhui scratched his head. Continue tomorrow. Chapter 33 Underwater Hunting. In the afternoon, only a dozen or so people were practicing in the huge practice room. The geniuses in the class, Lin Shui, Yi Rui, and others all have their own small groups and rented a club practice room. While the students around were practicing boxing, swords, and other weapons, Chen Chu in the crowd held the knife behind him with one hand, and closed his eyes slightly. Before practicing Mind Eye, Chen Chu never got started. Today, when he closed his breath and focused his attention, a vague picture appeared in his mind. 55 spiritual attributes, equivalent to 5 or 6 times that of ordinary people, the powerful spiritual power naturally spread out, covering a range of several meters around. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual power of the cultivator will also increase after reaching the end, and he can release his mental will and perceive everything around him. But when your mental power perceives your opponent from a distance, others will also be able to spot you in the first place. So the creator of this exercise thought of another shortcut: tap the 5 senses of the human body, and practice the 6th sense after training to the limit. At that time, as long as there is a malicious line of sight on the body, no matter how far away it is, it will be sensed immediately, and it can also be done first in battle. The formula appeared in his mind, and Chen Chu slowly shrank his mental power to the senses of hearing, smell, touch, etc., and stimulated these senses with the blade to amplify them infinitely. I don't know if it's because of the increase in strength or evolution, but soon, the fine hairs on Chen Chu's body felt the weak flow of the surrounding air. These fluctuations are from the ripples of the air stirred by the bodies of the people around them when they practiced, and the sharp vibrations from the weapons tearing the air. As his mind became silent, Chen Chu's mind was like a transparent mirror, with ripples constantly fluctuating on it, forming some incomplete and blurred lines. This practice did not stop until noon. Chen Chu slowly opened his eyes, looked at the students around him who had finished their work and were about to go to lunch, and with a thought, he called out the property page. Sure enough, in the notes behind the knife technique, the mind finally got started. Seeing this, Chen Chu showed a smile on his face. As long as he entered the mind eye state once and was included in the attribute page, he would be able to improve slowly as long as he worked hard. After everyone left, Chen Chu came to a strength tester and took a deep breath. I saw his body sinking, the fiery blood in his body was circulating, the muscles of his right arm and even his upper body swelled slightly, and a violent force gushed out. Boom. Under Chen Chu's punch, the strength tester mounted on the wall shook with a bang, the numbers on it jumped wildly, and finally stopped at the number 1650. Nearly 6 times the strength of ordinary people, Chen Chu's arm strength reached 400 kilograms. Combined with the materialized characteristics of strength after practicing the dragon-elephant kung fu, the amplification is doubled, and a punch instantly bursts out with a terrifying impact force of more than 1,600 kilograms. This is just a pure burst of power. Next, Chen Chu came to the speed test area to test again, and the data was 24 meters per second. Although this speed was already very fast, Chen Chu was slightly taken aback. According to the normal speed of more than 6 meters per second for ordinary people, his agility attribute is 5 times that of ordinary people. Shouldn't the speed be 30 meters per second? Or is it that speed and power are different? Personal movement speed is affected by external gravity and air resistance, and cannot be converted by simple multiples. In doubt, Chen Chu did some more tests. It was found that, except that his moving speed was a little lower than the data showed, his nerve response was 5 times that of ordinary people, and his body was flexible and coordinated. Obviously, the agility attribute not only refers to speed, but also includes body coordination and neural response. And at this point, he can slowly improve his physique and strength while practicing dragon-elephant kung fu. It seems that the evolution of the avatar has also raised his upper limit, which is different from those students whose physique can no longer be improved after reaching the limit of the first layer. In the afternoon, it was already 4 o'clock after finishing daily practice, but Chen Chu did not leave school, but went to the reference room on the 33rd floor. After practicing every day, he would go to the top floor to look for books to read when he has time. Under official control, such information cannot be found on the internet. When Chen Chu came to the reading area with 2 books, he saw a girl with black hair sitting by the window as always, lowering her head and reading a book quietly. When Chen Chu came to sit down opposite her, Luo Fei seemed to have sensed something, and raised her head slightly. Seeing that it was him, the girl showed a faint smile on her pretty face, nodded to Chen Chu, and then continued to read with her head down. Chen Chu also smiled back, and also lowered his head and opened the pages of the book to read. At this time, the sunlight outside the window was just right, falling on the 2 of them, bringing warmth and making the atmosphere a little lazy and leisurely. Boom. The water splashed under the 10-meter deep river surface, 75 centimeters long, and a strange beast in heavy armor suddenly emerged from the bottom of the river, biting the belly of a big fish swimming above. This is a black fish with a length of 1.5 meters, a weight of tens of kilograms, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Being attacked, it twisted its body crazily, bursting out with great force and trying to break free. At this moment, a sharp claw slapped on its head with astonishing force. Click. The skull of this snake-headed black fish was shattered by the slap of the heavy armored beast. After killing the black fish twice as long as itself, the heavy armored beast began to eat. Its sharp teeth and strong bite force allowed it to tear apart the food easily. But the heavy armored beast has human consciousness, is very picky, only eats meat, and is not interested in internal organs. As soon as these scattered internal organs slowly sank, they were swarmed by some finger-sized fish swimming around, and they were torn apart frantically. Big fish eat, and small fish pick up leftovers. This is the ecology of the great river underwater. Soon, a nearly 100-gene black fish was devoured. The terrifying digestion ability converted the food, and the body of the heavy armored beast swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heavy armored beast looks thicker and more ferocious after growing up. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr target. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed past in the depths of the turbid waters. Boom! A powerful impact came from the belly of the heavy armored beast, knocking it into the air for several meters, and its thick body rolled continuously in the water. Just as the heavy armored beast adjusted its body, the creature that attacked it burst out again at an alarming speed, This time the target was the head of the heavy armored beast. Only then did Chin-Chu see the attacker clearly. It was a large fish more than 2 meters long, with gray scales all over its body, resembling a sturgeon. But that ferocious big mouth full of sharp teeth, which can almost bite off a person's thigh, is much more fierce than a sturgeon. This fish was so fast that it appeared in front of the armored beast almost in the blink of an eye, and then, with a muffled sound of bang, the mutated sturgeon was whipped on the mouth by the reflexive tail of the heavy armored beast, and its body was directly overturned by the terrifying force. The size difference between the two parties is 3 times, but it was knocked over, which made the mentally retarded mutant sturgeon a little confused. At this moment, the heavy armored beast had already pounced on it, and its claws stretched out to grab the sides of the mutated sturgeon's body, tearing the scales with its sharp claws. Injured, the mutated sturgeon swam frantically, trying to throw off the heavy armored beast hanging on its body, but couldn't break free at all, and the heavy armored beast also opened its mouth wide. Click! Under the terrifying bite force of the heavy armored beast, the back of the mutated sturgeon was directly bitten off, and its body froze immediately. It lost its resistance and became food. In this water area where there are no powerful mutant beasts, the heavy armored beasts with formidable strength and amazing defense have almost no natural enemies. There is still at noon. Chapter 34 Terrible Defense. Chen-Chu, Chen-Chu. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Fei looked at Chen-Chu, who was distracted in front of her, and couldn't help calling twice. "Ah, what's wrong?" Chen-Chu withdrew part of his mind. Luo Fei put the hair hanging from her forehead behind her ears, pointed to the wall clock on the wall, and said softly, "It's already 6 o'clock, I'm going back, shall we go together?" "It's already 6 o'clock, the time of raging rivers flies so fast." Chen-Chu nodded with emotion, "Okay." The two got up, put the borrowed books back where they were, and walked out of the building. During this period of time, most of Shan Invasion's students who were cultivating also returned home from Lucy, and walked out in 2s and 3s, discussing the ranking competition in a few days. The sun is setting, and the sun has lost the heat of the afternoon. A gust of breeze blows over the girl's hair, bringing a light fragrance of shampoo. Chen-Chu turned his head, looked at the beautiful side face, and asked casually, "Luo Fei, do you want to participate in next Monday's competition?" Luo Fei shook her head. "My skills are special, and I don't have much fighting power in the early stage, so I don't plan to participate." I always heard her say that the exercises she practiced are special, and Chen-Chu couldn't help asking curiously, "What kind of exercises did you practice? You didn't have much combat power in the early stage." The girl pursed her lips slightly, showing a faint smile. "This question is kept secret, and you will find out after the trial in the 2nd grade. Chen-Chu had no choice but to say, "Okay. What about you? You should participate in this ranking competition." Luo Fei asked back. "Well, I want to participate." Chen-Chu nodded. "In the past few days, I feel that I have made a breakthrough in cultivation, so I am going to participate in the ranking competition to compete with those classmates and accumulate combat experience." Luo Fei didn't think much about this reason. In her opinion, both Chen-Chu and her were practicing low-level exercises. Their initial talent was average among this group of freshmen, and participating in the ranking competition was just for fun. After all, there are more than 100 ordinary geniuses who have built their foundations within a week and practiced advanced exercises. There is a big gap between Chen-Chu and those people in terms of talent and cultivation level, and it is impossible for him to have the opportunity to enter the top 50. On the next road, the two walked and chatted like ordinary friends. It's just that concubine Luo noticed that occasionally Chen-Chu's mind would be distracted while talking. It should be because he practiced too hard during this period and didn't have a good rest. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but appreciate it. Talent is almost okay, as long as you are willing to practice hard and accumulate steadily step by step, one day you will reach a height that ordinary people can't imagine. The next day, Friday, the end-of-month exam for the first year of senior high school began, and many students looked bitter when they were holding papers. No way, they have been focusing on cultivation during this time, who still has the mind to read and study? The exam is over in a hurry, and I don't have to go to school the next Saturday. Chen-Chu did not go to school to practice as usual, but came to the bustling commercial street, preparing to practice in a noisy environment. Today he is wearing a white t-shirt, gray trousers and white flat shoes, and his clothes are simple and casual. Coupled with a tall and straight figure, delicate and handsome features and a clean face, as soon as I found a chair under the shade of a tree to sit down, many people looked over. Especially those girls in cool clothes. When they pass by this sunny boy, they will stop intentionally or unintentionally, pretending to look at the surrounding shops. It's a pity, although some of these beauties are pretty long and have a figure. But after the boy sat down, he closed his eyes and went to rest. He couldn't see the scenery at all. Some girls who wanted to strike up a conversation also stopped when they saw this. Not being disturbed by the outside world, as soon as Chinchugang closed his eyes and concentrated, he entered the special state built by the 5 keen senses again. Acuity of hearing filters out useless messy sounds, sense of smell distinguishes people and things around, touch air all over the body senses the flow of airflow in space. After slowly becoming familiar with this state, Chen Chu separated part of his mind. In the past month, he has been practicing distraction. Although it is not yet possible to completely control the 2 bodies freely, it is already possible to allocate part of its attention to control the heavy armored beast when the main body is doing things. The river with waves and torrents is hundreds of meters wide, and the deepest part is more than 40 meters. It breeds countless aquatic organisms, and many large fish are slightly mutated under the influence of the environment. The water on the riverbank was turbid, and a creature with a length of 80 centimeters, thick limbs, and heavy armor crawled out of the cave and swam towards the deep water area. It has only been released for 2 days, and because of the sufficient food, the heavy armor clone has grown 10 centimeters, with a bigger body, stronger defense, and more exaggerated strength. At the same time, the evolution value is also increasing at a rate of 5 points per day, which is much faster than before. Of course, this was inseparable from Chen Chu's diligence in controlling the heavy armored beast to eat whenever he had time every day, including getting up to eat in the middle of the night. Soon, Chen Chu controlled the heavy armored beast to a deep water area of more than 20 meters. The vision here was cloudy, and he could only vaguely see a range of 5 or 6 meters. Before swimming far, a huge figure appeared in the heavy armored beast's sight. It was a 3-meter-long fish with a long crocodile mouth. Its body was covered with thick scales, and bone spurs grew out of its back. It was fierce and ferocious. Judging from its appearance, this should be a ferocious fish mutated from an alligator gar. When the heavy armored beast found it, it also noticed this little guy with a normal size, and immediately rushed over with a flick of its tail, ready to fight the tooth sacrifice. For a mutant crocodile gar that is more than 3 meters long and as thick as a human body, a heavy armored beast that is only 80 centimeters is a little guy, and it can bite through it in one bite. The armored beast calmly watched the mutated crocodile gar rushing towards it, and saw indifferently that its wide crocodile mouth tore through the water, drawing a string of splashes. Boom. When the heavy armored beast didn't dodge, the mutant crocodile gar's big mouth bit at its back, and a tearing force erupted under the powerful kinetic energy. In the past, alligators and birds used to attack at high speed, using kinetic energy and sharp teeth to tear their prey into 2 pieces, but today, it's like biting into alloy steel. The sharp teeth of the mutated alligator gar broke off directly, grunting. Under the pain, the mutated crocodile was even more violent. The huge bite force bites the heavy armored beast tightly, and its huge body twists wildly in the water, trying to tear the hard prey in its mouth. But let the mutated crocodile be exhausted, and the heavy armored beast in its mouth remained unscathed. Even if compared to the back, the abdomen with a weaker outer armor only has a little white marks, which is the horror of the defensive talent. It seems that what the crocodile and strange beast is biting is the back and abdomen of the heavy armored beast. In fact, when it bites with explosive power, all the power is spread to the whole body by the integrated exoskeleton structure. Combined with the internal structure like a layer cake, it can weaken the weight of the body layer by layer, and the strength of the outer armor increases with the growth of body size. These together create a heavily armored beast with terrifying defenses. Unable to tear it off for a long time, the exhausted alligator had to let go of the heavy armored beast. At this moment, the heavily armored beast, which had tested its defense, swung its tail, and when its body turned, its muscle strength exploded, and its claws fell its head. Boom. Under the heavy blow, the water exploded, and the mutant crocodile gar's head collapsed directly. Blood mixed with white matter rushed out, and it was hammered to death by the claw of the heavy armored beast. Killing the mutant fish, the heavy armored beast took a big bite, tore off a large piece of flesh and blood from the mutant crocodile gar's back and devoured it. Blood froth overflowed while chewing, very ferocious. There will be more tomorrow, brothers, remember to vote for it. Chapter 35 Synchronous Reinforcement. It didn't work. Pedestrian Street, Chen Chu, who had been sitting all afternoon, slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of disappointment on his face. I thought that in a noisy place like the pedestrian street, it would be helpful for the cultivation of the mind-eye realm, and it would be more in line with the state of the practice, but I didn't expect the progress to be about the same as yesterday. It seems that he is thinking too much. Thoughtful, Chen Chu got up and left. I sat there all afternoon. Besides basking in the sun and cultivating my mind, some beauties came over to strike up a conversation. But at that time, Chen Chu was in the state of cultivation, and half of his consciousness was turning into a strange beast to prey and fight, so he was not interested in talking to them. Women have no fun hunting all kinds of mutated fish in the depths of rivers. The next day, Sunday, Chen Chu didn't go to the pedestrian street, nor did he go to school. Under the sun, he sat cross-legged on the wooden corridor in the backyard, trying his best to practice the dragon-elephant kung fu, while part of his mind was on the side of the heavy armored beast. Under the surface of the water more than 10 meters deep, the heavy armored beast has just hunted and killed a common mutant fish more than 3 meters long, and is eating big mouthfuls. Through the ravages of the past few days, the heavy armored beast has become the overlord of several kilometers of water, and none of the mutated fish that it targets can escape. Eating and drinking at the same time, the body is getting bigger and thicker. Suddenly Chen Chu stopped practicing and opened his eyes. Just now, he felt an undetectable warm current in his body. This feeling is very similar to when the clone evolved. Could it be? With a thought, Chen Chu called out the property page. I saw that the 4 major attributes have unknowingly increased by 2 points in the past 2 days, and the highest attribute of strength has reached 63. My attributes are slowly increasing. Chen Chu was a little surprised, and then an incredible guess emerged in his mind. Synchronous reinforcement. When the heavy armored beast clone grows, its body will also be affected, and it will continue to become stronger. As for why he didn't find out before, it was because the hexagonal newt was too weak, so weak that it didn't change at all for Chen Chu, who was practicing real martial arts. It wasn't until after the second evolution that the size of the heavy armored beast exceeded a certain limit that it had an impact on Chen Chu, whose physique had reached 60. Thinking of this possibility, Chen Chu became short of breath. If it is true as he guessed, then when the avatar grows to a kilometer, 10,000 meters, or even 1,000,000 meters later, how terrifying will his main body be strengthened simultaneously? Explode the planet with one punch. Chen Chu was a little excited. It seems that we need to devote more energy to cultivating the avatar in the future. Compared to the slow improvement of real martial arts, the growth rate of the heavy armored beast is much exaggerated. It is not obvious that it is less than 1 meter now, but it will be terrifying if it evolves a few more times. Especially when it enters the deep sea and grows to hundreds of kilometers. On Monday, due to the freshman ranking competition, Nanshan Wugao was very lively. Nearly 2,000 freshmen flocked to the sports center in the training area. That is a stadium specially built for the event, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this time, on the 4 large screens on the ceiling of the gymnasium, the school news of Nanshan Wugao is being played, and the surrounding stands are full of freshmen who have not yet established their foundations. 50 arenas with a length of 6 meters and a width of 6 meters were set up on the field below, which was equivalent to 4 football fields. Each arena was divided into 4 rows from 1 to 50. Because it is not an average number, the 2 rings number 1 and number 2 stand out. At the south entrance of the stadium, freshmen with weapons on their backs were lining up in 10 rows, registering in front of 10 self-registration machines. Everyone's face is full of excitement, apprehension, nervousness, and other emotions. When the freshmen signed up, at the top of the viewing platform, several senior students without school uniforms crossed their arms, and one of them was not interested. "Chen Hong, what did you call us here for?" The long-haired young man lying on the railing smiled and said, "What else can I do? Of course it is to watch the game together." Someone disdainfully said, "A group of first-tier rookies who have just established their foundations, what's so interesting about this kind of competition?" Zhang Yao is right. These people haven't even cultivated their true strength. They fight like children playing house. I don't know why the school wants to play this game. A senior student enviously said, "Yes, I heard that as long as you rank in the top 50, you will get an extra 5 contribution points every month, which is as easy as picking up for nothing. You must know that these second-year students only have 10 contribution points a month during school, and if they want more contribution points, they need to complete tasks. As long as these freshmen can enter the top 50, plus their own monthly payment, they are almost the same as them." The young man lying on the railing shook his head. "Don't underestimate the freshmen in this round. It's only been a month since school started, and some people have broken through to the second level." "Chen Hong, you mean to say that the freshman named in Ling Qing, who broke through to the second heaven in half a month, this talent is no less than that abnormal Ji Chong Kong. The long-haired young man smiled wryly. It's not just her, there are several powerful characters in this freshman class, and one of them has a perfect fit with the exercises. What, perfect fit? How can it be? This news surprised those senior students. The young man with long hair shrugged his shoulders. Don't look at me like that, I also heard what Mr. Chin said, so it shouldn't be wrong. Although the freshman has not broken through to the second heaven, but he is born with supernatural power, and he is practicing the advanced kung fu method, the bull demon shaking the mountain true art, and his power is extremely terrifying. Pervert. A senior student swallowed. Innate divine power, coupled with the advanced skills that strengthen strength itself, with a perfect fit, the power will reach a terrifying level. It seems that this class of freshmen is really not to be underestimated. Several other senior students looked serious. There was a queue over there, and soon Chen Chu, who was carrying a long knife, completed the registration. Ah Chu, this way. As soon as Chen Chu squeezed out of the crowd, Xia Youhui in the distance waved and called him, and there were other students from class 3 around him, and these people were faintly divided into 3 camps. One of the camps was headed by squad leader Lin Shui, surrounded by Xia Youhui, Lu Haitao, and Li Wenwen. On the other side is the small group headed by Yi Rui, followed by several other students who did not join their small group. Looking at Chen Chu who came over, Xia Youhui laughed and said, Ah Chu, if you are unlucky to meet me later, I won't hold back this time. As he spoke, he patted on his back a pair of thick shields that were taller than a person. The shield was 10 centimeters thick and covered with spikes. It was clearly his weapon. Such a thick heavy shield, even though the alloy is much lighter than ordinary steel, still weighs more than 100 kilograms. It is a veritable heavy weapon. Chen Chu smiled slightly. If you meet me, you can do your best. My goal this time is to participate and accumulate actual combat experience. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. Lin Shui nodded upon hearing the words, yes, this is just an ordinary competition. Everyone's strength is average. The main thing is to exchange ideas and exchange ideas. Don't pay too much attention to the outcome. Squad leader is right. Chen Chu nodded modestly. There is still at noon, please ask for a ticket. Chapter 36 Assignment. Chen Chu looked around, seeing densely packed human heads. These students are similar to them. They gather together in classes and are divided into more than 40 camps. The number of participants is expected to be around 500. It was the first time for Chen Chu to see so many freshmen who practiced real martial arts, all of whom were unfamiliar faces, because they usually practiced in 2 buildings. Besides, those freshmen who had just built their foundation for a few days all chose to give up, otherwise there would be more people. Quiet. As the broadcast sounded, the audience fell silent. Looking at the sound, I saw more than 10 teachers sitting on the main stage in the distance, including Chen Qi and Pang Long. Among the teachers, a bearded middle-aged man held a microphone and said in a deep voice, I am Lin Xiong, the head teacher of Class 1, and the teachers present are today's judges. Cultivation is a very boring thing, especially for you freshmen. Many of you slowly slow down after getting through the initial novelty. That's why the official organized this competition, to let you realize the gap between yourself and your peers, let you know your shame and be brave, and work harder in cultivation. You have no idea how much the country has paid to train your generation. Don't take these things for granted. You must know that every resource you use is captured by other fighters on the battlefield. At the same time, each exercise is created by the creator with all his painstaking efforts, so that there is a division of initial authority, because waste is not eligible to enjoy these. Of course, this trash does not refer to those students who are slow to build a foundation, but refers to those who are lazy, and do not want to make progress after getting the opportunity to practice. This kind of person will be gradually eliminated by the school in the next 3 years. Lin Xiong said in a deep voice, speaking of which, let me say a few more words. At present, on the internet, there are rumors that people who cannot build a foundation for a month have no talent for cultivation, or that people who can build a foundation for a month are inferior in talent. These are all nonsense in my opinion. Foundation building is just a start, so what if it's slower? You must know that cultivation is a road of continuous self-evolution and self-breaking the limit. In the later stage, every breakthrough in the realm is counted as 10 or 20 years. Every big breakthrough is a sublimation, a transformation of life level. How can it be compared to the 1 or 2 months when foundation building was slow at the beginning? Everyone reminds me that cultivation is a long and arduous road, and only those with strong will and perseverance can reach the end. The speed at the beginning is just a stumbling block encountered along the way, and it can be smashed with a little effort. If you can't even bear this bit of tempering, no matter whether you are practicing or stepping into other industries, you will be mediocre in this life. What the head teacher named Lin Xiong said made the blood of many students who had established their foundation within a month very excited. Including some freshmen who had given up in the auditorium, their belief in cultivation once again surged in their hearts. Yeah, they are only half a month late, why can't they practice? Okay, it's about time, let me talk about the rules of the game. This competition is divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, everyone will fight 6 opponents in a row. Each round lasts 10 minutes. 1 point will be added for each win, and 1 point will be deducted for each loss. For those who do not win or lose within 10 minutes, the referee teacher will decide the winner based on the battle performance. After the first round of competition, the top 200 with the highest points will advance. The second round is divided into defending the ring. Everyone needs to defeat 4 people in a row in the ring to count as a successful defending. And each person only has 1 chance to challenge. After the top 50 are determined, the third round of free challenges will start. Those who are not satisfied with their current ranking in the ring can challenge for the top 10. Winners continue, losers remain unchanged. By the way, although the positions of the top 50 are different, the contribution points rewarded every month are the same. Okay, now the competition starts. Everyone will start the first round of competition according to the names that appear behind the ring number on the big screen. I am ring number 13. My ring number 9. I am number 45. I'm in the number 2 ring. Hey, squad leader, Chu, I'll go first. Saying that, Xia Youhui excitedly ran to the number 2 ring in the distance. Then Chen Chu also saw his name, in ring 49. Greeted Lin Shui and the others, and Chen Chu hurried over. There was already a girl standing on the ring with an ordinary appearance. Seeing Chen Chu jumping up, she said politely, "Student, how about we simply exchange ideas without using weapons?" Yes. Chen Chu nodded, and then put the knife on the edge of the ring. Pay attention to ring 49, the competition will officially start in 3 seconds. Accompanied by the sound of the electronic broadcast, both Chen Chu and the girl turned serious, and meditated in their hearts for 3 seconds, when the opposite side suddenly let out a low shout. Be careful. After the voice fell, the girl burst out at an astonishing speed, faster than Lu Haitao back then. Obviously, the exercises she majors in belong to speed. But... boom. Chen Chu's left arm was crossed, and he stopped the girl from turning around and kicking her high. Her arm remained motionless, ignoring the girl's explosive power of hundreds of kilograms. The moment she was stopped, the girl twisted her body, and kicked 3 times in the air with her strength. The speed was as fast as lightning, and her feet did not leave Chen Chu's head and neck and other weak spots. But they were all easily blocked by Chen Chu, who reacted faster. And at the moment when the girl's third leg was exhausted, Chen Chu's body suddenly moved when she retreated in midair, and he grabbed her ankle with one arm like an elephant's trunk. Ah! The girl in midair was startled. Immediately afterwards, he felt a huge force coming, and he was thrown more than 10 meters away by Chen Chu, and fell under the ring with a bang. The girl who fell from the sky startled the surrounding students. Looking at the girl who was sitting on the ground in a daze, her hurts and she couldn't stand up for a while, Chen Chu smiled slightly. I've accepted. This girl is a little stronger than Lu Haitao, and she is also good at legwork and speed. But it's a pity that he met Chen Chu, who exceeded the limit of the first-tier heaven in terms of speed, strength, reaction, etc., and was directly crushed and instantly killed. The voice of the referee teacher came from the loudspeaker in the ring. Ring number 49, student Chen Chu won, and the next round will start after an 8-minute break. Chen Chu looked up, looked at the camera on the pillar, and said with a smile, "Teacher, I think you can start the next game directly without taking a break." It's not that Chen Chu is pretending, it's mainly because the girl just now was too weak, there's no need to rest and waste time. Okay. The teacher on the rostrum gave a slight pause. Immediately, not far away, a mighty young man with a heavy hammer on his back ran over excitedly, and jumped onto the number 49 ring. Chapter 37 Sweep. The young man with a heavy hammer on his back is about 1.9 meters tall, with a burly figure. After jumping onto the ring, he looked at Chen Chu in the distance and said excitedly, Class 19, Li Meng. Class 3, Chen Chu. Chen Chu also reported his name. Li Meng reminded, "Brother, what I practice is the advanced technique Huan Dali hammer. If you feel that you can't hold on later, you should admit defeat early, so as not to hurt you." As he spoke, Li Meng held the heavy hammer with a 2-meter-long handle behind him, as thick as an arm, and a hammer head as big as a wash basin, with obtuse angles on the surface. "Thank you for reminding." Chen Chu nodded solemnly. Not to mention advanced exercises, the opponent's hammer alone is estimated to be close to 100 kilograms, and the person who can use such a heavy weapon is naturally not weak. With a bang, Chen Chu pulled out a 2-meter-long straight knife. The extreme strength of the first layer only allowed him to occupy the basic advantage, but the victory or defeat in the battle is not about the strength of everyone, but also the blessing of fighting awareness and skills. Kill. Li Meng's blood burst out, like a furious giant bear rushing towards Chen Chu, and when the huge hammer was swung, it made a piercing roar, and the momentum was astonishing. Chen Chu took a deep breath, and the dragon elephant power was running in his body, and the muscles all over his body swelled up in an instant, exuding a violent aura. He did not retreat but advanced. Chen Chu shot out at a faster speed, attacking against attack, holding a knife in both hands and slashing down. Clang! In midair, the moment the knife and hammer intersected, sparks flew everywhere, making a piercing crashing sound, and then a powerful anti-shock force erupted, making Chen Chu's mouth hurt from the shock. Li Meng on the opposite side was not much better, and took a step back as shocked by the counter-shock force as Chen Chu. Under one blow, the two seemed to be on par, but Li Meng, who was originally full of confidence on the opposite side, became dignified. Because heavy weapons already have a strength advantage, coupled with the inertia of waving and the kinetic energy of his charge, it is enough to burst out with an impact far beyond the limit. In this case, the opponent can actually use a knife to match him, and the pure strength is already above him, but isn't this better? Li Meng's blood boiled all over, and he said excitedly, "What a powerful force, continue." Talking about the operation of the internal exercises, a more powerful force was transmitted to his arms, and he swung the giant hammer weighing hundreds of kilograms in reverse, using his waist as the axis, and blasted out again with one hammer. Because of the powerful inertia of this blow, not only was it more powerful, but it was also faster. It made a piercing scream and afterimages instantly appeared above Chen Chu's head. It's just that this time Chen Chu didn't pick it up again, only to see his figure disappear in place in a flash. Boom. The heavy hammer smashed on the ring with a force of more than 1,000 kilograms. Under the violent force, the hard stone slab was instantly shattered, and countless small gravels splashed in all directions. Clang! Chen Chu appeared at Li Meng's side and slashed horizontally, but he blocked it with the handle of the hammer. But immediately Li Meng's expression changed, because the moment he blocked the knife, Chen Chu dragged his backhand, and the sharp blade slashed towards his palm along the hammer handle. Suddenly frightened by changing his moves, Li Meng let go of his hand quickly, but retreated back to avoid the attack range of the straight knife, turned around and kicked in the middle of the hammer handle. Under great force, the handle of the hammer was loosened and swept across the center of the hammer head. He wanted to force Chen Chu to take back the right to attack, but Chen Chu cut it down domineeringly. When sparks splashed everywhere, and the corners of Chen Chu's mouth rose slightly. "You lose." Boom. While the ground was shaking, Chen Chu stepped forward, and the 2-meter-long straight knife pierced the air in his hand, and the light of the knife flashed on Li Meng's chest 3 meters away. Looking at the tip of the knife that suddenly stopped on his chest, Li Meng was still a little unresponsive. Chen Chu retracted the knife slowly, and said with a smile, "Concession. It's amazing." Li Meng exhaled slowly, then readily admitted defeat, picked up the heavy hammer and jumped off the ring. Ring number 49, Student Chen Chu won. Do you need to rest? Want. This time Chen Chu didn't choose to fight consecutively, and stood with his sword aside, while calming down the boiling blood in his body. He reviewed the gains from the battle just now. Li Meng's strength is actually very strong, and his frontal strength is not even inferior to him when he wields a heavy weapon. It's just a pity that in the first match, he encountered Chen Chu who had equal strength, quicker reaction, and stronger overall strength. And as soon as he made a move, Chen Chu interrupted the rhythm with his strength. Otherwise, once he wields the heavy hammer and builds momentum with the help of inertia and hammering, even if Chen Chu wants to defeat him, it will take 10 strokes. After a short rest, Chen Chu started the third battle. The opponent was a young man wearing glasses, whose strength was directly slashed by Chen Chu's domineering sword, and he was so frightened that he quickly yelled and surrendered. Then the fourth battle began. This time the opponent was a cute girl with a beautiful hair ornament on her head, and the weapon was a 1.5-meter-long rapier. Then, just 3 strikes as fast as lightning, this lovely girl was slashed and cried by the violent Chen Chu. The girl yelled no more fights, and jumped off the ring as soon as she dropped the sword. Chen Chu was a little embarrassed to see it, and felt that he was hitting harder. The 5th round followed, and the opponent should be a student who had only built the foundation a month ago. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the first level, Chen Chu directly slashed people and weapons a few meters away. Such a domineering cut directly scared the boy into surrendering. Until the 6th game, the opponent was a little stronger. This time she was still a girl, and she looked arrogant after she came on stage, as if everyone owed her tens of thousands of dollars, and she used the same weapon as Chen Chu. The girl didn't talk nonsense. It seemed that Chen Chu didn't deserve to know her name. Her figure flashed, and she instantly appeared beside Chen Chu with an afterimage. So fast! This speed has exceeded the range of the first layer, and Chen Chu was slightly startled. Clang! Chen Chu blocked the knife on the left with a horizontal knife, and sparks flew all over the moment the 2 swords intersected. But the girl's complexion changed slightly immediately, and she was shocked back by the violent force from the knife. At the first level, the characteristic of true martial arts is to focus on strength, then the strength will be doubled, violent and mighty, the agility and speed are average, and the route of winning by strength will be taken. When the skill characteristics focus on agility, the burst of speed is far superior to that of the same level, and the agility is sensitive, but the strength is not as good as that of a strength-type practitioner. As for a person like Lin Shui who specializes in swordsmanship, his sword moves are fierce and powerful, and his moves are exquisite, but his strength and speed appear to be much mediocre. Overall, each has its own strengths. For example, the girl in front of her is practicing the technique of agility, and her speed is astonishingly fast. The moment she retreated, her figure drew a strange angle, appeared on Chen Chu's right side like a ghost, and slashed at his lower body again. Clang clang. Chen Chu was as still as a mountain, with sharp eyes, and accurately blocked the surrounding afterimages and strange lights of knives. Every time they fought, sparks flew everywhere. After just a dozen or so moves, the girl suddenly burst out and appeared 5 meters away. Her arm holding the long knife trembled, and her mouth was bleeding. Although her speed exploded very fast and her body was like a ghost, her strength was far from Chen Chu's. Every time the 2 knives intersected, she would feel a domineering force attacking her. Her arms were numb and her palms were so shocked that she was injured after just 10 knives. Chen Chu let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly, except... Snort. The girl took a deep look at Chen Chu, turned around and jumped off the ring with a cold snort. The 49th ring, the student Chen Chu won. You have completed the number of matches, please get off the ring to rest and wait for the result. Knowing that he was sure to advance, Chen Chu put down his knife and jumped off the ring with a smile on his face. After solving 6 opponents in a row, all of them were clean and neat. Chen Chu's performance attracted the attention of some teachers on the main stage. Pang Long even let out a little surprise. He remembered that this student named Chen Chu seemed to have established his foundation within half a month, and he had practiced a dragon elephant kung fu where the main force exploded, and a special sword technique, the Mind Eye Bright Sword. But the combat power shown today seems to be a bit strong. Even the 2 geniuses who have practiced advanced exercises are no match for him. There is still at noon. Chapter 38 Use the strong to attack the weak. Chen Chu was not surprised that he could easily win. Although his dragon elephant skill has only been cultivated to the middle stage of the first level, his basic attributes are at least twice as strong as those of his opponents. It would be a problem if he lost. In this world, there is no such thing as defeating the strong with the weak, only the weak with the strong. Winning means you are stronger than the opponent. Even if some geniuses in the cultivation world can fight across realms, it only means that their power explodes in an instant, or they have stronger secrets than the opponent. There is always an advantage to narrow the gap between the realms of the 2 sides, and to fight across realms. Jumping off the ring, Chen Chu, who was carrying a long knife, began to watch other games. 50 arenas are surrounded by students with weapons on their backs, their names and information are constantly jumping on the big screen above their heads, and many people on the audience stage in the distance are cheering for their classmates. Boom! Under the violent air waves, a boy carrying a stick, or a pillar smashed his opponent off the ring. The figure of almost 2 meters tall was more powerful than Li Meng, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. What a terrifying force! Looking at the 3-meter-long iron pillar with such a thick thigh, Even if it was made of light alloy, it would weigh at least several hundred kilograms. Chen Chu couldn't help but jump out of the corner of his eyes. Who is this person? It's so fierce. Chen Chu was shocked. To use such a heavy weapon, the arm strength must be at least over 1,000 kilograms, and a practitioner of the first level does not have such strong strength at all. Could it be that this person is born with supernatural power? Chen Chu originally thought that his basic attribute exceeded the limit of the first layer, and he should be the second or third among the freshmen in this class. He didn't expect that there was such a strong guy. He was completely abnormal. Taking a deep look at the boy who looked like a giant, Chen Chu walked towards the next ring. At this time, it wasn't just Chen Chu, the students in the auditorium were also watching with excitement, and the figures carrying heavy weapons staggered, swift as the wind. As heavy weapons collided one after another, the whole field was buzzing with bang bang bang. Compared to the freshmen who were watching attentively, the teachers on the main stage didn't pay much attention. For them, these freshman competitions were actually nothing to watch. The speed is too slow, the strength is too weak, and there is no real power, let alone the power of heaven and earth carried by the real power. Watching the surveillance video casually, occasionally a teacher would speak up, calling to stop a certain arena that was too hot to hold, and announcing the victory of the dominant side. At this moment, a teacher was puzzled and asked, "Old Lin, why do you think that the higher-ups allocated so many resources this time to let all first-class colleges and universities vigorously train this class of freshmen?" Lin Xiong shook his head slightly. "It's not this year, but the new students from the 3 major countries of the Federation will receive more resources than before." Pang Long was surprised. "What? The training resources have increased every year, and it is within the scope of the 3 major countries of the Federation. Could it be that the battlefield over there has won a big victory?" The other teachers also showed excitement on their faces, and they all thought this was the reason. Just as the teachers looked excited, Lin Xiong looked a little dignified, and shook his head slightly. "No, it is the 5th Army that has opened up several new resource points. As for the battle situation over there is still anxious, the 3rd, 9th, and 15th Legions are under a lot of pressure, and there will be a battle above the king level every month. Under this circumstance, the casualties of legions of various countries have been increasing in the past 2 years, and more fresh blood is needed. That's why the higher-ups allocated these resources additionally. Let us expand the training goals, including those new students who have built their foundation within 2 months, and don't give up." Lin Xiong's words made the faces of these teachers freeze. So, is the situation even more serious? After a long time, Pang Long let out a breath slowly, but even so, there is no need to spend resources to train those new students who can't build a foundation for a month, right? If these resources are given to 2nd graders and 3rd graders, their growth rate may be faster. Lin Xiong shook his head. "You can't look at it this way. The growth of those 2nd and 3rd graders has been fixed, and even if more resources are allocated to them, the effect will not be great. On the contrary, these freshmen, although the initial talent of those who break through the foundation building after a month is indeed very poor, the cultivation speed is so slow that it is hopeless. But with such a large base of the 3 major kingdoms, if there is another example like King Xuanwu, it will be a big profit for our human race. I think this is also the meaning of the above. Consume resources to expand the base of human cultivation, and hope that there will be a few more monsters who have accumulated a lot of money to improve the foundation of the human race." Pang Long and the others nodded thoughtfully. Chen Chuyo, who finished the match early, walked through the rings one after another. During the period, he saw Lin Shui defeating his opponent cleanly, and the 2 sides nodded. I also saw that Lu Haitao was defeated by a very strong girl and stepped down in frustration. Suddenly, Chen Chu stopped, and his eyes fell on the ring number 9 in front, where a beautiful girl who was almost exactly like Lin Shui was standing with a sword. Different from Lin Shui, this girl's hair is black and blue, with a smile on her face all the time, and gentle eyes, giving people a feeling as warm as water. And her opponent is also a girl, and her weapon is a long and narrow samurai sword. After nodding their heads, the 2 sides immediately made a move, turning into 2 phantoms that collided together. Clang clang. The light of the sword is sharp, the shadow of the sword is like the wind, and the 2 people's bodies are spinning with afterimages, and they are both very strong. And both women are majoring in swordsmanship and swordsmanship. One sword light is as fast as lightning, and the other sword light covers the space like water, and the surrounding audience can't take their eyes off it. Clang. Suddenly a dazzling spark exploded, the girl wielding a katana groaned, and her figure appeared on the edge of the ring, her face turning pale. I lost. Unwilling to leave a word, the samurai sword girl jumped off the ring. The number 9 ring, the student Lin, you won. You have completed the number of matches. Please get off the ring to rest and wait for the result. The girl named Lin Yu stood with her sword in her hand, nodded slightly to the surrounding students who were watching the battle, very politely, and then jumped off the ring and left. Is this the squad leader's younger sister? She's a bit strong. Chen Chu was thoughtful. Just now, the speed of the two of them has reached the limit of the sky, and ordinary people can't keep up with their naked eyes, no less than the arrogant girl Chen Chu defeated in the end. At this speed, ordinary people can no longer see their movements clearly, let alone the kinetic energy blessing and fierce swordsmanship brought by the speed. This kind of strength was in the forefront among the freshmen present, but Chen Chu could tell that Lin Yu defeated that girl with ease and with ease. If it weren't for this ranking competition, I wouldn't know there are so many masters among the freshmen. Chen Chu shook his head and sighed. The slight advantage in his heart due to the soaring physique disappeared without a trace. This little advantage is not enough for him to sweep his peers, he has to work harder to practice, swallow. More than 500 contestants, 50 arenas, 1 game every 10 minutes, and the first round didn't end until noon when everyone played 6 games. Everyone dispersed to eat. There will be more tomorrow. Chapter 39. Good luck. Noon, cafeteria. As soon as Chen Chu sat down, Xia Youhui followed with a plate, and said with a bitter face, "Ah Chu, I have no hope of advancing this time." What's going on? Chen Chu was a little surprised. Even if he couldn't enter the top 50 with his strength, he wouldn't even be able to pass the first round, right? At this moment, Lin Shui, Lu Haitao, Li Wenwen and Lu Ofei also walked over. Lu Ofei and Lin Shui sat opposite them, and Li Wenwen and Lu Haitao sat at the next table. Lin Shui shook her head. Xia Youhui's luck is too bad. The first opponent was in Qingqing, so he surrendered and gave up at that time. Xia Youhui said unconvinced, "That's because she has the advantage in the realm, and I'm not stupid. Facing the master of the second heaven, I must choose to surrender." As he spoke, Xia Youhui shrugged, as if he was afraid that he would be underestimated. "Don't say it's me, even if you meet her, Captain, it's the same, there is no hope." In other words, in this ranking competition, no one can shake her first place. So strong. Chen Chu was a little surprised. Xia Youhui took it for granted. Of course, when breaking through the second layer, it will be the same as our foundation building. There will be a substantial improvement, and the arm strength will increase by at least 100 kilograms. In addition, the master of the second heaven realm has real power, especially when she practices advanced exercises. The explosive increase is at least 3 times or even 4 times under the blessing of real power. Who is her opponent in this all-round crushing situation? Chen Chu nodded silently. It is estimated that the basic strength of 400 kilograms, plus at least 3 times the blessing of real strength, will also increase the speed and kinetic energy even faster. She can explode at least 3,000 kilograms with a single blow, which is more than 3 tons of impact force. No one can match her with this strength. Even the guy carrying the iron pillar to fight might not be able to. Because this is not a competition of strength, as the most monstrous genius in Nanshan Wugao, and Qingqing's real combat power should be terrifying. Chen Chu was puzzled immediately. No, if you just lose 1 game, you should be able to advance to the first round without any problem. There are more than 500 people, and when each person plays 6 games, not many can maintain a complete victory, so it is not a problem to lose 1 game and enter the top 200. The problem is I lost 3 games. Speaking of this, Xia Youhui said bitterly, "In the second round, I met a pervert who carried a pillar. His strength was terrifying, and he was thrown off the ring by 3 pillars. Although I won 3 games in a row, in the 6th game, I met a guy named Li Meng who had practiced the Huanyuan hammer. The opponent's skills just restrained me. Under the miscalculation, the opponent used the hammer technique to gather momentum. Even if I had a strong defense, I was knocked back by him 20 consecutive hammers and fell off the ring. Your luck is really bad." Chen Chu didn't know what to say about this. After talking about himself, Xia Youhui asked casually, "By the way, Ah Chu, how are you doing? How many games have you lost?" Cough. Chen Chu coughed dryly, and said modestly, "I'm all right, I'm lucky, the few opponents I met were not very strong, and there should be hope to advance." "Your luck is too good." Hearing this, Xia Youhui was envious. But he didn't think too much about it, thinking that Chen Chu was really lucky, and the opponents he met were all ordinary players who had built their foundation within half a month, or within a month. Including Lin Shui and Lu Haitao think the same way. But as soon as Chen Chu finished speaking, Luo Fei, who was opposite him, couldn't help but pursed her lips and looked at him with weird eyes. Lin Shui and the others were all competing at that time, and the venue was too big and there were many people around, so they didn't know who Chen Chu's opponents were. But she kept paying attention to Chen Chu in the auditorium. So I know that he was not lucky at all, but swept all his opponents with absolute strength, including Li Meng, who defeated Xia Youhui. At that time, she was shocked for a long time. After all, Chen Chu couldn't even beat Xia Youhui a few days ago. Chen Chu looked at Lin Shui and asked curiously, "By the way, what about you, Monitor?" "I'm okay, I haven't encountered any strong opponents." Lin Shui's tone was calm. The short-haired girl Li Wenwen at the other table raised her hand and said with a smile, "I only lost 2 games, and I should have a chance to advance, better than Xia Youhui and Haitao. I lost 3 games." Lu Haitao was also a little depressed. He was unlucky and met 3 geniuses who practiced advanced exercises. Otherwise, it should be no problem to advance to the second round. After lunch, everyone returned to the sports center. At this time, there was still an hour before the afternoon game, so Chen Chu found a random seat in the auditorium and sat down. At this moment, a faint fragrance came, and it was Luo Fei who was sitting behind him, and she leaned slightly and asked curiously, "Chen Chu, have you broken through to the limit of the first layer?" Chen Chu turned his head, looked at the side face of the girl who was close at hand, shook his head and said, "No, but I did make a breakthrough in Dragon Elephant skill recently." Dragon Elephant skill? Concubine Luo was puzzled. Chen Chu nodded, and said in a low voice, "That's right. I've been practicing Dragon Elephant Kung Fu recently, and my strength has doubled. That's why I can defeat those people today." True martial arts match. Luo Fei was taken aback. "I think it should be because of this." Chen Chu knew that he couldn't hide it from her, so he planned to use this reason to cover up the changes in himself. Zhenwu compatibility is a very mysterious thing, even the creator of the exercises cannot be sure. Luo Fei exclaimed, "You can have a strength comparable to the limit of the first layer of heaven within a week. It seems that your compatibility with the Dragon Elephant art is at least at a high level. It's a pity." Speaking of this, Luo Fei showed a look of pity on her face. Because the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu is only a low-level Kung Fu, if Chen Chu practiced a high-level power-type Kung Fu, he might have a little hope of catching up to Ling Qing. Chen Chu said disapprovingly, "It's okay, I'll just switch to an advanced exercise when I have cultivated the Dragon Elephant art to a great extent and accumulated enough contribution points. Maybe I will have a better fit with that exercise." As long as the Major Jinwu has achieved great success, he can transfer to the same type of higher-level exercises, and the original Jinwu will be automatically overwritten when the time comes. Therefore, Chen Chu was not very worried about the fact that Dragon Elephant Gong was a low-level skill. While waiting, Chen Chu saw that it was still early, so his consciousness sank, and his perspective instantly switched to the heavy armored beast. In the dry cave, the heavily armored beast, which had grown to 90 centimeters, slowly opened its eyes, stretched its limbs, and entered the river through the hole below the water surface. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr unconscious figure swam towards the deep water area. Soon, a half-meter-long grass carp appeared in sight of the heavy armored beast under the river surface 10 meters deep. The black figure lay slightly on the bottom of the river, motionless, like a piece of wood, quietly watching the grass carp wandering towards it until it was nearly half a meter away. Boom! The mud was blown away, and the tail of the heavy armored beast suddenly swung down and the water exploded behind it. The figure was like a sharp sword shooting out, biting the head of the grass carp in one bite. Click! Under the terrible bite force, the grass carp's head was directly crushed, looking very cruel. The half-meter-long grass carp was eaten by the heavy armored beast in just a few strokes, and then it turned into a black shadow and disappeared, continuing to look for the next prey. Brothers, ask for a monthly pass. Hey, there are still at noon. Chapter 40 Overbearing. At 1:30, as the teachers took their seats, a list of 200 people who had advanced appeared on the large screen in the sports center, which was 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. At this time, Chen Chu also took his attention away from the heavy armored beast that was full. Sure enough, I am too miserable. Xia Youhui wailed, because his name was not on the big screen. As a genius who built a foundation within a week, he should be the only one who didn't advance. After all, even Li Wenwen was lucky enough to advance to the second round. Chen Chu glanced and found her name in the first row, with a smile on her face. All those who have advanced enter the arena, and the second round of defending competition will begin. Remember, click to the end. As Lin Xiong, the director of Class 1, spoke, all the students on the list got up from the auditorium, put on their weapons, and entered the venue one after another. After Lin Shui and the others went down, Chen Chu also got up and carried the long knife on his back. At this moment, Luo Fei made a cheering gesture to him, with a smile on her face. "Come on, Chen Chu, try to get back in the top 50. Chen Chu turned his head and smiled at her, while Xia Youhui beside him was a little dazed. What's the situation? Where did they have the confidence to enter the top 50? When Chen Chu came to the field below, many people in the 50 rings could not wait to jump up. According to the rules, the person who wins 4 games in a row first will be considered as a successful defender, and he can no longer accept the challenge. In this case, the remaining opponents may be stronger. Zhang Hong, Class 15, who will challenge? Li Tianyao, Class 4, who wants to challenge? I, Zhang Zilin from Class 9. Chen Chu was not in a hurry to get on stage, but turned his head to look at the number 1 ring in the distance, where a girl in a black windbreaker with long hair tied into a ponytail was standing sideways. While people in other arenas were eager to challenge, no one went up to the number 1 arena, as if it was an invisible restricted area. Isn't Qingqing from Class 1? Chen Chu took a deep look at the girl, then turned around and walked towards ring 49. In the number 2 arena, the boy carrying the pillar was astonishingly imposing. He smashed a classmate and his weapon into the air with a single blow, exuding astonishing oppression all over his body. Passing by ring number 10, he saw Lin Shui standing on it, fighting a boy with a 2-handed knife. The fight between the two sides was very fierce. In ring 29, Yi Rui was evenly matched with a boy. In ring 34, Li Meng, who was defeated by Chen Chu in the morning, swung a heavy hammer and knocked a boy off the ring with 13 hammers in a row, with a wild laugh on his face. But he hadn't been happy for long. When he saw Chen Chu walking over from not far away, the smile on his face froze. Fortunately, Chen Chu just glanced at him indifferently, and walked towards the back under Li Meng's nervous gaze. "It's a good thing this guy didn't come to challenge me, it scared me to death." Li Meng patted his chest. When Chen Chu came to ring 49, there were already 2 boys fighting on it. Seeing this, he stopped and watched with a few students around him. Those who can enter the top 200 are the most powerful. Therefore, every time the two collide, the weapon will burst out a large amount of sparks under the powerful impact, and the shock wave of the impact even shakes the air and buzzes. Boom. After more than 20 moves, the boy who was less skilled was kicked off the ring. Concession. On ring 49, the boy with the cropped head showed a smug smile, looked around, and shouted, "Who else wants to come up?" 50 arenas, only 200 students advanced, so there are not many people around each arena, and those who don't need to compete are all sitting in the audience. The students around these arenas are all waiting and watching. Comparing their own strengths, it is more suitable to think about which arena to challenge. After all, everyone only has one chance. I come. Just as a student next to him was eager to try, Chen Chu jumped onto the 2-meter-high ring, and the boy with the short hair suddenly became slightly condensed. From this handsome boy, he inexplicably felt a slight sense of oppression. The shortcut boy was silent for a while, and then reported himself, Class 37, Zhang Yiming. Class 3, Chen Chu. After finishing speaking, Chen Chu pulled out a 2-meter-long straight knife from behind, and Zhang Yiming didn't dare to neglect. The energy and blood in his body circulated, and a powerful aura permeated his body. In the auditorium, when Chen Chu jumped onto the ring 49, Luo Fei looked this way. At the same time, Xia Youhui also looked over, and asked thoughtfully, "Concubine Luo, tell me the truth, is there something you two are hiding from me?" The long-haired girl pursed her lips slightly, showing a smile. You can see it when you look at it. Xia Youhui was speechless. Kill. On the ring, Zhang Yiming let out a low shout, shot out, and appeared in front of Chen Chu across 4 meters in the blink of an eye. The snow-white blade tore through the air and screamed, like a white light falling from the sky. The wind from the blade even made Chen Chu's face ache. When sparks fly. I saw Chen Chu slashing the knife with one hand, easily blocking Zhang Yiming's full-strength slash, without even shaking his body, and directly ignoring the impact of the knife. This scene made Zhang Yiming's face darken, and the eyes of the students watching below were also slightly fixed. Because this meant that Chen Chu surpassed Zhang Yiming by a lot in terms of absolute strength. At this moment, the majestic qi and blood in Chen Chu's body exploded, and the muscles all over his body swelled, and his momentum changed suddenly, like a giant elephant awakened. Clang! Chen Chu shook his wrist, and with an astonishing burst of strength, Zhang Yiming was knocked back a few steps. At this moment, Chen Chu stepped forward and slashed, and the ear-piercing gust of wind exploded in Zhang Yiming's ears instantly, and the strong breath of death stimulated the hairs all over his body. Clang! Zhang Yiming held the knife in both hands to block the front. Sparks flew all over the place. Under the berserk force, Zhang Yiming was cut back a few steps by the domineering knife. Before he could react, the fierce howling wind rang out again. Clang clang. There was no extra movement. Chen Chu just held the knife and slashed horizontally, vertically, and then horizontally. Each slash was terribly fast, and each slash contained an impact force of more than 1,000 kilograms. Under such terrifying power, Zhang Yiming couldn't stop it at all, even if he was practicing advanced exercises. With just 4 cuts, Zhang Yiming was brutally chopped off by Chen Chu. His arms were trembling, and his muscles were sore that he couldn't even hold the weapon in his hand. Accepted. On the ring, Chen Chu slowly put away the straight knife, with a gentle smile on his handsome face, completely unable to see the domineering and violent look just now. I lost. Zhang Yiming felt a little bitter. Soon, after confirming that Chen Chu would not take a break, the second student jumped onto the number 49 ring. Class 15, Lu Huang. Chen Chu, Class 3, pay attention. Roar. Accompanied by the faint neighing of an angry elephant, Chen Chu's whole body was like a raging giant elephant. The 2-meter-long straight knife tore through the air, and slashed horizontally with an ear-piercing roar. Clang clang. Chen Chu cut the freshman named Lu Huang off the ring 3 times in a row, full of oppression. Suddenly, the surroundings became silent. For Zhenwu, Yikangshan is still in the foundation building stage, so the competitions of these students seem very monotonous and boring, and they are all competitions of strength and speed. Only when the strength of the 2 sides are close, is the collision of subtle moves and combat awareness. With Chen Chu's current strength, he doesn't even need to use the sword technique when the opponent has not reached the limit of the first level, and he can be invincible with only absolute strength and speed. Due to the starting point recommendation rules, the new book issue cannot be updated too quickly, and you need to follow up to get the recommendation. Therefore, if you have a brother who wants to raise one, remember to click on it every day if you wait until the word count is too large, so that I can read more. Chapter 41 I can't afford to mess with the front. Under normal circumstances, the strong will naturally pursue a higher ranking, so the lower the ranking in the ring, the weaker the students defending the ring will be. But the absolute suppressive power displayed by Chen Chu doesn't look weak. So after the second challenger was cut off, the 2 or 3 students who were watching the ring all looked solemn and hesitant, and no one came to the stage. On the ring, Chen Chu looked around and asked, "Is there no one who wants to challenge?" "I come." At this moment, a boy with a huge sword like a door panel walked over not far away. Seeing that no one was on the stage of number 49, he jumped up excitedly. Class 1, Yuan Qinghuang. Class 3, Chen Chu. Both of them politely reported their class names to each other, and then Yuan Qinghuang drew out the huge sword with a width of 40 centimeters and a length of more than 2 meters behind him to remind him. "Brother, what I practice is the advanced technique Tiank Giant Sword. The sword technique is wide open and close, and I use force to overwhelm people. Be careful later." Unexpectedly, the other party was so upright that he even mentioned the emphasis of the exercises first. Chen Chu paused slightly, and then reported his family. "I practice the low-level exercise Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, and I major in strength, which is relatively big." "What, low-level exercises?" Yuan Qinghuang was taken aback for a moment, and then a relaxed smile appeared on his face. "Brother, although I don't want to take advantage of you, I can only grab your ranking for extra rewards for contribution points." Chen Chu's eyes were strange. "It's okay, if I lose, I can only say that my skills are not as good as others. Let's get started, let's have a showdown." As Yuan Qinghuang pointed his sword, the whole person's momentum suddenly changed, and there was a faint sense of heavy oppression, and the momentum was overwhelming. This kind of strength. Chen Chu narrowed his eyes, and his eyes became a little more serious, because he felt that this Yuan Qinghuang might not be weaker than Li Meng. Boom. Yuan Qinghuang stomped hard, and the ground trembled slightly under the powerful force. The whole person held the sword in both hands and rushed towards Chen Chu in an instant, slashing with the sword. The moment the swords intersected, sparks splashed, and the surrounding air was blown away by invisible shock waves under the collision. How can it be? Looking at Chen Chu, who blocked his sword attack, Yuan Qinghuang was slightly taken aback. Didn't you say that you were practicing low-level skills? In order to show respect for him, this time Chen Chu held the knife in both hands, and after blocking Yuan Qinghuang's sword, the violent force of his arms exploded, directly shaking him away. Immediately after, he dragged the knife and slashed. Clang! Sparks fly. Cut horizontally again. Holding the knife with both hands, he turned around and slashed with all his strength. Clang, clang. After 5 consecutive violent slashes, Yuan Qinghuang was shocked to the edge of the ring, and he was a little dazed by Chen Chuna's domineering power. Just at this moment, another knife light tearing through the wind appeared in front of his eyes, and before he had time to dodge, he subconsciously swung the sword in front of him. When? Under the huge force, Yuan Qinghuang directly fell off the ring. Chen Chu exhaled slightly, put away his knife and stood up, looking at the dazed Yuan Qinghuang below, smiled and said, "Student Yuan, it seems that the number 49 ranking is still mine." Student Chen, are you really practicing low-level exercises?" Yuan Qinghuang was still in a daze. Chen Chu nodded, "Yes." Yuan Qinghuang's face suddenly showed pain. "Mo Dan, if I knew it earlier, I would not challenge you. This time, I have lost a lot." Originally, he saw that the students in the front row of the ring were a little fierce, and when he was not 100% sure, he deliberately ran to the back to challenge. What he thinks is that these defending students will be weaker and can easily win. Anyway, the rewards for the top 50 are the same, and he doesn't care how many. Who knew that he picked a random arena, but met a pervert who practiced low-level exercises, but could crush him in terms of absolute strength. And each person only has one chance to challenge, which means that he can only watch from now on. Thinking of this, Yuan Qinghuang felt even more distressed. But there is no way, if you lose, so you can only turn around and leave. After seeing Chen Chu's strength, no one of the students in the surrounding ring dared to go on stage. After waiting for a while, another girl came from the front. This girl had the same idea as Yuan Qinghuang. She wanted to come to the ring behind to pick up a bargain, but when she saw that the ring 49 was empty, she jumped up excitedly. Then, was directly chopped off by Chen Chu with 3 swords. Winning 4 games in a row, Chen Chu firmly secured the number 49 ranking. Hurrah! Next door to the number 50 ring, Lu Feng, who had just knocked down a challenger, panted, and admired Chen Chupe, who was 10 meters away. "Brother, you are still the best." Compared to his exhaustion every time he defeated his opponent, the master on the opposite side swept the fallen leaves with the autumn wind and swept away all the challengers with just a few knives. Chen Chu smiled slightly, and said modestly, "It's just luck." Lu Feng rolled his eyes. "Brother, don't be humble, it's not like we didn't see how fierce you were just now." "Brother, why don't you go to the front when you are so fierce?" Lu Feng was a little curious. Chen Chu shook his head and said modestly, "Those students in front are too strong. I don't think I am an opponent. It would be good if I can get a ranking in the back. Suddenly I don't want to talk to you anymore." Lu Feng was speechless, put down her weapon, sat cross-legged, and resumed breath adjustment. Same as the previous first round, there is a little time to rest and recover after each battle. Standing on the arena, Chen Chu looked into the distance. Fierce battles were still going on in those arenas. It was expected that the second round of competition would be over for half an hour. While waiting boredly, Chen Chu silently analyzed today's harvest. Although most of these opponents were easily dealt with by him, the opponent's reaction, response, etc. during the battle can also be used as a reference for him from another perspective. In addition, the reason why he can be so relaxed is that his strength has improved again in the past few days, and his strength attribute has reached 68 points. Now his arm strength is about 450 kilograms, which is 9 times that of ordinary people in terms of pure strength, not more than 6 times that shown in the data. It seems that the higher the 4 attributes, the greater the growth in all aspects, instead of increasing according to the normal multiple. In the auditorium, Xia Youhui was already numb, and looked at Chen Chu in ring 49 in surprise. "What's going on? Why did Ah Chu become so fierce all of a sudden?" It is important to know that there are more than 100 ordinary geniuses who break through within a week in the whole school. Except for a few unlucky ones like him, all of them have entered the top 200. In this case, Chen Chu cut 4 challengers off the ring with a few knives, and the crushing strength he showed was enough to enter the top 10 in the grade. Is this still the Chen Chu he knew? Is it the good friend who barely established the foundation in half a month and practiced 2 low-level exercises? Or did Chen Chu play him when he was practicing against him a few days ago? Luo Fei smiled slightly, and said softly, "It's because of the combination of true martial arts." He said that when he practiced Dragon Elephant Kung Fu in the past few days, his strength strangely doubled. Jinwu fit, no wonder. Xia Youhui came to a sudden. I remember that when the foundation was established, Chu had a high degree of compatibility with the physical and strength-strengthening exercises. I didn't expect. Xia Youhui paused at this point, and then a look of regret appeared on his face. Because the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu is only a low-level Kung Fu, its potential is limited. Even if Chen Chu can quickly break through the first and second heavens because of his high degree of compatibility, there is still a big gap between him and someone who has practiced advanced exercises. This gap is not only the upper limit of the skill, but also the increase in explosive tricks. Yi Kongshan hasn't cultivated real power yet, and real martial arts are only for cohesive strength, so the gap between low-level skills and advanced skills is not very obvious. At this time, the increase in low-level skills is doubled, and the increase in advanced skills is about 1.5 times. But after the real power is cultivated in the second level, the low-level exercises only double the increase, while the real power cultivated by the advanced exercises is tripled. Some with a high degree of fit can explode by 4 times or even 5 times. It means that in the early stage of the second heaven, when everyone's basic strength is 400 kilograms, the low-level exercises of strength can probably explode more than 2,000 kilograms of impact. However, under the enhancement of the real power of advanced exercises, this basic strength can burst out more than 3,000 or even 4,000 kilograms of strength with one blow at will. This is just the basic strength, without counting the explosive tricks that come with advanced exercises. Therefore, after the second heaven, the gap between the two sides will widen rapidly. In addition, the high-level exercises break through the second heaven, the refining speed of the energy of the heaven and the earth is faster, and the true power cultivated is more pure and other advantages. Thinking of this, Xia Youhui looked regretful. If Chen Chu's initial talent was better, if he could build a foundation within a week, he would be able to practice advanced exercises. Now, alas, there is still at noon. Chapter 42. You can be a little arrogant. 50 arenas competed at the same time, and the second round ended in just 1 hour. Under the gaze of more than 2,000 people, with the refreshment of the big screen above the stadium, only 50 names remained high above. Chen Chu looked up and saw that his name was ranked 49th, with a faint smile on his face. In addition, he also saw the names of a few acquaintances. Lin Shui successfully defended the 10th place in the competition, Yi Rui was 29, and Li Meng, who was defeated by him, was 34. It's just that Lin Yu, the monitor's younger sister, is 40. This ranking made Chen Chu slightly taken aback, because he felt that this girl named Lin Yu was very strong, maybe a little stronger than Li Meng. On the main stage, Lin Xiong announced, "The second round of the competition is over, and the challenge will follow. Those who are not satisfied with their rankings will have a chance to challenge for the top 10. If you win, you will move forward. If you lose, the original ranking will not change. Does anyone want to challenge now? I want to challenge the 20th place. I want to challenge for the 10th place. I want to challenge the 15th. They are all first-year freshmen, and they are all first-year students. After they have no worries, no one is afraid of anyone. Therefore, many people at the bottom of the ranking choose to challenge the front. Including the 50th place Lu Feng, he also chose to challenge the 40th place Lin Yu. On the contrary, Chen Chu didn't move, and no one challenged the first place in Ling Qing. The challenge ended quickly under everyone's gaze. All the top 10 challengers failed, but a few of the 20 or 30 challengers succeeded. Now I announce that the first freshman ranking competition is over. On the main stage, Lin Xiong said in a deep voice, "All the freshmen who enter the top 50 will get an extra 5 contribution points every month during the school period, which lasts until the second grade. In addition, every student can get a 20% discount when redeeming on-campus resources." As soon as Lin Xiong finished speaking, a staff member came to him in a hurry and said something in a low voice. After listening, Lin Xiong nodded slightly, and then said in a deep voice, "I have something to do with the teachers here, let's break up, and the contribution points will be sent to your student account tomorrow." After finishing speaking, these teachers left the table in a hurry. Chen Chu walked into the auditorium with a knife on his back, and Xia Youhui shouted excitedly, "Ah Chu, this time you are so awesome, you actually entered the top 50. Chen Chu smiled. Is that an exaggeration? It's only 49. Xia Youhui was speechless. Ah Chu, you are good everywhere, but every time you look humble, I really want to hit you, really. Poof. Luo Fei next to her couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Xia Youhui snorted. It's only 49th place. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I didn't make it in the second round. I'm much more unlucky than you. Concubine Luo came to Chen Chu with a smile on her lips. Actually, Chen Chu, you can be a little more arrogant, because the top 50 freshmen are very good. There are nearly 2,000 students in the whole grade. At present, there are more than 700 or 800 people who have successfully established the foundation, plus more than 100 geniuses who practice advanced exercises. Under such circumstances, it can be said that everyone who knew him was surprised and astonished that Chen Chu, who practiced low-level dragon elephant kung fu, entered the top 50. Including Lin Shui and Yi Rui, they didn't expect anyone in the class to be in the top 50, especially that person's initial talent seems to be mediocre. That's why Luo Fei said that he can be a little more arrogant, because he has the qualifications. Chen Chu smiled. Okay, I'll be a little more arrogant, at least until everyone breaks through to the second heaven. While talking and laughing, the three of them walked out of the gymnasium mixed with the flow of people. More than 2,000 people walked out of the stadium in a mighty manner, and then divided into small groups and dispersed. Today's competition is very intense and exciting for the contestants, but for the huge Nanshan Gaowu campus, not many people actually pay attention to it. Even the school is only attended by some class teachers, not even a leader. Not to mention the senior students, most of them are not in school, and only a few interested students came to see the few who are in school. For them, the Yizhongtian competition is nothing to watch, so it is better to practice for a while if they have this time. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still early. When Xia Youhui and the others went to practice, Chen Chu followed Luo Fei to the 33rd floor to read. Flipping through the bookshelves, Chen Chu took out a book about the anatomy of mutant beasts. Over there, concubine Luo was already sitting by the window, holding a Taoist scripture in her hand. Chen Chu came to sit opposite her and asked curiously, "Why do you sit in this position every time?" Luo Fei raised a strand of hair by her ears, revealing her fair and beautiful side face, and said with a light smile, "Because the view here is wide and you can bask in the sun. Don't you think it's very artistic to read a book lazily and quietly in the setting sun in the afternoon?" As she spoke, the girl winked at Chen Chu playfully. Unexpectedly, Chen Chu paused for this reason. "You talk a lot, you are right." After speaking, both of them smiled lightly, and then each lowered their heads to read their books, enjoying the rare afternoon time. It is completely impossible to see that there has been a fierce and exciting game before. It was just reading, but most of Chen Chu's mind sank to the heavy armored beast. Today's short-lived scenery did not let him get lost. He knew very well that his current advantage would not last long. If he wants to continue to have the strength to suppress or even surpass those geniuses after the second heaven, he can only count on the clone to evolve again. Under the surface of the surging river, a 90-centimeter-long heavy armored beast wandered, looking through the turbid river water, looking for predation targets. At this time, a school of cockmouth fish swam past the top. The longest of these fish was nearly 1 meter, and the smallest was 30 to 40 centimeters. But the heavy armored beast just took a look and then looked away, continuing to cruise slowly along the bottom of the river. After hunting for food for the past few days, Chen Chu found that these ordinary fish contained average nutrition, and the best ones were those large fish that had mutated. After eating mutant fish of the same size, it can contribute several times the high-calorie energy, greatly promoting the growth of the heavy armored beast clone. Suddenly, the water in front of it exploded, and a huge black shadow rushed into the school of fish at an alarming speed, swallowing a 1-meter-long beak with one big mouth. This is a mutant fish that is more than 3 meters long and looks like a catfish with a large mouth. Its body is covered with black fine scales. Its huge head occupies half of its body and is 1 meter wide. Its mouth is full of dense sharp teeth, and 4 1-meter-long fish whiskers are floating. It swallowed more than a dozen cocked beaks just by wandering back and forth twice, which is very ferocious. Boom. At this moment, the mud at the bottom of the river exploded, and the strength of the heavy armored beast's limbs, which had been wandering slowly, exploded, kicking up billowing mud and rushing towards the mutated catfish. Noticing the attacking heavy armored beast, the huge mutated catfish does not retreat but advances. Its huge mouth grows like a black hole, emitting a strong suction. Gollum. The mutated catfish swallowed the armored beast in one bite. Compared to the mutated catfish that is more than 3 meters long and has a head that is 1 meter wide, the heavy armored beast that is less than 1 meter long is just a little guy who eats it in one bite. Suddenly, the mutated catfish rolled wildly in the water, and thick blood gushed out from its gills. I saw a black head coming out of a hole in the mutated catfish's head, and the bright red blood on the 3 pairs of feather horns on both sides filled the air, which set off the black armored beast very ferociously. Continue tomorrow. Thank you brothers for your rewards and support. Please keep hitting me hard, hee hee. By the way, the part of campus development here is almost over, and we are starting to enter the battlefield. Chapter 43 Stormy Storm. The heavy armored beast wreaked havoc on the river, and after eating and drinking enough, it swam back to the cave on the bank of the river, where it lay down to rest and digest. Withdrawing his consciousness, Chen Chu looked up and found that it was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the orange-red sunset slanted in, casting streaks of light and shadow on the ground. It's already so late. Chen Chu sighed slightly. Since the release of the heavy armored beast, he always felt that time passed so quickly because he was dual-purpose. It seemed that he hadn't had time to do anything yet. At this time, Luo Fei, who was opposite, closed the book, looked at the time and asked softly, "It's almost time, shall we go back together?" "Okay." Chen Chu nodded. The two of them put the books back to their original places as usual, and took the elevator out of the teaching building. On the sidewalk under the shade of trees in the school, the setting sun penetrates through the branches and sprinkles spots. The two walked side by side. Luo Fei suddenly said, "I swept away so many cultivation geniuses today. How do you feel?" Chen Chu thought for a while. "Does it feel like those people are actually quite strong?" Luo Fei tilted her head slightly. "Why do you say that?" Chen Chu explained, "Didn't you notice that although I suppressed them with absolute strength during the battle, they were still in a panic? Even if I was caught off guard by my sudden outburst, my instincts were pretty standard, and I didn't panic when I lost. This shows that their will and character are very tenacious. As long as they accumulate more combat experience, their strength should not be underestimated after they improve. If you don't tell me, I really haven't noticed this." Luo Fei was slightly taken aback. Recalling Chen Chu's battle today, she found that it seemed to be similar to what Chen Chu said. Those people were still panicked even when facing the suppression of Chen Chu's power. At the same time, she also admired Chen Chu for being so sober at this time. Chatting, the two walked out of the school and walked along the road. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud thunder, and the setting sun was still there in the sky, and there were no thick dark clouds in the sky, but the raindrops the size of beans fell from the sky, densely packed. The sudden thunderstorm caught everyone off guard. The streets were full of people sprinting to hide from the rain, and it was hard to get a car for half a day. Especially when there is still a strong wind, people who blow it can't open their eyes. Chen Chu and Luo Fei were also covered in the drenching. The front and back were on the main road, and the nearest shelter from the rain was dozens of meters away. It can shelter from the rain over there. Under the violent storm, Chen Chu hurriedly took Luo Fei to a distance. There is a small roadside park with a pavilion inside, which was originally a place to enjoy the shade in summer. When the two of them ran into the pavilion, their clothes were all wet. Chen Chu was fine. He wiped his face, shook the water droplets on his head and left it alone. But Luo Fei was in a bit of a panic. Her long hair was wet behind her, entangled with the white butterfly ribbon, revealing a clean and beautiful face. The white long-sleeved shirt on the body is tightly attached to the body after being wet. If it is just like this, it will be fine, but this kind of fabric is a little transparent when it is wet. Vaguely, Chen Chu saw the cingulum and the white outline. At the same time, her trousers were also tightly attached to her body due to the wetness, showing a well-proportioned and slender leg shape, exuding inexplicable temptation all over her body. "Look." Luo Fei blushed slightly, and turned slightly sideways, avoiding Chen Chu's direct gaze. Chen Chu withdrew his admiring gaze, and smiled. "It can't be my fault. Who made you so beautiful and have such a good figure?" From his face, he couldn't see any embarrassment that a teenager should have, but the frank look made Luo Fei feel less ashamed and less nervous. Chen Chu said casually, "I don't know how long this rain will last." Luo Fei was indeed distracted. She raised her head and thought for a while. This kind of thunderstorm will usually get smaller in a short time, maybe it will stop in half an hour. Thunderstorms in summer come so suddenly. Sometimes the sky was clear just now, but in the blink of an eye, it will be covered with dark clouds. Even though the sun is shining brightly, the heavy rain can catch people off guard. Sure enough, it was similar to Luo Fei's calculations. The heavy rain started to lighten after more than 10 minutes, and then started to patter, not even half an hour before and after. When the strong wind dissipated and the heavy rain stopped, there were small puddles everywhere on the street, and the leaves were all over the ground. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, there was a kind of sad beauty after the destruction. Looking at the sun in the sky that hadn't set yet, Chen Chu shook his head speechlessly. This is a terrible weather. As he spoke, he began to unbutton his clothes, which startled Luo Fei, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps and said vigilantly, what are you doing, Chen Chu? Chen Chu said angrily, what do you think you can walk back in this state? As he spoke, Chen Chu glanced past her, and the traces of her appearance were clearly visible. Not only was the scale not small, but the shape seemed to be very good-looking. Luo Fei blushed immediately, and quickly blocked it with her hands. At this time, Chen Chu also took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body, with his 8-pack abdominal muscles clearly visible, full of masculinity. It doesn't matter for two people who practice real martial arts to get a little rain, and they won't catch a cold at all. Don't look, just take it and put it on to cover it up. This time it was Chen Chu's turn to say this. Luo Fei looked away a little embarrassed, and took Chen Chu's clothes by the way and put them on outside. On the way back, looking at Chen Chu, who was bare-chested and showing a standard figure, passers-by would always cast strange glances. Especially those women, the younger ones will be embarrassed, but those who are married will continue to stare with hot eyes. Walking to the intersection where the two went home in different directions, Luo Fei said a little embarrassedly, I'll wash the clothes tomorrow and bring them to you. Okay. Chen Chu nodded. Back home, Chen Hu asked curiously about Chen Chu not wearing a shirt, and was dismissed casually by Chen Chu. After dinner, Chen Chu practiced Dragon Elephant Kung Fu and Mind-Eye Sword before taking a bath. Lying on the bed, his consciousness sank and came to the heavy armored beast. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and he was going to have a full meal before resting. Just when Chen Chu consciously controlled the heavy armored beast and just climbed out of the cave and entered the river, he suddenly heard vibrations and explosions from behind. The water surface of the earthquake is fluctuating. The sudden change caused the armored beast to pause, and slightly poked its head out of the water. By the river more than 100 meters away, more than a dozen figures chased back and forth. The speed was almost invisible to the naked eye, and they appeared not far away from more than 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, several armored vehicles followed closely behind, and the high-wattage searchlights on the vehicles illuminated the large area in front of them like daylight. At this moment, one of the people in the chase leaped high like a rock, and slapped out with a palm. Boom. In an instant, the air exploded, and the violent force was like a real gust of wind, blowing away the turf in the range of more than 10 meters in front, and the power was terrifying. Facing this blow, the two people in front had no choice but to turn around and resist. Each of them glowed with scarlet blood, turning into two transparent blood pythons as thick as buckets in front of them. Boom. Under a domineering palm, the two phantoms of the blood python exploded, and the red shock wave swept across a range of more than 10 meters. The ground shook, and sand and stones flew away. At the same time, because of this palm blocking, the figures behind were like lightning, falling in all directions and surrounding the two people. There is still noon, brothers, remember to vote for it. Chapter 44 Jinwu Phantom. The two people surrounded in the middle were tall and tall, their whole bodies were covered under black robes, and they looked shameful. There were 8 people around them, including a middle-aged man in law enforcement clothes, and Nanshan Wugao teacher Pang Long and others. At the same time, a few armored vehicles stopped 100 meters away, and the laser headlights illuminated this side as brightly as day, and there were soldiers holding sniper rifles aiming at the two people. At this time, Lin Xiong, who forced them to stop with a palm, stepped forward slowly, and said in a deep voice, "You evil running dogs, let's forget about making trouble in Kuluoya, but you actually dare to come to my place, Dongxia. Tell me, who is meeting you?" One of the men in black said hoarsely, "I don't understand what you are talking about. We are here to promote the will of the great Supreme Agnes." "Humph. Don't admit it." Lin Xiong's eyes were cold. "Do you think we won't be able to find out if you don't tell us?" No one responded, and you can hide for so many days without being discovered with this ghostly look. Let me guess, you can't come here by land or air, so you can only take the water. And this city is related to the waterway, and the only ones that can avoid inspections from various sources are those few groups and a few forces. At this moment, the two believers suddenly shouted frantically, "For the great Acunas!" Boom. In an instant, the red light on the two of them soared, and they squirmed into two larger phantoms of blood pythons surrounding several meters, and a strong evil breath permeated. Seeing this, the expressions of Pang Long and the others surrounding them changed slightly, and they couldn't help but take a step back. Be careful, use real power to protect your body, don't get stained by those dirty blood. Bang bang. At this moment, on the armored vehicle 100 meters away, two soldiers holding sniper rifles suddenly fired, and instantly a large red light exploded in front of the two believers. Two bullets that were strong enough to penetrate the armored vehicle tore through the body of the blood python, blasting two washbasin-sized holes through it, and finally blocked in front of the disciple's thigh by an invisible force. You don't need to shoot, block the surrounding area to prevent anyone from coming to meet them. Speaking of Lin Xiong's body, a mighty aura erupted, and the heavy breath pervaded, slowly forming a phantom of a 2-foot-tall black violent ape behind him. Boom. Lin Xiong's aura soared several times, and the aura of will and true strength permeated the aura as if it were real, and the surrounding air that was pressed was faintly frozen, heavy, and frightening. It's actually a strong person from the seventh heaven, and he has condensed a real martial arts ghost. The expressions of the two people changed greatly. Didn't it mean that there are no high-level strong people here? Roar. Amid the roar of the violent ape phantom, Lin Xiong leaped tens of meters high, his whole body black with true power shining brightly, and he slapped it with a volley. At the same time, the violent ape phantom behind Lin Xiong also dropped his palm, double-layered, and instantly condensed into a black palm print covering a range of 10 meters. Boom. As soon as the palm prints appeared, a terrifying pressure fell from the sky on the two believers, causing their bones to crack. The ground within 10 meters around the two of them sank suddenly, forming a palm print trace more than 10 centimeters deep, which was terrifying. Facing this almost irresistible blow, the two believers suddenly raised their heads, revealing two dark and rough faces, with frenzied expressions and no fear at all. Great Acunas, we are willing to dedicate everything to the world, just for your traces to appear in the world, show yourself, Hydra. Accompanied by the weird and crazy prayer, the blood on the two of them became more vigorous in an instant, and a powerful force erupted from their bodies. Hiss hiss. Amid the blazing blood, the heads of ferocious blood pythons popped out one after another, turning into 9 blood pythons roaring upwards, and all this happened in the blink of an eye. 9 bucket-thick python hairs neighed, and the body entangled like a column of blood tore at Lin Xiong in the sky, colliding violently with the palm prints that fell from the sky. Boom. The red and black rays of light exploded in the air, and the berserk force was like the explosion of hundreds of kilograms of high explosives. The ground shook under the terrible explosion, and the street lamps on the road along the river not far away exploded, and they were all destroyed by the explosion shock wave. Such a terrifying destructive force made the heavy armored beasts under the river in the distance tense up. A few minutes later, the smoke and dust subsided, revealing a large pit with a diameter of 8 meters in the center, and at the bottom of the pit, there were only some stumps and fragments of the men in black robe. In the distance, Pang Long and the others dissipated the strength outside their bodies, walked over with a serious expression, and stood by the pit. These people are completely crazy, and they will explode if they disagree with each other. The middle-aged men in the law enforcement uniform said in a deep voice, "This is what makes them terrible." Before joining the cult of the heretic god, these people were just ordinary cultivators from the third heaven. But after entering the cult of the evil gods and obtaining something called divine blood, many people broke through to the fourth and fifth heavens, and their strength skyrocketed. And once the situation is unfavorable, these lunatics will burn their blood and explode themselves. The power of the explosion is enough to seriously injure or even kill stronger experts than them. Because of this reason, many masters of the Kuroja royal family were seriously injured by surprise attacks, which has caused the situation to become more and more rotten. Lin Xiong came over with a serious look on his face. It's really troublesome. After burning the so-called divine blood, their strength has almost increased by a big level. Originally, the strength of just entering the sixth heaven is almost equal to my own blow. Pang Long rolled his eyes. Old Lin, don't pretend, you know that you are very strong after breaking through to the seventh heaven, and you even blew yourself up in one blow. Several other school teachers also looked envious and unhappy, as if seeing Lin Xiong pretending to be aggressive made them feel uncomfortable. Hey, are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, you can break through. Lin Xiong laughed. Pang Long enviously said, we think, the problem is that it is still a little bit worse. But Lao Lin, you have broken through the seventh heaven, so you should go back there, right? Lin Xiong nodded, well, I have already applied to be transferred to the frontline battlefield, and I will leave after teaching this semester. It's just that the evil religion has become more and more rampant recently, and it is spreading among the small allies of Kuroja. I don't know how the higher-ups will deal with it. While several people were talking, an armored vehicle from a distance drove over, and then some soldiers came down to collect the stumps of the two believers and prepared to take them back for research. After cleaning up, everyone got into their cars and left, and the riverbank fell into silence again. Until then, the aquatic plants by the river in the distance shook slightly, and the heavy armored beast's head slightly emerged from the water, looking at the big pit in the distance in shock. He saw all the previous scene, and even vaguely overheard the conversation of Lin Xiong and others. Chen Chu didn't expect that a high-ranking true martial artist would be so powerful. It's just the seventh heavenly layer, who can burst out with such terrifying destructive power with just one blow. Much better than the martial arts masters in those videos. There are also words such as Zhenwu Shuiying, evil god, and divine blood, which he also heard for the first time. It seems that this world is more dangerous than he imagined. Looking deeply at the big pit, the heavy armored beast slowly disappeared into the river. It was going to eat a mutated fish. This world is too dangerous. Continue tomorrow, brothers, the initial development is over, and the next step is to accelerate. Chapter 45 The Beginning of Turmoil. The next day, the weather was cloudy. Chen Chu got up and moved his body, had breakfast, and went out with Chen Hu. Looking at Chen Chu, who was walking in front of him, who was getting taller and stronger, with a faint sense of oppression all over his body, Chen Hu was a little puzzled. Brother, why can't we junior high school students practice? A month ago, his brother looked thin and thin, but now he has become so handsome and mighty in just over a month, which is so enviable. Chen Chu explained, because your body has not yet developed and finalized, and the various functions of your body are not perfect. If you practice the domineering real martial arts too early, there will be some abnormal changes. I still have to wait. Chen Hu felt a little regretful. Chen Chu cast a glance at him, and reminded, this is the experience gained from years of official research, so it can't be wrong. When you reach high school, as long as you have talent, you can naturally cultivate. The school has systematic training and resource tilting, which is safer than groping for yourself. Also, don't believe in those fallacies on the internet, don't practice those incomplete real martial arts exercises, or accidents will easily happen, you know. I know, bro. Seeing that Chen Hu really listened to his words, Chen Chu nodded and didn't say anything more. I don't know if it's the reason for something to happen. Recently, there's been a lot of smog on the internet, and some sayings that everyone can practice real martial arts are rampant. In addition, there are also people spreading various exercises on the internet. Although these exercises were quickly blocked and abolished by the authorities, some secrets still leaked out. For example, Chen Chu took several screenshots. Then I found that they were all low-level exercises with only 2 or 3 levels, and the content was broken. It would be difficult to succeed in cultivation without going through the foundation building step. And even if someone is gifted with evil spirits and really succeeds in cultivation, without follow-up exercises, they will stop at the first or second level. I don't know what the people who released these incomplete exercises are thinking. You must know that with the current federal law, almost everyone in the 3 major allies has the opportunity to practice when they are in high school. It's just that whether you can cultivate successfully depends on your talent. As for the small and medium-sized allies other than the 3 major powers, due to local laws and some agreements that formed the Federation back then, the Federation cannot interfere too much. Therefore, in some countries, ordinary people also have the opportunity to get in touch with cultivation methods, but in some small allied countries, Jinwu is only controlled by high-level officials, and ordinary people have no chance to get in touch with it at all. Could it be that the purpose of those people on the internet is to disturb those small allies? Thoughtful, Chen Chu came to the school, but instead of going to the cultural classroom, he went directly to the training area on the 3rd floor of Building C. The exam was over last Friday, and his grades are not bad, so he doesn't need to read the book. Chen Chu is here. Hey, Brother Chu, you're here. Chen Chu, you did a great job yesterday. As soon as Chen Chu walked into the 3rd floor, some students took the initiative to greet him. They were much more enthusiastic than before, and the reason was naturally the influence of the 49 students. After a day of fermentation, the simple information of the top 50 people on the school's official website was dug out. The others are alright, at worst they are ordinary geniuses who built their foundation within a week, especially the number 1 in Qingqing is even more desperate. But among these people, Chen Chu was the only ordinary student who built a foundation and practiced low-level exercises within half a month. Being able to enter the top 50 surrounded by such strong people is naturally not a weak person, so the word Chen Chu has gained a certain reputation among the freshmen. But it is only a little famous. Compared with Chen Chu, Li Hao, who is in second place, is really famous in Nanshan Wugao. It is said that he was able to carry a tripod when he entered school, and he was born with supernatural strength. His basic arm strength reached more than 600 kilograms, and his arm strength skyrocketed to 900 kilograms after breaking through the first level. In addition, he fits perfectly with the advanced exercises he cultivated, and the basic increase of the first layer of heaven has doubled. Under a full strength burst, the strength can reach a terrifying level of 3,000 or 4,000 kilograms. Such terrifying power, using a 500 kilograms alloy steel column as a weapon, almost swept across the same level. No one is his single enemy. Some people even say that An Qingqing is not his opponent. No way, the power is too exaggerated. Facing the active greetings of these students, Chen Chu responded politely one by one, and then found a practice area where no one was there to start today's practice. At noon, Chen Chu met Xia Youhui in the dining hall. Or maybe it wasn't an encounter, but Xia Youhui approached with a smile. "Ah Chu, have you decided to exchange some cultivation resources?" "I haven't figured it out yet." Chen Chu shook his head. The school's cultivation resources are very expensive, and only contribution points can be exchanged. If it weren't for entering the top 50 yesterday and getting extra rewards, Chen Chu's 3 contribution points every month can only be exchanged for some leftovers. Xia Youhui suggested, "Your dragon elephant kung fu has a high degree of compatibility, and there is actually no need to worry about the cultivation of kung fu. Therefore, I suggest you exchange resources for physical enhancement. In this way, as long as your physique reaches the limit of the first layer early, you will be able to break through the second layer soon. In this regard, I suggest you exchange for a first-level life crystal, dragon's blood ointment, or cold crystal liquid." In Xia Youhui's mind, Chen Chu's power exploded very quickly because of his high degree of compatibility, and his main cultivation method made rapid progress, but what hindered him now was his lack of physical fitness. But what he didn't know was that Chen Chu's physique had already exceeded the limit of the first level, and it was the progress of his exercises that restricted him from breaking through the second level. Regarding this misunderstanding, Chen Chu didn't explain it, but just nodded. "Okay, I'll go to the logistics department to have a look later." "Old Xia, how long will it take for you to break through?" Chen Chu asked curiously at this moment. "About half a month." Xia Youhui said, "Although I was unlucky and didn't make it into the top 50 this time, I still contribute 4 points every month. Including the little leftover from last month, it can just be exchanged for a life crystal to strengthen the physique, and it is estimated that it will reach the limit of the first layer in a week. At that time, I will condense my blood for another week, and I will almost be able to break through. You can cultivate true strength in just 1 week." Chen Chu was a little surprised. After the limit of the first layer, it is necessary to continuously run the exercises to gather qi and blood, and the real power will be born after being compressed to the extreme. This situation can be as fast as a week. And those with less talent need half a month, 1 month, or even 2 months, which is very tortured mentality. And it's not just the second level. Every time you break through the first level, it will be a level 1. Many people with insufficient talent will be stuck in the third level for a lifetime. This is why the school divides the authority level by the initial talent. No way, people with good talent can practice faster, break through the realm more easily, use the same resources to maximize the effect, and practice advanced exercises with less difficulty. If a person with ordinary talent gives you advanced exercises, it will be difficult to practice. Because it is more difficult to get started, the required resources are more precious, and it is more difficult to break through the realm. Of course, everything is not absolute. After all, with such a large population base in the world, there are always some evildoers who have accumulated a lot of money. Facing Chen Chu's astonishment, Xia Youhui proudly said, "I'm a genius. Although my initial cultivation speed is a bit slower than theirs, I'm very good at other aspects." Chen Chu said thoughtfully, "For example, the realm barrier is weak." "Hey, that's right, it's like your physique is highly compatible with strength exercises." Xia Youhui paused without denying it. In his opinion, Chen Chu is also a talented person. "I feel that in the next week, many of the top 50 will break through to the second level. I'm so envious, 5 extra rewards every month, and a 20% discount for resource exchange." Speaking of this, Xia Youhui looked envious. Chen Chu also sighed and nodded. Yes, with the resources tilted this time, many geniuses who originally took a month to break through will soon be able to break through. There is a big gap between having resources and not having resources. For example, Xia Youhui, who had been cultivating normally for nearly a month and a half, reached the limit of the first layer more than a week earlier by using a life crystal. Chen Chu also felt a little pressure under this situation. There will be more in a minute. Chapter 46 Breakthrough, Elephant Pattern. After eating, Chen Chu and Xia Youhui came to the logistics department together. When Xia Youhui was going to exchange life crystals, Chen Chu came to the self-service inquiry machine on the side, entered his student number, and checked the resources suitable for him to exchange. There are very few resources available for freshmen in the first level, and they are divided into strengthening physique, increasing the speed of kung fu practice, and helping the realm break through 3 categories and 23 kinds. Chen Chu looked at it, and found that there were 5 kinds of resources that could help him speed up the dragon elephant skill, including ice crystal snow lotus, and the blood essence of the tyrant elephant that had been exchanged once. But the blood of the bull elephant requires 20 points of contribution. At present, he only has 8 points plus ranking rewards. If you want to redeem it, you have to wait another month. As for the other 4 effects. Just as Chen Chu was pondering slightly, Xia Youhui came over. "Ah Chu, how are you looking?" Chen Chu didn't answer, but asked casually, "Have you finished exchanging?" "Yes, it's this thing. Such a piece will cost me 5 contribution points. It's too bad." As he spoke, Xia Youhui, with a heartbroken face, casually threw a thumb-sized object that looked like a multifaceted crystal towards Chen Chu, and Chen Chu quickly caught it. After all, it is worth tens of thousands of things, but... Just when Chen Chu caught the life crystal, a row of transparent words that only he could see appeared in front of him. Is it possible to convert crystallized life energy into attribute points? Crystallized life energy, attribute points. Looking at the transparent text that appeared in front of his eyes, Chen Chu was slightly taken aback, and subconsciously asked in his mind. What are attribute points and what are they useful for? Facing his inquiry, the transparent text in front of him changed. Attribute points, special power transformed from life energy, can be used to strengthen talents, strengthen skills, strengthen foreign weapons and other multifunctional purposes. Seeing this, Chen Chu's eyes lit up. From now on, the problem of weak initial talent and slow progress in practicing exercises will no longer be his shackles. "Ah Chu, what's wrong?" Looking at Chen Chu who was suddenly stunned, Xia Youhui was a little puzzled. "Oh, it's all right." Chen Chu came back to his senses, handed him the life crystal, and said, "I'm also going to exchange for the life crystal." "Okay, then I'm going to practice. If you need anything, please call me." Xia Youhui didn't think much about it, because he suggested Chen Chu to exchange this resource earlier. Watching Xia Youhui leave, Chen Chu came to the counter and said politely, "Teacher, I want to exchange for cultivation resources. Enter the student number. You have 8 contribution points and 20% off redemption rights. What do you want to change?" 2 first-class life crystals. Hold on. Soon, 2 thumb-sized white crystals appeared in Chen Chu's hands. After thanking the teacher, he turned and left. Backing to Building C, Chen Chu applied for a separate personal practice room, looked at the 2 white crystals in his hand, and chose to switch. As Chen Chu confirmed, an invisible force enveloped the crystal, and the 2 life crystals became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into powder with a snap. You transformed 2 crystallized life energies, one of which gained 5 points of attribute, and one of which gained 3 points of attribute. Are the amounts contained in the 2 crystals different? Chen Chu thought thoughtfully. According to the information, life crystals come from mutant beasts, and after a few mutant beasts are killed, high-purity energy crystals will appear in their bodies. This crystallized human has the function of strengthening the body and speeding up the cultivation speed after absorption. The higher the level, the stronger the effect, so it is more precious. Of course, any resource has an upper limit, just like taking medicine will lead to drug resistance. Life crystals of the same level generally have the best effect on physical strengthening for the first time, and the second time will decrease by half, and the fourth time has almost no effect. Therefore, it has always been used as a cultivation resource. 8 attribute points. Chen Chu whispered to himself, and then with a thought, he called out the attribute page. Level, First Heaven. Constitution, 69. Strength, 71. Dexterity, 58. Spirit, 61. Talent, Soul Split Plus. Cultivation Method, Lotus Terrace Meditation Method, Consummation, Dragon Elephant Kung Fu Plus, Introduction, the first level, Mind Eye Bright Sword Plus, the first level of Saber Technique, Mind Eye. Attribute Points, 8. Body, Hexagonal Heavy Armored Beast. Level, Low Level Beast. Talent, Strength Plus, Defense Plus. Evolution Value, 30 to 300. With the growth of the heavy armored beast in the past few days, Chen Chu's 4 major attributes are also improving. Among them, the attributes of physique and strength are much higher than the attributes of agility and spirit due to the practice of dragon and elephant skills. Now that he had obtained the attribute points, Chen Chu found that there was a plus sign behind both the skills and talents, which seemed to mean that they could be strengthened. When Chen Chu focused on the plus sign behind Long Xiang Gong, a new reminder appeared in front of him. Do you want to consume 7 points of attributes to increase the level of Dragon Elephant skill? The strengthening of the Mind Eye Clear Knife requires 10 attribute points, and the current attribute points are insufficient. The current attribute points are insufficient, and the strength talent cannot be improved, the defense talent cannot be improved, and the soul talent cannot be improved. Chen Chu tested all the plus signs, and found that this attribute was only enough to strengthen the Dragon Elephant skill. As for why the Mind Eye Sword needs 10 points, it should be due to his different progress in the cultivation of this skill. As for talent, strengthen Dragon Elephant skills. Accompanied by Chen Chu's determination, an extremely pure and special energy appeared out of thin air in his body, and then began to run crazily along the route of the Dragon Elephant skill. As that energy continued to circulate, his musculoskeletal muscles were strengthened at an astonishing speed, and at the same time, a tough membrane was being formed under Chen Chu's skin. Boom. When that energy circulated crazily for more than 300 days, a layer of faint elephant skin lines appeared on Chen Chu's body surface, and the blood all over his body suddenly condensed. In an instant, a domineering and violent power was born out of thin air in his body, and his whole person's momentum skyrocketed, like a revived giant elephant, full of oppression. After a long time, Chen Chu slowly opened his eyes, and there was a faint and terrifying aura in his eyes. Clenching his fists, feeling the explosive power in his body, Chen Chu exclaimed, "Is this breaking through the second heaven? It's so simple." Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, which originally took a month to break through, successfully broke through in the blink of an eye under the strengthening of attributes. This efficiency made Chen Chu short of breath. If there are enough life crystals, doesn't it mean that his cultivation speed can soar like a rocket? But, no money, and this thing is controlled by the government, and you can't buy it with money outside, so there is still a lack of contribution points. Who? Chen Chu let out a breath slowly, suppressing the impatience and greed in his heart. Take your time. Having enhanced attribute points, he can strengthen his physique simultaneously with his avatars. He only needs to develop step by step, and he can slowly reach the peak step by step. In this case, impatience is prone to accidents. Does he need to rush? Unnecessary. Chen Chu's mood slowly returned to normal, and then he took a deep breath, the domineering power in his body exploded, and his whole body swelled up in an instant. Boom. The ground shook, and Chen Chu's figure set off a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the wall 10 meters away with the whistling wind. The muscles of his right arm swelled, and elephant patterns emerged. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the wind, Chen Chu punched the tester in the corner of the training room. Boom. The air roared, and it was directly blasted by Chen Chu's punch containing terrifying power, forming a substantive strong wind, and the alloy tester was even more shocked. In an instant, the value on the tester jumped and stopped at 3,970 kilograms. At this moment, Chen Chu took half a step back, kicked back, his right leg swept across like a battle axe, and slammed on the alloy test board with a violent wind. Boom. The entire tester shook under the terrible force of this kick, and the numbers on it jumped wildly, and finally stopped at 5650. I made a mistake in the timing today, and 2 chapters will be posted in a row. Those who haven't seen the previous 45 chapters can refresh it. Remember to vote for it. Chapter 47 Conscious Influence. Punching strength is more than 3,900 kilograms, and kicking strength is almost 5,700 kilograms. Chen Chu was very satisfied with this value. The true power of the dragon elephant in the second heaven is even more domineering and violent, and the increase in power has directly doubled. At the same time, the breakthrough of the realm gave him a sublimation, his physique and strength attributes increased by 30 points, especially the strength exceeded 100. Almost equal to 10 times that of ordinary people. In addition, the spirit and agility have also increased by 20 points, which can be said to have skyrocketed. In addition, the elephant pattern formed by the second layer of heaven greatly increased his defense, and it only felt a little painful to shake the alloy test board with his flesh and blood. After all, the action of force is mutual. It can be said that among the low-level exercises, the dragon elephant art is already the strongest. It has both strength and defense, but the explosive consumption is a bit fast. Chen Chu felt that if he used his real power now, he would be exhausted if he burst out with 10 moves at most. If he doesn't use real power to explode and keep fighting in a constant state, he can fight all day and night with his current endurance. Next, Chen Chu began to practice the supporting moves of the second level of the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. The Dragon Elephant was furious, its arms were like elephant legs sweeping in all directions, and every movement of its hands and feet was roaring violently. Under the violent burst of true power, the air in the entire training room seemed to be buzzing. Busy time always passes quickly. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Chu ended today's practice when the school bell rang. Although attribute points can strengthen skills, in Chen Chu's view, daily practice should not be neglected. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and it is a little bit to make progress. Besides, the strengthening of attribute points only omits part of the training process. It is still necessary to familiarize yourself with moves and strength through training, otherwise you will not be able to exert its full power. Arriving at the 33rd floor, Chen Chu found that concubine Luo was already reading a book, still at the window seat, but there was no sun today. Flipping through the bookshelves, Chen Chu found a book, Deduction of the Relationship Between Mutant Beasts and Mythical Gods. When Chen Chu came to sit down opposite her, the girl opposite her raised her head slightly, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, but then she gave a light surprise and said hesitantly, "Chen Chu, your strength has improved again." In Luo Fei's eyes, today's Chen Chu felt more inexplicably oppressive than before, heavy and violent, just like a huge monster sitting in front of her. A girl's sixth sense. Chen Chu paused for a moment, then nodded, "Well, I went to exchange some cultivation resources today, and my strength improved a little after using them." "Congratulations." The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Without thinking too much, she pointed to the bag on the table. "By the way, thank you for your clothes yesterday, I have already washed them." "You are welcome." Speaking of this, Chen Chu couldn't help but think of her appearance after getting wet in the rain yesterday, glanced across the girl opposite, and subconsciously said, "What color is it today?" Suddenly, concubine Luo blushed slightly, a shyness appeared in her beautiful phoenix eyes, she bit her lips and gave him a stare, then she looked down and ignored him. As soon as Chen Chu said it, he knew that he had said something wrong. Just looking at the scene where the girl opposite was bowing her head shyly, he suddenly felt nothing. Chen Chu laughed, he seemed to feel a breath of youth. "Yes, I am only 16 years old now, and I am in my prime. When I am a man and act with caution, I can actually treat life a little more recklessly. For example." His eyes flicked across the pure and beautiful face opposite, and the corners of Chen Chu's mouth slightly raised. In the light and charming atmosphere, Chen Chu casually flipped through the book in his hand, his consciousness sank, and his attention came to the heavy armored beast. In the cave, the heavily armored beast, which had grown to 1 meter long and was covered in light black armor, slowly opened its eyes, moved its limbs, and left deep footprints on the ground with its claws. Although the armored beast is only 1 meter long, it weighs more than 100 kilograms because of its high density, and its body is as heavy as if it were made of steel. Under the icy cold river more than 20 meters deep, Chen Chu controlled the avatar to wander slowly, and fish schools of different sizes swam by from time to time. It is not interested in these ordinary fish and heavy armored beasts. Its goal is the mutated fish with mutations on its body. After wandering for half an hour, suddenly, a ferocious mutated fish with a length of more than 2 meters appeared in its eyes. This fish has a cone-shaped head, yellow cheeks, and its whole body is covered by palm-sized silver scales. It looks silvery all over, and its big open mouth is full of sharp teeth. The heavy armored beast's eyes lit up, its tail swung suddenly, and it swept up billowing sand at the bottom of the river and shot it out. Just as the heavy armored beast was attacking, the 2-meter-long mutant fish also noticed it. Relying on its size advantage, the mutated fierce fish did not dodge, but shot at the heavy armored beast at a faster speed, opening its mouth wide to bite off the heavy armored beast's head. Boom. The moment the mutated fish's big mouth approached, a claw of the heavy armored beast slapped its upper jaw from the side. Under the terrifying force, half of the mutated fish's head was knocked down. Instantly killed. Looking at the corpse of the mutated fish floating in the water, the heavy armored beast leaned over without haste, hugged its back with its claws, and bit the head of the fish with its mouth. Under the terrible bite force, the head of the mutated fierce fish was directly crushed. Blood mixed with white diffused in the water, making the black armored beast look very hideous. After killing the prey, it was time to eat. Chen Chu controlled the heavy armored beast to tear apart the body of the mutated fish, tore off the fish with big mouthfuls and began to eat. As he continued to hunt and kill mutated fish during this period, Chen Chu's consciousness became colder and more ferocious when he transformed into a heavy armored beast. He was more decisive and proficient when hunting, and he didn't feel any discomfort when he swallowed raw food. Instead, he felt very refreshed and happy after the brutal killing. A 2-meter-long mutant fish, except for the internal organs, most of the fish bones were swallowed by the heavy armored beast, including such good things as isinglass. After eating, the heavy armored beast became thicker and longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he swam more than 10 miles deep in the river, and hunted and killed a 2-meter-long ordinary mutant fish. The heavy armored beast returned to the cave to digest after eating and drinking. On the seat by the window, Chen Chu withdrew his consciousness, a look of indifference and tyranny appeared in his eyes, and his whole aura became inexplicably terrifying. However, this feeling was only fleeting. When Chen Chu closed his eyes and opened them again, his eyes had become gentle as usual. Chen Chu was thoughtful. It seems that we should pay attention to this issue. The opposite Luo Fei closed the book in her hand, and raised her head curiously after hearing this. Attention, what are you paying attention to? Nothing. Chen Chu smiled slightly, and changed the subject. It's almost 6 o'clock, shall we go back together? Okay. The girl nodded. Chen Chu followed Luo Fei to put the book back to its original place, and walked into the elevator with the bag containing his clothes in his hand. It's not just them, there are also other students who are reading books who are preparing to leave one after another. In the elevator, seeing more and more students coming in, Chen Chu leaned back slightly to block Luo Fei who was standing in the corner, so the two got a little close. The third watch is finished today, brothers will continue tomorrow. Here, the title of this book is The Star-Level Behemoth, and it will definitely get closer to the behemoth later, but not at the beginning. At present, the real golden finger of the main body is the attribute point, and the strengthening of the physique is only incidental, and the main body clone will be handed over after it grows into a giant beast. Also, it can only be updated slowly because of the recommendation, but it will explode on the day it is put on the shelves. As for how many explosions, it depends on how many manuscripts I have saved, hee. Chapter 48. They are so powerful. In the evening, Chen Chu sat cross-legged on the bed. His consciousness controlled his real power to run continuously along the route of the second layer of Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. He can clearly feel that this transparent true force will emit suction when it is running, and force the extraordinary energy free from the outside into the body for refining. You don't need to rely on spiritual power to guide you into your body as before, and your cultivation efficiency is several times that of before you break through. After refining those free energies, these true powers will grow stronger every time they run, and then return to the dantian to start a new round. However, it is different from those martial arts novels that use internal force to walk through the meridians. Although it also starts from the dantian, the route of true force movement is very complicated. Not only will it swim under the skin of the fascia, but it will also shuttle between some muscles and bones. Wherever it passes, it will temper and strengthen the whole body to a certain extent. This is also the reason why the physique of true martial arts practitioners is getting stronger and stronger. The Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, which is the main force and defense, has a better effect on tempering the body. After training, the muscles are more explosive and the skin is more tough. Almost an hour later, Chen Chu opened his eyes. Who? Chen Chu let out a breath, carefully felt the changes after cultivation, and then pondered slightly. This progress is a bit slow. The first level of heaven is mainly to temper the physique and give birth to real strength, so the physique must be tempered to about 5 times that of ordinary people, and the arm strength must reach 300 kilograms to touch the edge of breakthrough. After breaking through the second heaven, the cultivator's focus is on strengthening his true strength until the dantian is filled, and the tempering of the physique has become secondary. As for the physical limit of Erzongtian, it is about 800 kilograms in arm strength. This limit is not the limit of human biology, but the limit of the tempering effect of the double naive force on the body. Only after breaking through the triple heaven, can the more powerful real power continue to temper and strengthen the physique. but because the practitioner does not need to strengthen the physique to the limit, as long as the real power fills the dantian, and continuously compresses the real power to atomize it, it can break through. Therefore, some extreme practitioners will pay less and less attention to physical strengthening, and they will pursue a breakthrough in the realm of true strength. Because the higher the realm, the more terrifying the power of the real power cultivated, and even can control the power of heaven and earth to fight. Compared to high-level cultivators, especially the top powerhouses of the 9 heavens, the increased physical strength of hundreds of thousands of kilograms is not worth mentioning at all. Only those who have been stuck in a state for several years or more will spend energy to refine their physique to the extreme of the current state. Because when practicing and tempering the physique, some real power will be consumed to affect the progress of the cultivation. Recalling what Pang Long said in his mind, Chen Chu estimated that he wanted to fill his dantian with real power, and under normal cultivation conditions, he might have to practice for more than half a year. Half a year. Thinking of this, Chen Chu sighed. After his aptitude evolved twice in a row, with the improvement of his basic physique, his talent is no worse than those geniuses who rely on resources and break through within a week. In this case, it will take half a year to break through the triple heaven, so how long will it take those half a month, 1 month to build the foundation? Chen Chu once again felt the difficulty of the journey of cultivation. It took at least half a year for him to break through to the 3rd level at the 2nd level. According to the increase of several times the difficulty of breaking through each layer, people with poor aptitude want to break through to the 3rd layer in normal practice, at least 2 years. Thinking of this, Chen Chu couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, he can use attribute points to directly strengthen and break through the realm of skills. At noon the next day, when Chen Chu, who had practiced sword skills all morning, came to the dining hall, he met Lin Shui and Xia Youhui, who were also queuing. "Ah Chu, here, here." Xia Youhui waved to him. When Chen Chu came behind him, Xia Youhui couldn't wait to say, "Ah Chu, have you heard? You didn't say anything, I heard that you are tall." Chen Chu couldn't help complaining. "Hey! I thought you knew." Xia Youhui chuckled, and then gossiped, "This morning, I heard that Li Hao, ranked 2nd, and Hong Tianyi, who ranked 3rd, both broke through to the 2nd level. That Li Hao is said to have built a foundation in 3 days, and he has already reached the limit of the 1st layer. This time, after taking the 2nd place, he directly broke through with the help of cultivation resources." Chen Chu nodded, "I know him. I was deeply impressed by the mighty classmate Chen Chu, who was 2 meters tall and used heavy weapons. After all, he was a fierce man carrying an iron pillar to fight." While talking, a few people finished their meal, took their plates and sat down at an empty table. After sitting down, Chen Chu looked at the purple-haired girl opposite, and asked curiously, "Squad leader, how long will it take for you to break through?" As the 10th genius in the ranking competition, Lin Shui is currently very popular among the freshmen. There is no way, she is not only pretty but also strong. Lin Shui thought for a while, "I used some resources yesterday to strengthen my physique to the limit of the 1st layer. The next step is to warm up and condense my strength. It will take a few days." Squad leader is amazing, he will break through so soon. When praising Lin Shui, Chen Chu's tone was very sincere, as if he had completely forgotten that he had broken through to the 2nd heaven yesterday. Lin Shui shook her head, "It's just using resources to break through ahead of time, nothing to be proud of." Originally, after the foundation was established, Lin Shui expected that she would be able to break through in more than a month, but this time it was only a week earlier, so she didn't feel much. And it wasn't just Lin Shui who broke through, the next week or so passed by, and from time to time, the top 50 people broke through to the 2nd level. At the same time, some gossip about Chen Chu began to flow out. Said that he was able to enter the top 50 at the beginning because of his high degree of compatibility with the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, and he had explosive power beyond the limit in the 1st layer of heaven. Even so, only 49th place was mixed. Once those geniuses who have practiced advanced exercises break through the 2nd heaven, his advantage will be crushed. Furthermore, according to the cultivation speed of low-level exercises, even if he exchanged resources to speed up his cultivation, it would take at least a month or more to break through the 2nd heaven. At that time, not to mention the top 50, the advanced practitioners who did not enter the ranking all broke through early. These people can suppress Chen Chu with any strength, and the top 49 ranking in the grade will no longer be an honor for him, but a mockery of nothing. How about it? What do you think after listening to this? Thursday afternoon. In the reading room on the 33rd floor, Luo Fei recounted all the comments she read on the official website. Chen Chu thought for a while, nodded and said, I don't have any thoughts, what they said is right, those people are indeed much better than me in terms of cultivation talent. Looking at Chen Chu's calm appearance, Luo Fei blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously, aren't you afraid that someone will challenge you when the time comes? Although according to the school's rules, the ranking of freshmen will not change until the second year of high school, but if someone really makes a move to defeat Chen Chu, his popularity will definitely increase. Not afraid. Why? Luo Fei was puzzled. Chen Chu smiled, those ranked ahead of me will not make a move, and those who have not entered the rankings, only those who have practiced advanced exercises are in danger to me. But these people only have 5 contribution points a month, which is less than me now, and they don't have 20% off permission, so they can't exchange many resources. When they break through, I'll almost break through too. It's not certain who will win at the same level. Chen Chu didn't tell others what he had broken through, because it violated common sense. After all, his talent shown earlier is only moderate, even the excuse of having a high degree of fit with real martial arts is too conspicuous, so there is no need to say it. Of course, he didn't want to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but he was used to keeping a low profile and felt that there was no need to publicize it. But if someone messed with him, he would slap him to death. Looking at Chen Chu, who looked calm and unmoved by the outside world, Luo Fei pursed her lips and smiled. Then the two chatted for a while, and then immersed themselves in the atmosphere of reading. Of course, Chen Chu seemed to be reading a book, but in fact most of his attention was on the heavy armored beast. The ferocious beast that had grown to 1.3 meters slowly entered the river. It has been more than a week since it broke through the second heaven, and the heavy armored beast is either hunting or preying every day. While the heavy armored beasts continued to grow and become more powerful and ferocious, Chen Chu found that there were fewer and fewer mutated big fish in this section of the river, and it often took several miles to meet one. In this way, a lot of time will be wasted just looking for prey every day. Below the surface of the river more than 10 meters deep, the heavy armored beast is biting the fish in its mouth, and its eyes are thoughtful. It seems that when the heavy armored beast evolves again, it will go to the sea to find food. There is still at noon. Chapter 49 Believers in God can live eternally. The next morning, just as Chen Chu walked into the school, he ran into an acquaintance. Li Meng, who was once defeated by him in the ranking competition, stood by the side of the road and excitedly said after seeing Chen Chu, "Chen Chu, you are finally here. What's the matter?" Chen Chu looked at him inexplicably. Li Meng laughed triumphantly, "I am waiting for you here today to tell you that I have broken through the second heaven." Then what? Li Meng was speechless. You don't feel pressure." Chen Chu looked at him strangely, "Why should I feel the pressure? Could it be that you are going to challenge me to avenge my defeat that day?" "Of course not. I, Li Meng, am not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' danger." Li Meng said proudly, "Although I was careless that day, I was convinced that I lost. I came today to tell you that I have already announced on the official website that if someone challenges you after you break through to the second heaven, you need to defeat me first." "What kind of development is this?" Chen Chu was a little puzzled. Li Meng snorted, "As someone who defeated me in the first heaven, those people who want to step on you to get to the top are tantamount to stepping on me. Naturally, I can't let them do what they want. And we don't know each other, we are all friends, so you don't need to thank me for such small things." "No, when did I say thank you? Also, since when did we become friends?" Chen Chu was at a loss for a while. "Wait, why are you sure that I will be weaker than you after breaking through to the second heaven?" As he said that, Chen Chu's eyes became strange. During this period of time, with the growth of the heavy armored beast, his attributes in all aspects have been improved. The pure physique has reached 115 points, and the strength attribute has reached 120. Punch strength has exceeded 4,000 kilograms with the increase of Long Xianggong. In this case, even if the geniuses like Li Meng are more powerful after breaking through, Chen Chu has the confidence to overwhelm them. No way, the basic attributes are too much. Li Meng took it for granted, "Of course, I am a genius who has practiced advanced exercises. After breaking through to the second level, my strength is not what it used to be. But don't be discouraged. We can participate in the trial mission after the second year of high school. There are many opportunities to get contribution points. At that time, you can find a way to accumulate contribution points and exchange them for advanced exercises and cultivation resources. Maybe you will catch up with me one day. Come on, classmate Chen Chu, I will wait for you in front." After speaking, Li Meng, who was full of confidence, turned and left without giving Chen Chu a chance to speak. Chen Chu took a deep breath. Forget it, if you don't have the same knowledge as him, this is a second-hand guy. After comforting himself, Chen Chu slowly suppressed the idea of beating this guy up. Have you heard, but half of Roya's country has fallen? Yes, I heard that many people died, and those cultivators will establish some kind of earthly religion, preaching that the doomsday judgment is coming, and only by believing in God can you live forever. Do you think there is really a in the world? What is a god? It's just an individual who is stronger than a social group. We practitioners will become gods in the end. Chen Chu walked into the practice room, and heard many people discussing the situation in Kuluoya. It has been more than a month since the turmoil in Koroya, and the situation has not stabilized, but is getting worse. At present, the Federal Congress is already discussing whether to intervene. According to the federal rules, under the unified regulations, all allies have autonomy, and only when there is a major event affecting the human federation, the three major powers have an excuse to intervene. I hope it doesn't affect here. Chen Chu is used to the current life and doesn't want to be broken by accident. Chen Chu, you're here. A male classmate greeted Chen Chu. Chen Chu also smiled and nodded at them. Come on, you are so early every day. The student with a pockmarked face shrugged. No way, our talent is a little worse than others, so we can only rely on hard work. Recently, because he entered the top 50 as an ordinary student, Chen Chu became famous and became acquainted with the students in the class. Or these students took the initiative to get close to him. Of course, it's not for flattery, it's just because he gave a student with ordinary talents a face. Everyone chatted together for a while, and then started today's practice. Chen Chu also began to practice sword skills as usual. When these students started to practice, Chen Chu stood in the middle of the crowd holding a knife, closed his eyes and let go of his perception, and instantly entered the state of mind like a mirror lake. In Chen Chu's empty spiritual consciousness, 3 dotted lines of the human body vaguely emerged around him, emitting circles of fluctuations during cultivation. Compared to the dragon-elephant kung fu, which can be steadily improved as long as it is practiced, the progress of the mind-eye that pays attention to comprehension seems to be very slow in cultivation. I have been practicing for a month now, and I can only perceive the chi mechanism within a range of 10 meters. With the current progress, if Chen Chu wants to practice to the point of introducing sword techniques, he doesn't know how long it will take to perceive the realm of maliciousness in a certain range around him with a single thought. Shen Kuei's time in cultivation passed quickly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. October 17th, more than half a month has passed since the ranking match. Thanks to the stimulation of that battle, many new students have broken through to build a foundation during this period. At present, there are nearly 900 high school students practicing, accounting for half of the new students. This ratio is almost far higher than in previous years. You must know that only 1/3 of the freshmen who were able to build a foundation in the past few years. And half of these people chose to give up in the 2nd and 3rd grades of high school because of their slow cultivation, and almost only 1/10 of them could break through to the 3rd heaven and graduate. This is still the last few years. It is important to know that 10 years ago, when the foundation building method was not popularized, only a few tenths of the students could practice each year. It can be said that those who were able to practice at that time were all geniuses, and those who were able to persist in practicing at that time until now are all very strong now. For example, those martial arts teachers now. At noon, looking at the cafeteria that was several times busier, Chen Chu chose a window with fewer people to line up, but just as he was queuing up, Xia Youhui came over behind him. Xia Youhui patted him on the shoulder excitedly, and said enthusiastically, "Ah Chu, haven't seen you for a few days, do you miss me?" Chen Chu glanced back at him, and casually said, "What do you want to do, introduce me to a girlfriend?" "Are you sure you want me to introduce you to a girlfriend? Didn't you say that women will only delay your speed of drawing your sword?" Xia Youhui's eyes lit up. He knows many beautiful girls. Coincidentally, during this period of time, people came to him every day to inquire about Chen Chu's information. If Chen Chu wanted to, it would be possible for him to help introduce him. "You still take it seriously?" Chen Chu was speechless, and changed the subject, "But I haven't noticed it unless you tell me. I don't seem to see you much these days." "We are brothers, good brothers, you make me so sad." Xia Youhui looked resentful, and Chen Chu couldn't help but shudder when he saw it. "Don't look at me like this, or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist punching you." Chen Chu took a step back as he spoke. "Okay, no kidding, Ah Chu, I have finally broken through the 2nd heaven." "Really, congratulations, it's amazing." Chen Chu praised her sincerely. But Xia Youhui was inexplicably suspicious. He always felt that something was wrong. Continue tomorrow. For those who want to keep books, remember to open them every day. Help me add a follow-up reading. This is very important to the author. When it's on the shelves, I'm sure it will be even more exciting for you. Chapter 50, Horizontal Pressure Eye. Xia Youhui had the best relationship with him in school, and was very helpful to him in the early stage, so Chenchu was really happy about his breakthrough. Just looking at Chenchu with a smile on his face, Xia Youhui said speechlessly, I was really happy at first. After all, there are only more than 30 freshmen who have broken through the second level. But just now, I suddenly couldn't be happier. Why? Chenchu looked at him strangely. Xia Youhui came over and said in a low voice, Ah Chu, tell me the truth, when did you break through the second heaven? Last month, Xia Youhui noticed some inexplicable changes in Chenchu's body one day. There seemed to be a faint sense of oppression all over his body, which seemed to have become much stronger at once. At that time, he asked Chenchu in doubt, but Chenchu just said that he felt wrong, so he didn't think much about it. But who knew that in the subsequent ranking competition, Chenchu directly exploded with absolute strength to overwhelm many geniuses, which shocked him for a moment. And just now, he vaguely felt that faint sense of oppression from Chenchu's body, so familiar and painful. He can't make any mistakes with this feeling. This guy has become stronger again, which makes him feel pressure even after breaking through the second level. Seeing this, Chenchu no longer concealed it, and smiled. It didn't take long, and I also broke through yesterday. At the beginning, it was because he made a breakthrough too fast, so it was not good to publicize it too much. It has been more than half a month now. As an alternative genius, it may be surprising for him to break through the second heaven, but it is reasonable. Hearing Chenchu's admission, Xia Youhui had such an expression on his face. I knew it, I didn't feel wrong. Old Xia, how did you guess that I made a breakthrough? Chenchu was a little puzzled. After the breakthrough, he has been covering his whole body with spiritual power and restraining his breath. Until now, no one has discovered that he is already a thing of the second heaven. Because I have been sensitive since I was a child, especially sensitive to the strength of breath. Speaking of this talent, Xia Youhui was a little proud. Chenchu didn't want to talk to him now. He has worked so hard to cultivate the mind-eye state for so long, and finally broke through under the strengthening of attributes, and has a keen perception of danger and malicious sight. But this guy is actually more sensitive to the strength of the breath. This ability is not strong, but sometimes it may have unexpected effects, and it is also an alternative talent. During the conversation, both of them had finished their meals and were carrying their plates to find a table to sit down when Luo Fei, who was not far away, waved to them. As soon as Chenchu and Xia Youhui sat down, Li Wenwen, who was sitting with Luo Fei, asked curiously, "What did you two just say over there? We talked for so long." Having been stuffed for almost 2 months, this girl with short hair who was cute at the beginning has gained a lot of weight, and now she has a chicken leg stuffed in her mouth when she talks. Xia Youhui pretended to be understated and wrote, "It's nothing, I'm just saying that Ah Chu and I broke through the second heaven." "What, you all broke through, cough, cough cough." Li Wenwen was startled, and almost choked on the chicken leg in her mouth. Xia Youhui glanced at her, and couldn't help but be proud. Of course, I'm a genius, mere second-tier heaven, and it only takes 1.5 months to break through. But at this time, no one paid any attention to him. Li Wenwen looked at Chenchu who was at the side, and said in surprise, "Chenchu, when did you break through, and how did you come so fast?" You must know that she established the foundation 2 days earlier than Chenchu, and there is still a distance from the second heaven, and I don't know how long it will take to break through. I was lucky enough to break through yesterday. As for the reason, it should be related to the combination of dragon and elephant skills. Chenchu explained with a smile, in addition to the top 50 contribution point rewards, 20% off authority, so I also exchanged some resources to speed up. I see, but you are still very good. Li Wenwen was a little envious. On the other hand, when Luo Fei heard Chenchu say that he broke through yesterday, the corners of her mouth slightly pursed, showing a faint smile, and she didn't fully believe it. Squad leader breaks through, you also break through, only we are still standing still. I don't know when we will break through to the second level. Li Wenwen looked sad. Well, don't count me in, I should be there soon. Luo Fei coughed dryly, and pulled herself out from the standing still. What, Luo, you are about to break through? How is it possible? Li Wenwen was startled again, her eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Fei brushed the strands of hair on her forehead behind her ears, and said softly, "Since I found a reading method to improve my compatibility, my cultivation speed has become much faster." Not only Li Wenwen, but even Qin Chu was a little envious of Luo Fei's cultivation method that only needed to read Taoist and Buddhist classics to improve the fitness of her exercises. It turns out that I am the only one who suffers the most. You guys are too bullying. Li Wenwen was a little mad. Xia Youhui suddenly said, "Ah Chu, since we have both broken through the second heaven, are you interested in exchanging ideas?" "Are you sure?" Chen Chu looked at him strangely, wondering why he wanted to seek abuse. Xia Youhui said to himself, "I admit that you are very powerful, but now that everyone has broken through the second heaven and gathered their true strength, I don't believe you can suppress me. You must know that this time I did not just make a simple breakthrough. After my brother knew that I had practiced Xuanwu Kung Fu, he specially got me a bottle of giant beast blood essence and sent it back. The blood of the giant beast." This time, not only Qin Chu, Luo Fei, but also Li Wenwen all showed surprise on their faces. Everything that can bear the name of a giant beast is very expensive, even if it is the blood of an ordinary giant beast. It starts with 50 contribution points on the school exchange list. Xia Youhui laughed and said, "It's an ordinary monster called a mountain giant tortoise. After I absorbed the blood essence when I broke through, I have greatly improved in all aspects. Under normal circumstances, the real strength increase of advanced exercises that break through the second heaven is generally about 3 times, but my current defense increase has reached 5 times, which is terrible. In addition, my strength has also increased a lot after absorbing the blood essence of the giant beast. Now if I meet Li Meng again, I am confident that he will not be able to break through my defense." Chen Chu suddenly said, "Where's Li Hao?" The smug smile on Xia Youhui's face froze suddenly. Puffed. Concubine Luo and Li Wenwen couldn't help laughing, especially concubine Luo, who also saw the scene where Xia Youhui was violently thrown down by Li Hao. While talking and laughing, the 4 of them finished their meal and took a short break before going to the training room on the 3rd floor. Everyone was taking a lunch break at this time, and there were no people there. Chen Chu and Xia Youhui stood more than 10 meters apart, and Luo Fei and Li Wenwen, who were the audience, were farther away. Xia Youhui licked his lips and said excitedly, "Achu, I will always be your brother. I was able to suppress you last time in the sparring, and it will be the same this time. Today, I, Xia Youhui, will rise from here and overwhelm Nanshan Wugao for an era." Looking at Xia Youhui who got up from secondary 2, Chen Chu, Luo Fei and the others in the distance were a little speechless. Especially Chen Chu, "I don't know when this guy became a big brother. Everyone is 16 years old, it doesn't matter who is older and who is younger." However, Chen Chu did not deny that the discussion was suppressed last time, but today. Thinking of this, Chen Chu's eyes gradually showed anticipation. He really wanted to see Xia Youhui's expression after being suppressed by him. At the same time, he also has some expectations for the power of advanced exercises after breaking through the second heaven. This is the first time he has fought against someone who is also the second heaven after his breakthrough. With the cultivation of true strength, the characteristics of each true martial art will gradually be revealed. Majoring in strength, the burst of power will be stronger, and the speed of speed will be faster. Not to mention the defensive golden body, or Zhongshan can ignore ordinary knives and guns. There is still at noon, by the way, the campus plot is about to end, and the killing begins. Chapter 51 Overbearing. Both of them used weapons this time, and Xia Youhui was still carrying the heavy shield that was 1 person tall, with spikes more than 10 centimeters all over it, like a hedgehog. Coming. Accompanied by a low growl, a majestic and heavy aura erupted from Xia Youhui's body, and a faint earth-colored light appeared on his whole skin. Boom. Xia Youhui rushed towards Chen Chu with a bang. The ground shook slightly with every step he ran, and everyone seemed to vaguely see a giant tortoise charging. Suddenly, Chen Chu became excited, feeling his blood boiling all over his body. Roar. Accompanied by the faint elephant's roar, a violent force erupted in Chen Chu's body. Holding the knife in both hands, it turned into an afterimage and shot out in an instant. At this moment, his speed exceeded 40 meters per second, and they collided fiercely almost instantly, and the straight knife slashed on the shield with terrifying force. Boom. The air exploded, like the sound of Hong Zhong de Lu. Chen Chu didn't explode his real power boost in this blow, it was just a normal burst of strength. In addition to the kinetic energy carried by the speed, the power of this knife is at least close to 3,000 kilograms. The moment it hit the shield, sparks splattered and the energy overflowed. But Xia Youhui was like a basalt with terrible defense. His feet stood firmly on the ground, as if they had taken root, and he didn't even shake. The power of Chen Chu's knife was perfectly controlled by the triangle formed by his ground shield. Under the Xuanwu thick soil true kung fu, his breath is connected to the ground below him, the concrete floor. As long as he stands still, most of the impact force can be directed to his body through the fluctuation of true power in his body. If he wanted to shake him, unless Chen Chu's instant explosive power was more than twice as strong as his, he wouldn't even be able to shake him at all. Whoosh! Chen Chu's figure flashed to Xia Youhui's side, slashing horizontally with a straight knife in his hand. The sharp blade tore through the air, and because the speed was too fast, it even created a harsh wind. Boom! The violent knife was blocked by the stabbing shield again, and Xia Youhui couldn't be shaken at all except for the explosion of sparks all over the sky. Clang clang. Chen Chu circled Xia Youhui and slashed several times, but he quickly turned around and carried the shield to block them. From a distance, it was as weird as Chen Chu's sword was actively sending the sword to the shield. I said, I am very strong now. Accompanied by a triumphant laugh, Xia Youhui charged suddenly with the shield on his shoulders, like a giant tortoise turning over, and a fierce countershock force erupted instantly. Boom. The shield and the straight knife collided fiercely. Chen Chu blocked Xia Youhui with the knife in both hands, and his body was also motionless. How is it possible, your power? Xia Youhui was a little surprised. Chen Chu smiled, nodded and praised, yes, your strength has indeed improved a lot after the breakthrough, whether it is defense or power explosion. Next, I have to be serious. Speaking of this, Chen Chu's body burst out with real power, and the muscles all over his body suddenly swelled up under the stimulation of the real power, and a violent aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he is like an enraged giant elephant. Boom. Under the blessing of true strength, Chen Chu held the knife with both hands and slashed out with all his strength. In an instant, the air in front of the blade was too fast, and the friction generated heat to emit red flames. Boom. The moment the sword and shield intersected, there was a dull roar. Xia Youhui only felt an overwhelming force coming, and his figure involuntarily retreated a few steps. The ground vibrated slightly with every step that fell, which was because most of the power was released to the ground by the operation of the exercises. Boom. Without giving Xia Youhui a reaction, Chen Chu rushed forward, the ground shook, and the wind roared and he slashed in the middle of the shield again. The domineering force once again cut Xia Youhui back a few steps. Boom boom boom. Chen Chu stabbed at each step, and Xia Youhui, who directly slashed with violent and unparalleled strength, kept retreating, and the faint earth-colored light on his body continued to vibrate and became darker and darker. Xia Youhui's arms were numb after being continuously shocked by the terrifying force, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Chen Chu's momentum was extremely violent, and he cut Xia Youhui back 30 meters from head to tail with 17 consecutive slashes, and he didn't stop until he was close to the wall. Looking at the handsome young man with black hair dancing wildly while holding a knife in the field, Luo Fei in the distance had a look in his eyes. Where Li Wenwen opened her mouth wide, she couldn't believe it. Didn't she mean that Chen Chu, who practiced low-level exercises, would appear mediocre when everyone broke through to the second heaven? What is mediocrity? Even Xia Youhui, who had absorbed the blood essence of giant beasts and was stronger than ordinary geniuses in every way, was beaten too weak to fight back. Old Xia, do you want to continue? No, I won't fight anymore. Xia Youhui put down the shield tremblingly, and as the strength in his body dissipated, he only felt a little sore all over his body. Who? Cool. Chen Chu let out a long breath. At this moment, he only felt comfortable all over his body. This was the first time after he broke through to the second heaven that he had such an unscrupulous burst of full strength. Among the classmates, only Xia Youhui, the Xuanwu, could withstand such a domineering attack from him. Under normal circumstances, with the sharpness of the alloy straight knife and the speed and strength of Chen Chu, even a small car can be cut in half. As for why he didn't continue to cut a few more times, of course his strength was exhausted. This is the disadvantage of low-level exercises. The real power of cultivation is not enough. From the 10 strokes that just broke through to the present after half a month of cultivation, it can only burst out 17 times at full strength. But looking at Xia Youhui's appearance, it seemed that he still had enough strength to resist him for so long, but he was frightened by Chen Chu's violent aura. Of course, This is not to say that Xia Youhui is better than him, but that the advantages of advanced exercises are indeed great in all aspects, including the increase in power and the endurance of real power. If it was a life-and-death battle, Chen Chu was sure to kill him within 5 knives. After all, when both speed and strength are crushing, he doesn't need to attack head-on. It's easier to attack and kill Xia Youhui from behind when Xia Youhui is continuously knocked back. Xia Youhui rubbed his shoulders and said speechlessly, "Ah Chu, why is your strength so great? Didn't you break through only 2 days ago? It should be the reason for the dragon elephant kung fu. After practicing this kung fu, my strength has become stronger and stronger, and I am violent and domineering. Therefore, my strength has also become stronger after I broke through." Chen Chu made an excuse casually. Xia Youhui didn't believe it. "Come on, my Xuanwu thick earth kung fu is also about defense and strength, and it also absorbs the blood essence of giant beasts, which is not as exaggerated as yours." Chen Chu shook his head. "Then it should be the reason for my compatibility with dragon elephant kung fu. Actually, I'm not very clear about it." For this reason, Xia Youhui had nothing to say. "Because the excuse of Zhenwu Qi is really essential oil, I didn't see a girl with medium talent next to me, just flipping through the book, the cultivation speed is almost catching up with him, a genius. And there is another pervert among the freshmen, Li Hao, who is the second place. He fits perfectly with the advanced exercises he practiced, and his strength is also exaggerated. He has used iron pillars weighing hundreds of kilograms as weapons before breaking through the second heaven." Thinking of this, Xia Youhui regretted, "If I had known that your strength was so perverted, I wouldn't have fought with you. The repair of the weapon this time would cost at least several thousand yuan. The weapons of both of them were made of F-grade alloy. Under Chen Chu's full force of 17 knives, his shield had already been pitted and had many deep marks. Even some of the spikes were chopped off. Similarly, under the two-way action, the straight knife in Chen Chu's hand also rolled inwards in many consecutive battles, and there were many gaps on it. This situation can only be alleviated after the real force can cover the weapon at the back." Chen Chu's eyes lit up. "Lao Xia, are you going to repair weapons?" "It's just right, let me repair my knife by the way." "Fine." Knowing that Chen Chu's economy is not good, Xia Youhui readily agreed, although he seemed to be suppressed a bit miserably just now. Chapter 52 Entrance to the Sea. "Unfortunately, Chen Chu, your saber technique doesn't match your major kung fu technique. And the knife technique seems to be just an entry level, and you haven't even broken through the first level. Otherwise, with your strength and agility, your strength will be stronger." After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the reading room on the 33rd floor, Luo Fei, who was holding a scripture of the Great Compassion Mantra, said with some regret, "Dragon Elephant Kung Fu masters both strength and defense, and it is difficult for the Mind-Eyed Sword, which is also a low-level Kung Fu, to fully exert its advantages, let alone just getting started with saber skills. In contrast to Xia Youhui, Xuanwu Huda Kung Fu comes with a shield defense method, and the combination of Kung Fu and moves has soared a lot just as soon as he broke through. Similarly, other people who practice advanced exercises are similar, they all have supporting combat skills, and the strength of the queen who breaks through the second level is far beyond ordinary people." Regarding this question, Chen Chu just smiled slightly, and said indifferently, "It's okay, I am already very satisfied with my current strength. After all, there are so many perfect things in the world. No matter how much you think about it, you can't change the status quo. You just need to practice steadily." Luo Fei praised, "Chen Chu, I found that your mentality is very suitable for practicing cultivation. No matter where you are not bad, and you will break through the second heaven without making a sound." Chen Chu boasted back, "Why do I feel like we're bragging about business? What I said is the truth." Chen Chu's face was bewildered. Luo Fei pursed her lips and smiled, then lowered her head and went to read. Seeing this, Chen Chu also smiled, took the book and flipped through it casually. He didn't know if it was a habit or something. He somewhat enjoyed this time every afternoon. Beauties are by his side, and each read without disturbing each other. This atmosphere makes him feel very relaxed and comfortable. Feeling the warmth of the sun shining on his body outside the window, Chen Chu's consciousness sank, and at the bottom of the river more than 30 meters deep, a strange beast lurking in the sand opened its eyes. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr a black armored beast with a thick waist spit out a string of air bubbles, and rolled up mud and sand with a flick of its tail. Thick armor, towering dorsal fin, thick limbs, and red feather horns spreading out like wings on both sides of the head. The heavy armored beast is becoming more and more ferocious now. After eating up all the mutated fish within tens of miles around the river mouth, Chenchu controlled the heavy armored beast to go straight down the current in the past 2 days, and came to the sea mouth more than 100 kilometers away. As we approach the mouth of the sea, the width and depth of the river increase, and there are more fish in this case, such as. In the distance, a ferocious mutated fish shot at the heavy armored beast at an alarming speed, biting the heavy armored beast's neck with its big mouth full of fangs. Under normal circumstances, when these ferocious mutated fish approach their prey, they use the kinetic energy brought by the instantaneous burst speed to tear apart the prey. But today, the moment the fish's big mouth bit the heavy armored beast's neck, and the upper and lower jaws collided with the thick scales, there was a crackling sound. When the kinetic energy brought by the speed cannot tear the prey, the reaction of the force will appear on itself, and half of the jaw of this fish is broken under the impact. Boom. Splash burst. The heavy armored beast swept across its front paws, and slapped the mutated fish the head with terrifying force. The fish head collapsed and shattered instantly, and blood mixed with white objects splashed everywhere. This is the hunting method of heavy armored beasts, relying on the terrifying defense to lure the enemy to attack, and then counterattack to kill instantly. As for why this mode was chosen, of course the speed is too slow. As the body size grows and the defense becomes stronger and stronger, the self-weight of the heavy armored beast has also reached an astonishing level. Even if the heavy armored beast can explode 100 times its own strength, it is still affected by gravity, and its speed and agility in the water cannot compare with these streamlined fish. Under the turbulent river surface, as the heavy armored beast bit and ate, a strong smell of blood immediately permeated, and many small fish with one oar smelled it. Whenever the heavy armored beast bites and chews, some blood and flesh residues will splash out between the gaps between the teeth. At this time, those small fish will swarm up. In this situation, from time to time, small fish were swallowed by the heavy armored beasts, but they still couldn't stop their madness. And just when the heavy armored beast had almost eaten the 2-meter-long fierce fish, it suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. I saw a huge black shadow cruising in the distance in the blurry river more than 10 meters away, as if observing a heavy armored beast, exuding a faint dangerous aura. This feeling of danger is the first time I have encountered the heavy armored beast after it was released. The heavy armored beast couldn't help but put down the fish head it was holding, its muscles tensed all over its body, and the 3 pairs of red feather horns on both sides of its head spread out, ready to attack. However, it seemed that it felt that the heavy armored beast was difficult to deal with. The 6-meter-long creature disappeared into the depths of the water after cruising around twice. It wasn't until the mutated fish disappeared that the vigilant look in the armored beast's eyes slowly dissipated. I didn't expect that there would be such a ferocious mutated fish just near the mouth of the sea. It seems that we should be more careful. Thoughtful, Chenchu's consciousness moved, and he controlled the heavy armored beast to swim towards the shore a few miles away, preparing to make a nest and settle down first. Although there are some mutated fish here that give it a sense of danger, the food is also abundant, which can meet the growth needs of the avatar, so Chenchu will naturally not leave. On the way to the shore, the armored beast hunted and killed a 2-meter-long mutant fish that looked like a sea wolf as food. After eating and drinking enough, Chenchu controlled the heavy armored beast to dig a new hole on the bank of the river, and then slowly withdrew his attention, only to find that the girl opposite was looking at him. "What, is there something on my face?" Chenchu touched his cheek in doubt. Luo Fei withdrew her gaze naturally, and said softly, "It's nothing, it's just that it's getting late, and seeing that you're in a daze, I'm thinking whether to wake you up. It's almost 6 o'clock, time flies by so fast." Chenchu glanced at the clock on the wall, and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Luo Fei suddenly asked, "By the way, Chenchu, do you have time this Sunday?" Chenchu was puzzled. "What, is there something wrong?" Luo Fei nodded slightly. During training this afternoon, the squad leader explained that all the 100-acre lotus flowers in Moon Lake are in bloom, and he plans to organize everyone to go for a walk on Sunday. At present, besides the 5 members of our club, there is also Lin Yu, the squad leader's sister, who is confirmed to go. She asked me to ask if you want to go. Faced with this question, Chenchu didn't say whether to go or not, but smiled and looked at the girl opposite. "Then do you want me to go?" Luo Fei's eyes flickered slightly, and she pretended not to care and said softly, "I think you can go and have a look. Everyone is mentally exhausted after so long after school has started. This time can be regarded as a relaxation trip, so that we can continue to practice with a better attitude. What do you think?" Chenchu nodded. "It makes sense." The girl's eyes flickered. "Then are you going?" Chen Chu nodded affirmatively. Go, after all, even if you don't give face to the squad leader, you have to give Luo Fei your face. Facing this answer, the girl just raised the corners of her mouth and turned her head away with a smile in her eyes. The third shift is completed today and will continue tomorrow. Chapter 53. Too bad it's not you. Among Chen Chu's busy schedule of going to school, practicing, and controlling his avatar to eat every day, a few days passed by in a flash. October 21st, Sunday, sunny. At 8:30 in the morning, Chen Chu didn't wear a school uniform today, but a white t-shirt, gray trousers, and white flat shoes, looking very casual. Just after breakfast, Chen Hu, who was lying on the sofa and playing with his mobile phone, asked curiously, "Brother, are you going out?" Chen Chu nodded. "Well, I made an appointment with my friend to see the lotus." Chen Hu's eyes lit up suddenly, and he sat up. "Male and female, do you have sister Luo Fei? What is your reaction?" Chen Chu was speechless. Chen Hu chuckled. "I don't care about you, brother, just say whether I go with sister Luo Fei or not." "She's here." "It's good to be here, bro, hurry up and play, I'm going to play at my classmate's house later." Chen Hu urged him to go out as soon as he said that, making Chen Chu shake his head involuntarily. "You are not big, but you think a lot." Chen Chu waited at the station for a few minutes before getting on the bus to the meeting point. Manhwa Lake is located in the eastern outskirts of the city. It is said to be a lake, but it is actually a scenic spot composed of lakes of various sizes. Every year when the lotus blooms, many people go to visit it. When Chen Chu arrived at the entrance of the scenic spot, he found that he was the last one to come. Lin Shui, Xia Youhui, Luo Fei, Lu Haitao and Li Wenwen were already waiting for him. Besides that, there are Lin Yu who met once in the ranking competition, and another 3 people, a man and a woman. Chen Chu said embarrassedly, "Sorry, the bus is a bit congested today." Lin Shui said indifferently, "It's okay, we have only arrived for a while, and we are talking about meeting at 10 o'clock, so it is not late to be a few minutes away." Today, Lin Shui's upper body is also a white short-sleeved t-shirt, her lower body is skinny jeans, her waist is slender and her legs are straight, and her long purple hair is tied behind her head with a hairpin. Coupled with that beautiful face, the whole person looks exquisite and capable, exuding the breath of a beautiful girl. Others also dressed very casually. For example, Xia Youhui and Lu Haitao were similar to Chen Chu, all wearing t-shirts, casual pants, and sneakers. Compared with boys, girls dress up much better. For example, Luo Fei, who is wearing a double-layered dress today, is made of transparent white silk on the outside, and the red t-shirt on the inside is close to her body, making her waist look slim and straight. The lower body is straight women's capri pants, revealing white ankles and exquisite feet wearing silver high-heeled sandals. The hair is also the same as usual, the hair is combed behind the head and tied with a white butterfly ribbon, and the bangs hang down on the forehead, revealing a face as white as cream. And she also wore a silver crystal necklace around her neck, and a pair of silver butterfly earrings on her ears, as if her whole body was glowing in the sun. Today, the girl's exquisite and pretty dress made Chen Chu feel a sense of surprise. Facing Chen Chu's direct gaze, Luo Fei was a little shy, her eyes flickered, she pretended to casually lift her hair by her ear, and turned her head slightly. At this moment, a girl who looked exactly like Lin Shui, with a beautiful face, but with blue hair, walked over and said with a smile, "Hi, classmate Chen, I am Lin Yu from class 9. Different from the class leader Lin Shui, who is as cold as a queen and acts decisively and hotly, Lin Yu's voice is very gentle, just like her clothes. The blue and white dress, the long hair is draped softly on the shoulders, and the whole body exudes a soft and beautiful temperament, which makes people feel very comfortable. People took the initiative to greet him, and Chen Chu naturally smiled and said, "Hello, I have admired classmate Lin's name for a long time. It is a great honor to meet you today." "Why Jiu Yang?" Lin Yu blinked her beautiful eyes, a little curious. "Because. Ahem." When Chen Chugang wanted to say something, he had heard her name before. Xia Youhui coughed dryly, and said involuntarily, "It's because of the squad leader. We have long heard that the monitor has a younger sister who is as talented and beautiful as her, and both of them have entered the top 50 freshmen." Facing Chen Chu's praise, Lin Yu smiled softly, and introduced her companions. The pretty girl is named Jiang Jiameng, and the boy is named Qi Lei. After everyone got to know each other, class leader Lin Shui took out 9 tickets and distributed them to several people, and lined up to enter the scenic spot. "Wow! So many lotus flowers. As soon as she entered the scenic spot, Li Wenwen exclaimed, and saw countless lotus leaves stretching on the lakes in front of her, and white, red and pink lotus flowers swaying. Among the boundless sea of lotus leaves and flowers, wooden bridges run in all directions, full of tourists who come to enjoy the flowers. Such beautiful scenery makes everyone feel refreshed and happy. Come on, let's see the sea of pink flowers over there first. I have a camera. I brought it too, I'll take some nice photos later. Compared to the more stable boys, facing this kind of scene, even Luo Fei became excited, and trotted after Lin Shui and the others. The scene of a group of girls laughing and joking is very eye-catching, especially among the group of girls is a pair of twins with tall stature and beautiful faces. In addition, there is the equally beautiful and exquisite Luo Fei, so many high-quality girls together have become part of the scenery. Xia Youhui moved closer to Chen Chu. Ah Chu, do you feel your heart beating? What's the excitement? Chen Chu pretended not to hear it. Don't pretend to be Ah Chu, don't you have a heart for the class monitor and her sister? They are twins, and both of them are so beautiful. Speaking of this, Xia Youhui laughed, looking a little wretched. Chen Chu was speechless. Old Xia, don't be so wretched, okay, and you must be tempted if you are beautiful. Can't you look at it with admiring eyes? Also, we are only 16 years old, and our cultivation has just started. Shouldn't we focus on cultivation now? Xia Youhui was a little dissatisfied. Ah Chu, what you said is wrong. What's wrong with 16 years old? Isn't 16 years old a man? Chen Chu said with some interest. Okay, let's count it as a man. Why, do you want to chase the squad leader and the others? Xia Youhui simply shook his head. I don't want to. Why? Chen Chu was a little surprised. Because I have self-knowledge, the squad leader and the others are too beautiful to be my type. Then you still ask me if my heart is moving. Chen Chu was speechless. Xia Youhui took it for granted, because I think you can do it, Ah Chu. If I were as handsome as you, I would have gone after the squad leader's sister. To be honest, after I met you on the first day of school, I felt that you and the class monitor were a couple. Xia Youhui encouraged, really, I think you have a great chance of success if you go after the class monitor. Chen Chu was speechless. Why do you feel this way? Because you are so handsome, even a man like me is a little jealous. Facing this reason, Chen Chu didn't know how to refute for a while. But is he really handsome? Chen Chu was a little puzzled. Although he felt handsome when he looked in the mirror every day, he didn't feel that exaggerated, did he? Wait, if you are as handsome as me, why didn't you go after the monitor? Chen Chu reacted and changed the subject by the way. Xia Youhui looked at Chen Chu strangely. Isn't this nonsense? The monitor has such a bad temper. If I were you, I would definitely choose Lin Yu, who has a gentle personality. Why me again? Chen Chu was speechless. Because you are handsome. Facing this reason, Chen Chu was speechless for a while. There will be more in a minute. Chapter 54 Great Changes. After chatting nonsense, Chen Chu and Xia Youhui followed the play team, and a group of teenagers frolicked and shuttled among the sea of lotus leaves and flowers. By the time Lin Shui and the others took similar photos, it was already noon. Everyone found a high-end restaurant in the scenic spot for lunch. As for the meal fee, Xia Youhui took care of it all. After lunch, free at leisure in the afternoon. Summer is scorching hot. Xia Youhui and Qi Lei and Lu Haitao found a gazebo by the lake to fish, and Lin Shui and the girls didn't know what to do. Chen Chu crossed the corridor in the lake and came to a small island. A big tree was planted in the middle of the island, and the shade of the tree covered an area of more than 10 meters. There is a lawn under the tree, it looks like grass and trees, the breeze is gentle, and there are lotus flowers all around. This place is great for a nap. But just as Chen Chu was lying under the tree and was about to squint, a figure also came and sat down beside him. It was concubine Luo. After sitting down, she took out a simple easel from her backpack and set it up, followed by a folding drawing board, brushes, and a portable color palette. The small backpack is like a treasure chest, and it doesn't actually contain girls' things like cosmetics. Chen Chu suddenly asked curiously, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. How is your painting? The girl slightly pursed her lips and chuckled, and said modestly, it's okay, this is my hobby since childhood. Chen Chu felt a little tired in autumn, and said lazily, then you draw, I'll sleep for a while. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep under the gentle breeze. The girl put a strand of blown hair behind her ear, glanced at Chen Chu, who was lying on the lawn, then gently took off her sandals, sat cross-legged, pressed paper, and held a paintbrush. Then looked to the scenery ahead for inspiration. In a daze, Chen Chu slept until after 2 o'clock. Opening his eyes, he saw the girl sitting cross-legged next to him, concentrating on drawing. The works on the easel have come to the late stage. The lotus leaves on the paper are verdant and green, and the white and pink lotus flowers are in full bloom, which is very realistic. Even a layman like Chen Chu thinks that Luo Fei's paintings are beautiful. After watching for a while, Chen Chu closed his eyes again, but this time he didn't sleep, but his consciousness sank to the heavy armored beast clone. The rocky river bank is 1.7 meters long, like a crocodile, but a black armored beast that is more ferocious than a crocodile slowly enters the water from the underwater hole. As it continued to grow and kill, the black beast appeared more ferocious and ferocious, gradually accumulating some ferocious and tyrannical aura. Under Chen Chu's control, the heavy armored beast began to hunt today. Chen Chu, Chen Chu. Just as Chen Chu turned into a mutant beast and wreaked havoc on Jianghe, he vaguely heard someone calling him, so he couldn't help but withdraw some of his attention and opened his eyes. Seeing him waking up, Luo Fei shook the phone in her hand. The squad leader called for assembly. "What time is it?" Chen Chu was still a little confused. 4:30. So fast. Chen Chu sat up, when an oil painting was handed to him. The girl pursed her lips and smiled lightly. "This painting is for you as a commemoration of today's visit." "Thank you." Chen Chu took it after a short pause, held it in his hand for a look, only to realize that it wasn't the lotus picture that Luo Fei had drawn at the beginning. "I saw the blue sky and white clouds on the A3 paper, and a small island standing in the lake covered with lotus leaves. Under the shade of the trees on the island, the boy rested his head on his hands and took a nap comfortably. A girl beside him was sitting sideways, depicting the beautiful lake view ahead on the easel. In the painting, whether it is the lotus leaf or the small island, even the appearance of the boy lying on the small island is clearly visible, as if those two people were real." Chen Chu praised, "What a great painting skill." The girl who was packing up looked back at him with a smile in the corner of her eyes, then folded the simple easel and put it in the bag, and put the lid on it, including the color palette, and put it away. After more than 10 minutes, the two came to the entrance of the scenic spot to meet with everyone. A group of young teenagers walked out of the scenic spot laughing and laughing, marking the end of today's play. Monday. Chen Chu planned to go to the cultural classroom to mix up two classes as usual, but as soon as he entered the classroom, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. All the students in the classroom were whispering to each other, discussing something in a low voice. Chen Chu came to his seat and sat down, patted Xia Youhui on the shoulder in front of him, and asked strangely, "Old Xia, did something happen?" Xia Youhui turned around and asked strangely, "Achu, don't you know?" "Know what?" Chen Chu was at a loss. Xia Youhui said in a low voice, "On the news last night, it was officially reported that Kuluoya had fallen and was completely overthrown by the local practitioners. In addition, those cultivators also exposed their relationship with the evil religion, saying why God Acunas established the kingdom of God on earth. Currently in the federal meeting, the proposal to send troops to suppress those cultists is being discussed, and it is expected to send troops at the end of the month. These major events don't seem to have anything to do with us." Chen Chu was a little puzzled. He really doesn't know about this matter. One is that he doesn't have the habit of watching the news, and after returning yesterday, he was either practicing or turning into a strange beast to prey on him. "It's okay." Xia Youhui nodded, "But now the international atmosphere is dignified, should we also cooperate? After all, we are the future flowers of the Federation." Chen Chu is speechless. "What a waste of your head." Originally, Chen Chu thought that this matter was too far away and had nothing to do with students like them. But within 2 days, after the Federal Congress passed the proposal to send troops to Koroya, there were some rumors in the school. Said that the upper echelon of the school is studying whether to send some freshmen to follow the Federal Army to Koroya to participate in the later trial news. Chen Chu didn't care about these rumors, and still went to school on time every day, practiced, and controlled the heavy armored beast to eat, and his strength was steadily improving every day. October 31st. In the personal training room, the muscles of Chen Chu's whole body swelled slightly, and the image lines on his body's surface were clearly visible, exuding an astonishingly oppressive aura, like an angry elephant. Suddenly, Chen Chu's figure moved, and his terrifying speed erupted in an instant. He set off a strong wind and roared and appeared in front of the tester. Boom. Under the berserk force, the air was directly blasted, and the strength tester mounted on the wall vibrated loudly, and the numbers on it jumped crazily. Finally stopped at a terrible 7,000 kilograms. It has been almost a month since he broke through to the second heaven. During this time, although the dragon elephant kung fu progressed slowly, the avatar continued to evolve and grow. At this time, Chen Chu's physical attributes had reached more than 130 points, and his strength attributes had broken through to 140 points, 14 times that of ordinary people. Under the terrible physique, the pure basic arm strength reached 1,200 kilograms, far exceeding the 800 kilograms limit of the second heaven. Combined with the impact of the real power increase and the speed burst, a full blow is enough to burst out a terrifying force of 7 tons. In this case, even if an elephant was in front of him, his skull would be crushed and his body would be overturned with a punch. He was completely a humanoid beast. Who? Chen Chu let out a breath, slowly suppressed the boiling blood in his body, and smiled while looking at the data on the tester. There is still at noon. In order to thank everyone for your rewards and votes, today is 3 more. Chapter 55. We are all ordinary people. November, the first day, the day when the monthly contribution points arrive. Chen Chu had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Because he has contribution points, he can exchange life crystals, and with life crystals, he can transform attribute points to improve the progress of exercises. No way, Chen Chu found that his talent in comprehension-like exercises was really mediocre. Dragon Elephant Kung Fu has been steadily improving after entering the second level, but the Mind-Eye Sword is still at the beginning, and it has not fully entered the Mind-Eye realm after practicing for so long. This is still the case when there is a fixed proficiency on the property page. This made him have to wonder whether he had no talent in this area. Or is it because of the split of his soul that he can't understand spiritually? But no matter what the reason is, it can't stop him from forcibly breaking through the realm of swordsmanship with the help of attribute enhancement today. It's just that when Chen Chu just arrived at the school, he received the news that all the Erzongtian freshmen had gathered. In the conference room of the teaching building, when Chen Chu walked in, he found that many acquaintances had arrived, and almost all of the top 50 freshmen were there, including An Ling Qing, who was number 1 on the list. In the month after the ranking match, almost all the people on the list broke through to the second level. In addition, there are some geniuses who are only 1 line behind them, and they also made breakthroughs in the second half of the month, such as Xia Youhui and Luo Fei. The conference room was very large, and more than 70 students only occupied a small part. Chen Chu came to sit in the circle of class 3. Chen Chu looked at concubine Luo who was beside her, and asked in doubt, "We gathered suddenly, what happened?" The girl whispered, "It should be related to the matter of Kuluoya." Chen Chu nodded thoughtfully, thinking of the gossip circulating in the school these days. Not long after, several teachers walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, followed by Lin Xiong and Pang Long, the teachers of class 1. After the teacher wearing glasses sat down, he looked around the conference room, nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right, so many freshmen have broken through to the second level in the first semester this year." As he spoke, he introduced himself, "Hi everyone, I am Hong Zetian, the teaching director of Wugao. Since I am not in school for a while, this is the first time I meet you. The reason for calling everyone here this time is about the Koroya region. At present, the first-class colleges and universities in China have received notices from above, requiring them to organize a group of new students to go to practice, and the minimum requirement is to be above the second level. After researching this, our school is going to respond to the call and organize a group of Erzongtian freshmen to participate." At this moment, and Qing in the first row raised his hand. Hong Zetian paused. He had a little impression of this first-year freshman, so he nodded slightly to her. "Student, please tell me if you have any doubts." The girl got up and said doubtfully, "Teacher, I am also paying attention to the situation in Kuluoya. There are many strong people in the 7th heaven who can ignore heavy firearms. In the face of that kind of high-level practitioners, we freshmen from the 2nd heaven will not be of much use." The girl spoke very tactfully, and didn't say anything about death. Facing this problem, Hong Zetian smiled slightly. "Don't worry about this problem, those high-level powerhouses will naturally be dealt with, and your target is those ordinary believers. Although Koroya is in chaos at the moment, it is vulnerable to the huge federation, and there will be strong ones to take action soon. When the rebels and cultists are suppressed, the rest of the work will be done by college students and military soldiers stationed together. Currently in Koroya, the cult of evil gods has developed many low-level believers. These people are very weak and preach the idea of destroying the world everywhere. They need to be cleaned up. Of course, this is weak for us. Those believers basically have the strength of the first and second heavens. Once it explodes, it will still cause some chaos to the society, so a group of elite support is needed. It's just some first and second tier believers. It would be a waste to send senior students there. They have their own affairs, which is why I consider you. Besides, there is also the possibility of encountering the core members of the heretic god cult who were hidden after the collapse. Therefore, this trial is dangerous and not mandatory. Everyone has 3 days to think about it, and we plan to leave in a week. Also, the target of this trial is not alien beasts, but those cultists. Students who choose to participate must be prepared to kill people. Currently, it is tentatively determined to kill a first-level believer with 1 contribution point, a second-level believer with 3 points, and a third-level believer with 10 points. The higher the level, the more contribution points. As soon as Hong Zetian finished speaking, the mighty Li Hao questioned, "Teacher, why is it only 3 points to kill a disciple of the second heaven? Is it too low?" Not only him, other interested students also have this doubt. After all, they spent more than 10 points in cultivating to the second level of heaven, and those cultivators only cost 3 points for killing one. Isn't it too cheap? As for killing people because of this, many people don't care about it. Cultivation is not a play, life and death is the norm. Hong Zetian shook his head slightly. For those of you who are Orthodox Tao or Zhongshan practitioners, those believers at the same level are vulnerable. Their strength comes from the secret method of the evil gods. They are weak in physique, lack of explosive power, and have no supporting combat skills. It is said that the second heaven has praised them. Of course, this is the case of fighting head-on. Some believers are insidious and cunning, and have more experience in life and death battles than you. It is best not to take them lightly. Next, Hong Zetian answered some students' inquiries before announcing the end of the meeting. The third class and a group walked out of the meeting building, when Xia Youhui asked, "Ah Chu, do you want to participate?" Chen Chu came back to his senses, and glanced at a few people. "What about you?" Luo Fei shook her head slightly. "I'm not sure, I just participated in the trial in the first year of high school, and if there is a certain danger, I will go back and discuss it with my family." Xia Youhui spared Rao's head. "I want to go back and ask." Lin Shui, "Me too." Yi Rui smiled slightly, and said in an affirmative tone, "I will go, and I suggest that everyone who can go." Yi Rui's words made everyone pause, and couldn't help but look at him. You must know that in Nanshan Wugao, we are among the top 50 geniuses, but have you ever thought about how many first-class universities there are in the country? When we zoom into Dongxia, or even the entire Federation, how many new students will be born in a week? Thousands, or tens of thousands. Yi Rui's words made everyone inexplicably feel an oncoming pressure. That's right, there are more than 100 geniuses who build foundations in Nanshan Wugao in a week, while there are dozens of first-class universities in Dongxia, which equals thousands of people. Combined with the number of freshmen in those second- and third-class colleges and universities, this number is even more, which is still the number of one semester this year. With the popularization of basic exercises and the inclination of resources, the number of practitioners has almost exploded in recent years. Yi Rui said indifferently, "Actually, in Nanshan Wugao, there is only one person who is truly a genius, or 1.5. Although he didn't say it, everyone knew who the genius he was talking about was. And Qingqing and Li Hao, who was born with supernatural power. If you don't want to be unknown in this situation, you must seize every opportunity to improve, surpass yourself, and surpass everything. Participating in the trial this time can not only obtain a large amount of resources, but also stimulate one's own potential to a greater extent through the death pressure of the life and death battle. At that time, the obtained resources will be converted into cultivation bases, and the speed of strength improvement will be at least several times higher than now. When we return from the trial, our strength will be far from those students who didn't go, and we will even leave them far behind. This is also the reason why most of the second and third grade students are not in school. Those people are practicing outside to squeeze their limit potential. Of course, benefits and risks coexist, so everyone should consider it carefully. Continue tomorrow. Chapter 56 Intuition. Yi Rui's words shocked everyone's minds. They had never noticed this before, and they had always been immersed in the light of being a genius. But their aptitude is only moderate in the whole country, let alone a huge federation. Walking on the way to the logistics department, Chen Chu was also thinking about this issue. Go. Still not going. Under normal circumstances, with the synchronous strengthening of the heavy armored beast clone, as long as he gets up and develops for a year or two, his strength will naturally surpass that of a genius of the same period. Yes, it is estimated that it will take more than a year to surpass a genius like in Ling Qing. After the second evolution, the evolution point of the heavy armored beast increased much faster due to the abundance of food, but at the same time, the growth of the body required more energy. Therefore, it increases by 5 points every day. In this case, it will take about 2 months to reach the third evolution requirement. What about the fourth evolution? Half a year. And when his physique is strengthening, those geniuses are also improving rapidly. After waiting for the fourth heaven, the queen of the fifth heaven may not be the opponent of the real martial arts powerhouse simply because she has great strength and fast speed. After all, it is the fifth or sixth heavenly queen, who can forcibly overwhelm the existence of light and heavy firearms, and the real power of the seventh heavenly queen is even more terrifying. In this case, unless his physical body is strong enough to forcibly shake missiles, he can be compared with high-level powerhouses. But if you choose to go to the trial, you will face certain dangers, and at the same time, the rewards will be great. Killing those believers can get a lot of contribution points, which can then be exchanged for life crystals. At that time, his strength will soar at the speed of a rocket. And his current real combat power has reached the third level, and his survival rate is higher than that of all his classmates. If he is more cautious, he should be fine. After all, this is a trial for freshmen, not to kill them. The school and the government will limit the risk to their tolerance. After analyzing the pros and cons of going and not going, Chen Chu didn't make a decision for the time being, and was going to wait a few days to see the situation before making a decision. Teacher, I want to exchange for 2 first-level life crystals. Enter the student number. Verification passed. You have 8 contribution points this month, 20% off exchange authority. Are you sure you can exchange all life crystals? Sure. After waiting for a while, Chen Chu walked out of the logistics department with 2 life crystals, and converted them into attribute points on the way, and was lucky enough to convert 9 points. To enhance the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu to the 3rd level, 20 attribute points are required. The current attribute points are insufficient and cannot be strengthened. In the personal practice room, Chen Chu paused when he saw the words that appeared in front of him. Sure enough, more attribute points are needed to break through the 3rd layer of Dragon Elephant skill. He was not surprised by this result. After pondering for a while, Chen Chu chose to strengthen the sword technique. Consume attribute points to strengthen the mind and eyes. As Chen Chu's voice fell, the 10 attribute points on the page disappeared instantly, and at the same time, a special energy gushed out of his mind. Boom. Chen Chu's consciousness roared, and his perception spread throughout the practice room as if it had exploded, and he perceived the outside world from another angle as if his soul had come out of his body. At the same time, some information about sword techniques flooded into his mind frantically, and his body was also undergoing subtle changes. His arms became stronger, his palms became rougher, just like a veteran who has been practicing knives for several years. A sharp breath gradually emerged from his body. I don't know how long it has passed. Chen Chu opened his eyes were sharp, and there were faint blades in his eyes. This enhanced feeling is so strange. Chen Chu's palm was like a knife while he was thinking, and when he raised his hand, an invisible sharp edge appeared from his palm in an instant, and the air made a slight tearing sound. Different from the breakthrough of Dragon Elephant Kung Fu, the breakthrough of sword technique made Chen Chu feel as if he had forcibly compressed and absorbed the experience of sword technique that he had practiced for several years in the future. At this time, he is like an old swordsman who has used knives for many years. Not only the instinctive saber techniques in his memory, but also his body has the memory of cultivation. The biggest gain of this breakthrough is to completely step into the realm of mind-eye perception. Even if he closes his eyes at this time, he can perceive the whole practice room and even some situations outside. This kind of perception is not the release of mental power, but a mysterious induction, similar to the sixth sense, with a pair of eyes in the dark to perceive danger and killing intent. After silently feeling the changes of this breakthrough for a while, Chen Chu called out the property page with a thought. In the next few days, Chen Chu will be paying attention to the international situation. On the second day after the federal conference passed, a group of strong federal practitioners blatantly airborne and beheaded the rebels and cults in the major cities of Koroja. This raid killed most of the rebels and most of the high-ranking powerhouses of the cult on the spot. At the same time, during the beheading operation, the elite federal troops also entered the major cities of Koroja through airborne large-scale. With the assistance of the Air Force and Navy, fighter jets and bombers were dispatched tens of thousands of times, and all major cities were fully captured in just 2 days. In addition to this, the Army armored units gathered around Karoya, which had already been transported by sea and air, also launched an attack at the same time to encircle and divide the remaining rebels. Facing this crushing force, it took only 3 days to complete the capture of Karoya. It was obvious that before the Federal Conference was held, the Federation had already mobilized the army to prepare for suppression, and the Congress was just a formality. So this trial may be less dangerous than expected. At the same time, in this battle, the terrorist power of the Human Federation was also demonstrated sideways. Destroying a country's power is like killing a fly, even if this country is just a small ally. Mom, the school is going to organize a trial trip, and I may have to go on a long trip next week. At dinner in the evening, Chen Chu told Zhang Xiaolan about the trial. After breaking through the mind-eye realm and having a keen intuition to perceive danger in a large area, after analyzing the pros and cons, he finally decided to participate in the trial. As a cultivator, if you dare not even participate in the low-level trials under the protection of schools and officials, what courage do you have to face the ferocious mutant beasts? Although I don't have to go this time, what about the mutant beast trial that I have to attend in the second year of high school? His character is steady, low-key, and not timid. When the other students of the second heavenly heaven dared to participate in the trial, he, who was as powerful as the third heavenly heaven, was still timid, and he felt a little ashamed. Everyone has only one bird, why not? Of course, what made him make up his mind was the power displayed by the Federation. In 3 days, the entire territory of Karoya was pacified, and most of the rebel cult masters were suppressed. The remaining ones who were also hunted down by the strong Federalists had nowhere to go to heaven and nowhere to go down to earth. Zhang Xiaolan was taken aback for a moment, and then asked concerned, "Trial, is it dangerous? How long will it take?" Chen Chu shook his head, "There is no danger. We are just freshmen in high school. The trials arranged by the school will not be too difficult. It is different from facing mutant beasts after the second year of high school. However, the place to go this time is relatively far away, and it may take a month or 2. Zhang Xiaolan nodded, "It's good that there is no danger, but it takes so long to go." Looking at the sunny boy opposite, Zhang Xiaolan suddenly discovered that her son had changed more and more since he practiced in high school, and now he had to go out alone. This is the first time he has been away from home for so long. "Brother, is everyone going to this trial?" Chen, who was a little curious. Chen Chu shook his head, "Only the top 100 students in the grade are eligible. By the way, the school in front of us held a ranking competition for freshmen, and I was ranked 49th. Speaking of this, Chen Chu remembered that he hadn't mentioned this matter to his family. "Brother, you are amazing." Chen, who became excited, and admiringly said, "I heard that there are many talents in Nanshan Wugao in this issue, so you can make it to the 49th place. You are worthy of my brother." "Ah, how do you know that there are many geniuses in this period of Nanshan Wugao?" Chen Chu was a little strange. "Hey. My classmate told me that there is a girl named Qingqing in this issue of yours, who suppressed a grade by herself. It's amazing." Chen Chu was speechless. "Where did you learn the adjectives?" Compared to Chen Hu's excitement, Zhang Xiaolan's smile was more gentle and proud after knowing that Chen Chu's grades in school were very good. Wait for more.